I don't know. We'll watch some more of it and we'll get some commentary, but it did not look promising to me.
Megan Lords, your thoughts?
Yeah, I was only able to catch kind of towards the end there, but yeah, I did see some of that begging that Davi was kind of talking about, and I mean, they're completely untrustworthy. You give them an inch and they'll take a mile. I mean, there are no good regulations you can have for Bitcoin. There's no like kind of, oh, we'll just compromise a little bit with these economic terrorists and, you know, it'll be okay. You know, that's not the route to go. And I just go back to the Miami conference, and yes, there were a lot of very pro-regulation people there. And I don't really think, of course, you're going to have those people coming up, but I don't really think that's the direction we need to go with things.
I was impressed at the way they attempted to limit technology. These are the kind of people that would protect the Pony Express to save letter writing. They really seem behind the times. The genie's out of the bottle. It's not going back in. And all that U.S. regulation is going to do is going to push everyone into Canada and other countries. The internet works everywhere, guys. It's just as fast in Canada. It's just as fast in, I don't know, Mexico, Costa Rica, China. There's a variety of countries that could easily benefit from either having no Bitcoin regulations or just waiting and doing something less draconian than what the U.S. ends up doing. I know one of the hearing persons was talking about how he was willing to stomp on a field full of technology and crush all the flowers because of his desire to stop money laundering and narco trafficking, which are both ancient ideas from Richard Nixon's failed war on drugs, which we still seem to be fighting 40 years later. What do you think, Davi?
You know, the other thing that struck me was the amount of ego massaging that was going on. Like, there were like, so these are people who are invited to this panel ostensibly because they are experts in this field, and they repeatedly said to the people hosting the hearing, I don't want to say anything because you're the expert. Well, no, they're not experts. They invited you here because they don't know what you're talking about. And so, like, that sense of like, it was like groveling before masters, and it was just really kind of like, it turned my stomach.
Megan, what did you think?
These people are dinosaurs. I mean, I can't even get mad at politics anymore, because it's just such an ancient way of resolving conflicts. And, you know, these people obviously don't understand the technology. Again, I saw a lot of that at the Miami conference of, you know, these people who were like, well, yeah, let's, you know, regulate Bitcoin, but they don't even understand the first thing about it. And they don't understand the technology. It's a little late for them, I think, to get a firmer grasp on it. Of course, it's all out there for anyone to see. You just have to do the research on it. It's not that hard. But yeah, I mean, their mindset is very ancient, and Bitcoin is light years away, like light years ahead of this kind of thinking. I don't think it's going to be held on by regulations, and yeah, I mean, of course they want to regulate it. They see dollar signs, you know, when they see Bitcoin, and they want their, you know, chunk of, you know, the Bitcoin economy. But they have a very limited worldview, and they don't quite understand the profound impact Bitcoin can have. They're really looking at it from, you know, oh, well, you know, maybe we can lose money, or, you know, we have to stop this, you know, drug trafficking problem. What I tweeted something along the lines of, you know, don't money launder. Only the government's allowed to. The government hates competition. You know, it's you see money laundering all the time, like actual money laundering and drug trafficking coming from government agencies a lot of times. So this whole idea that it's this, you know, problem among little people, it's just a way for them to try to throw people in cages that you know, they view as a threat. So I think we're still going to see that, but yeah, they're very much behind the times in their thinking.
I was again disappointed with the ignorance of the panel asking the questions. It really seemed like none of them own any Bitcoin, none of them have bought anything with Bitcoin, none of them have ever sent Bitcoin to a friend or to a charity, ever bought and sold some on an exchange. I mean, come on, people. It's not theoretical anymore. You can go to Coinbase. You can buy $10 worth. You can send $1 to a friend, $1 to charity, $1 to an exchange. You could gamble with that on the exchange. You can understand how Bitcoin actually works in the real world, in real time, and all you really need is an email address, maybe a bank account if you want to buy some, but that's it. You can experiment with it. It's like email. You can get an email account. You can get a Bitcoin account. Even if you're a regulator, you could buy $10 worth and see what it's like. Maybe then you'd understand it a little bit when you ask questions about it. I mean, I don't think any of them have waited for a transaction to clear. I don't think any of them have copy and pasted a Bitcoin wallet address or even sent them through email with Coinbase, which is even easier. The complete lack of knowledge or curiosity by these panelists, again, after the Senate hearing, after the other Senate hearing. I mean, why can't someone try it out before they talk about it and try to regulate it? I mean, if they tried to do... Sorry, Dobby, go ahead.
Well, I think fundamentally it's I mean, maybe this concern comes from not realizing what's actually motivating them. Like, as much as they talk about drug sales and as much as they talk about, you know, child pornography or money laundering or whatever this panel of regulators comes up with is going to be a Trojan horse to avoid tax evasion. That's what they're really concerned about. And so they're not interested in using Bitcoin. They're not interested in learning how it works or what it's useful for because they don't care. They're not on the innovation side of the coin. They're on the taxation side of the coin. So that's what's of concern to them.
Isn't technology so much more exciting than taxation? What's wrong with these people?
Not to them.
Use the same old ways of dealing with new technology as it comes out, and you can't apply that retro kind of thinking to Bitcoin. It's completely outside of their control. You can't use these ancient means of trying to control it.
Well, they also need to be explained that BitTorrent is still out there as well. The Pirate Bay website is still up. People are still file sharing. They did nothing to stop that.
The guy said, "Oh, the system worked. We shut down Silk Road."
That was funny. That was really funny. He's like, "You don't think any other ones have popped up? I mean, maybe something we don't know about, like on a forum. People are trading drugs somewhere. There's so many forums. There's so many darknets. I mean, I'm sure they'll make a new version of Tor. They'll make a new version of Tor Mail. They'll make a better, more encrypted darknet. A darknet inside a darknet. I mean, it's going to happen. People want drugs. They're going to buy them. Like, the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, they need to switch to treatment. I mean, again, maybe they're not versed on all these issues. Maybe they're only interested in the monetary side of drug trafficking and not interested that it's really a treatment and a societal issue.
Well, I mean, that's silly in and of itself. Like, let's just assume for a moment that executing the drug war is a legitimate thing for them to be doing. Even if that was their goal, tracing down the money that passes through a drug transaction is way more difficult than tracking down the product that goes through a drug transaction. So it's like it's already they're barking up the wrong tree, whether you're talking about dollars or PayPal or Bitcoin or whatever. That's always going to be the hardest part to police. So there's nothing new presented by Bitcoin in that department.
Well, they haven't even solved it with cash. They haven't stopped people from buying drugs with cash. I mean, the BitInstant case, my point on it is if you stop at an ATM on the way to a drug deal, is the ATM now responsible for how you spent that money? I mean, the guy in the forums giving money to the Silk Road users that they then use to buy drugs, what if some of them don't use it to buy drugs? They're now investors. They're investors in Bitcoin. What if some of them have change left over, and that's now an investment in Bitcoin? How is it the guy who's selling Bitcoins on the forum's fault that some of them spent their money on drugs or didn't spend their money on drugs or whatever? Like, they gave them money. They spent it. I mean, you didn't say, you have to use this money to buy drugs. Like, you're entering into a contract with me, and you must use this money on the Silk Road. I guess he helped them buy it anonymously. He didn't track their information. There's a variety of failures there, but it seems like he was an outside employee of the company, or perhaps not even an employee. I don't know the exact the rules of what BTC King did. So, What are your thoughts on the Charlie Shrum hearing, Davi or Megan, either one?
It's tragic. It's silly. It's I think it's obviously not a real case, like, because that it would be an impossible precedent to enforce. So it is fearmonger, or it is a scare tactic. It is a witch hunt. That's what I think.
Megan?
Yeah, I think so too. And my phone's about to die, so I'm sorry if I jump out. I guess what I had it plugged into is not charging it. But yeah, I think it's just to scare people and to say, oh, well, you know, to kind of prop up this faith that the government, you know, can catch these bad people, and but they're not even applying the law as it's written in money laundering really accurately, and I think they're going to have a really hard time proving that there was a conspiracy here, because that would put it would be a dangerous precedent to be set. But like Davi said, I think it would be unenforceable. And also, you know, how do you if you can give someone Bitcoin and they buy drugs with it? First of all, how would you prove that? You have to do some extreme snooping, but it's the same as cash. If you give cash to someone and they end up buying drugs with it, like, that's money laundering. Like, that's, first of all, that's not actually money laundering. I think they're gonna have a hard time proving it. I think it was mostly just to scare people, but also BitInstant. I mean, if I'm correct, it hasn't been very active in a pretty long time.
They shut down in July.
Yeah, it shut down.
The deal with BitInstant is that they are a very sort of early company. They're not very active now, but what they are, they're ideologically libertarian, and they have been from the beginning. And I think that's why they're targeted.
It's also a really good PR move. The Bitcoin Miami conference ended very upbeat, very positive about Bitcoin. These New York hearings started. For what it's worth, I mean, our side at the table there has been presenting a good case for Bitcoin, being very reasonable with the regulators. And you put this story right in the middle of that, and now the regulators are all worried about the BitInstant story and how, once again, Bitcoins are being used for drugs, even though it's the same old Silk Road that they already shut down. It should be over, right? They won. Like,
the system worked.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they couldn't even get what that guy was saying when he was telling them that the system worked, that they shut down. Oh, that's the timer, and hopefully the hearing is going to start soon. Of course, they still have, I have the player open, and they have an empty room that we're looking at, if you guys would like to see what an empty room looks like. Come on, screen share. Nope. But yeah, I mean, I think they timed it for the hearings so that we could talk about Silk Road again, so that Bitcoin once again becomes the currency of drug deals.
Yeah, and they want to scare people, and they want to, oh yeah, see, look at what the government can do if you're involved in Bitcoin, for whatever reason. But yeah, I mean, while I'm as cautious as I can possibly be, with my Bitcoin dealings or whatever, I'm not altogether that scared of the feds coming in and really being able to take over Bitcoin at all. I mean, yes, they can throw a few people in jail, but it's out. It's it's already out. There's no stopping it.
Absolutely. Well, my screen share button appears to be broken, so that's not going to happen. Good work, Google.
Somebody's shaking somebody's hand. Maybe I can do a screen share. Where's that button?
It's on the left-hand bar. It's just a screen share. Mine. Oh, maybe it got buried behind this stuff. I don't know. But they're still getting ready for the hearing, so hopefully you guys are watching it live. It's at it's kind of a weird address. It's totalwebcasting.com. It's obviously a private company they're going through. /view/ID. That means you're selecting an ID from a database. =NYSDFS. So hopefully you guys have the link already on Twitter or some easier place than that. Also, speaking of Twitter, I was silenced this morning on Twitter. They told me that I couldn't tweet anymore. So FYI, that's why I stopped talking. And I will probably get a MadBitcoins 2 account for this in the future. Oh, we've got some commentary from Andreas Antonopoulos on Twitter. Where was your sheriff in 2008 when the bank stole trillions? Where has your sheriff been since? impotent, corrupted, servile, and useless. His tweets are the best.
Yes.
Got a couple questions from Johnny Bravo. He says that the regulators should have Googled Bitcoin before showing up, and to ask if the local neighborhood back alley New York drug dealer is accepting Bitcoin now. And that
Check
might be
we've got a hall of mirrors going on here.
Oh, it's the infinite tunnel.
So yeah, I can do the screen share. Do you want me to run this?
Sure, I mean, you can run that for a while, and we'll see when they get going again. Talking. I wonder what happened to mine. Pisses me off. Yeah. But yeah, you gotta have two screens, Dobby, if you want to get rid of that infinite tunnel thing. Let's see, another tweet from Andreas. Those who don't understand decentralized systems think they can improve them by adding centralization. That's not improvement.
Right. It's the entire point.
Yeah. Let's see, other interesting things that happened at the hearing. I enjoyed the two Winklevoss twins. It really seemed like the one on the left was the light Winklevoss and the one on the right was the dark Winklevoss. And whenever they brought up money laundering or cash being used for drug sales, the dark Winklevoss was always right there with an answer. It almost seemed like the camera drifted to him knowing that he would be the Winklevoss to speak, not the other Winklevoss. And then, of course, the other Winklevoss was the one who quoted Gandhi. So, interesting mix of Winklevosses there.
It's pretty interesting that the word fiat has become sort of common parlance, that it's just like, we're going to compare Bitcoin to fiat. Whereas like 4 or 5 years ago, you pretty much only heard that word from anti-Federal Reserve activists. It wasn't really part of the mainstream language.
No. Guys, it's going to kick me out, so.
All right, bye, Megan. Thanks for joining us.
Hope to see you Friday.
Yep, see you Friday. Hopefully the hearing will start soon. It is 11:35 PST. That's 2:35 in the East. So they are 5 minutes behind time, which is about right for a government hearing. Yeah, Johnny Bravo in the question says they want a Bitcoin bank so they can tax the bank and monitor the users to tax the business side. So basically they just want to recreate the current system with Bitcoin, so there'd be no change. That would be good for them. I can see how they'd like that. Let's see. Another Andreas quote. The whole point of Bitcoin is to distribute trust into a network based on math. Trust math and no one else. A sheriff is superfluous. Superfluous.
Superfluous.
Whatever. I can't pronounce anything.
I thought trying to whitewash the intentions of Satoshi Nakamoto was particularly nasty.
That well, because he stayed hidden and because he was smart enough not to expose himself. It does. I mean, whenever you have someone that is starting from a place of anonymity, it does seem like they're up to something. They might be hiding something. So.
Or protecting themselves from sociopaths like these.
Well, like Andreas said on the Joe Rogan show, I mean, after Prometheus gave the people fire, they tied him to a fucking rock, and a vulture or an eagle ate out his liver every day, and then it grew back, and then they ate it out again, and that happened for like pretty much for most of eternity until he was freed by Hercules, one of his labors. But you know, why would Satoshi Nakamoto want to put themselves up for that? I mean, it's kind of like the way that Edward Snowden clearly learned from the case of Chelsea Manning. Even if you do the right thing, the government is going to come down on you so incredibly harsh and lock you naked in a room without a bed. It's like the hearing's starting.
Which I prefer not to use. So why don't we just move ahead?
He's got a gavel, but he's not using it. This is a low, casual hearing. We're going to casually regulate you.
Welcome back to panel 2.
We're not bringing the hammer down. We're just discussing the hammer.
The gavel was way too big a metaphor. He didn't want to, like, metaphorically bang down the hammer.
Should I cut my audio, or are you going to have a problem if we're both running the video at the same time?
You should probably turn your audio up.
The lawyers here on the panel still find it quite sexy, and in any event, very, very important. And it's easy to say we're going to come up with a new scheme for regulating virtual currency and Bitcoin. It's quite another thing to actually do it, and to do it smart, and to do it within the letter of the law, and to come up with a scheme that works from a regulatory perspective and from an industry perspective. So
it seems like my screen share has stopped working.
Panel, and I want to thank
That's okay. I can still hear your sound.
Experts in your each of your fields.
I guess people will just look at us and listen to them, or maybe go watch the hearing on their own.
Who was a partner at the law firm of Patton Boggs. Next to her left is Charles Lee, the creator of Litecoin, which is another virtual opposed to Bitcoin. And to my far right is Judy Renierson, a partner at the law firm of Brian Cave. So we very much look forward to hearing from all of you. Let me go through the formality of swearing you, and each of you will rise and raise your right hand.
This is just a formality so that you tell the truth. We're not going to need a Bible for this.
No, I think they're swearing on the sanctity of the state, right?
Start, Mr. Lee, you want to make the first opening statement? Thank you again for being here. Want to have that green light on, or they're going to yell at you.
Superintendent Losky and members of the staff, thank you for inviting me here. My name is Charles Lee. I hold a bachelor's and master's degree in computer science and electrical engineering from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I'm currently employed as a software engineer at Coinbase, which is a Bitcoin company. I'm also the creator of Litecoin. Litecoin is the second most popular cryptocurrency behind Bitcoin. It is sometimes referred to as silver to Bitcoin's gold. Litecoin is very similar to Bitcoin, as it is a modified version of the open source code used in Bitcoin. There are currently 25 million total Litecoins in existence.
This is pretty surreal to hear this guy talk. I mean, he literally created Litecoin. I mean, he's like a god.
It's a little bit over $500 million today. As we all know, Bitcoin was created by a mysterious person or a group of people named Satoshi Nakamoto. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to meet Mr. Nakamoto before he disappeared in late 2010. So I cannot possibly represent his point of view on this topic today. But having created the second...
I think he is Satoshi Nakamoto. The inventor of Litecoin is also the inventor of Bitcoin.
He's so smart. He's like, I'll invent this first one secretly, and then my copy I'll tell everyone about. Win-win. And also, I mean, can you imagine if he had significant holdings in both? He'd be so rich twice over. That's unbelievable.
You have noticed I refer to both Bitcoin and Litecoin as cryptocurrency instead of virtual currency. Cryptocurrency is a separate class of virtual currency. Before the creation of Bitcoin, virtual currencies existed, and they included such things as the World of Warcraft gold or Linden dollars. These are virtual because there's no physical.
This is like that last hearing we watched, Dom. You remember when they went all internet with it? Like,
is that before the creation of Bitcoin, all virtual currencies were centralized. Linden Labs has a database of all their users. And
this guy gets it. Decentralization is the major difference. And it's why you can't regulate it properly. Good luck.
To track down these users and find out who the culprit is. Because all you have to do is just talk to Linden Labs and ask them for that information. Bitcoin brought about the
talk to them and ask them, not threaten them and confiscate.
He's not up on the new language.
Try to cover the track. I think this is analogous to what happened with the invention of the internet. The internet brought about decentralized information. With that, we no longer have to rely on getting information only from major media companies. For better or worse, we now get information from blogs, from Twitter, from Facebook, from Wikipedia, and even from WikiLeaks. This happened because the internet was not overly regulated. Imagine if, in order to put up a blog, you have to apply for a cumbersome internet license. If that were the case, the internet would not have become such a tremendously positive influence to everyone affected. So, although regulation is needed, I urge you to not regulate cryptocurrency too much as to stifle innovation. in this evolving cryptocurrency landscape? Thank you.
Don't kill the goose that laid the golden egg. Please.
Ms. Van Cleef, why don't we turn it over to you for your opening statement?
Thank you. My name is Carol Van Cleef. I'm an attorney who advises both traditional money transmitters and emerging payment companies, including those involved with digital and virtual currencies, on both state money transmitting licensing issues, anti-money laundering compliance, and consumer protection and disclosure issues. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today before the department and commend Superintendent Lawsky and his staff on this important initiative to address appropriate regulatory guidelines for digital and virtual currencies. I will discuss today a different type of digital currency that offers important contrast to Bitcoin and other decentralized digital currencies that Mr. Lee just discussed.
Dude, if I was sitting next to Mr. Lee, I would be getting his autograph. Like, this guy's a god. Like,
Apologies, I pushed the wrong button.
I mean, I'm not even like a huge bag holder on Litecoin. I mean, I made horrible decisions. I sold mine. But, I mean, everyone else is a huge bag holder. Could you imagine a bag holder getting to meet the creator of Litecoin? I mean,
regulatory approvals
unbelievable.
Called coeptus or septus, depending upon the Latin variation of pronunciation that you choose, is preparing to launch the global standard system with a digital currency that will circulate electronically on a closed settlement platform and be 100% backed by physical gold. The rules governing the system will provide freedom from default.
I don't know what she's talking about, dude.
To fully protect the account holder's value. The system is centralized and closed.
Is she talking about e-gold?
Trader that is responsible for issuing.
No, she called it
currency.
sepsis.
No value can directly enter.
That's what you get when you're sick and you die. It's not a good thing.
In the system stays within the system. The currency can only be obtained from someone who has it, either a person-to-person transfer or from an exchange provider. Based on legal precedent, which was confirmed in part by FinCEN's March 2013 guidance, coeptus understands that the global standard system is subject
not
to
sepsis.
with FinCEN as a
sepsis would be really bad.
State money transfer licensing.
Have you heard about the new cryptocurrency? Gonorrhea. You gotta get gonorrhea.
Currency are also transmitters.
I prefer dialysis.
To require all exchangers to be appropriately regulated financial institutions. The company understands its obligations as well under both the bank's secrecy.
By the way, I'd just like to thank our 14 viewers at home. I think this is much more exciting than the State of the Union address, which I probably won't watch. And I want to thank you guys for thinking it's exciting too.
There's a State of the Union address?
Rachel Maddow told me that today was a holiday and that I should watch MSNBC all day long, like pre-hype for the State of the Union, the way I'd watch pre-hype for football. And I disagreed with her. Usually right there, I mean, Rachel.
But you will not have to share their personal financial information with merchants in using the system. Payments will settle immediately.
What is she talking about? Why are we talking about this like new other system?
Payments.
Maybe she owns stock in this other system. The live video, we have a question from Garcia. The live video is at totalwebcasting.com/view/ID NYSDFS. And I'll also put that out on my Twitter at MadBitcoins on Twitter.
Loss to the account holder should a compromise occur.
Assuming that Twitter lets me talk. Earlier they said no more talking for you.
Request for information. The choice of gold as a reserve to back the currency is based on the long-standing acceptance of gold as a store of value.
I put the link in my signature bar if people are willing to type it in.
For traditional financial institutions, as a reserve for traditional financial institutions and governments.
I think having a gold-backed cryptocurrency makes no sense. There's no reason to limit a cryptocurrency to a real-world object like gold. It's backwards thinking. You have the same currency generation problems. When there's no more gold, you can't generate any more currency.
Transaction value rises.
I think it's a fine idea, except that it's already been shut down by government multiple times.
Sure, you got to have a centralized location where you keep the gold. You can't have a digitally distributed gold. You can't put gold on your hard drive and forget about it. I mean, it's pretty. It doesn't make any sense.
In summary, the global standard system is designed to offer low-cost payments with less friction and greater security and assurance in a manner fully consistent with important national priorities to protect consumers.
Is she reading off her laptop? This speech could go on forever.
She is, yeah.
Financing purposes.
The first guys were reading off their paper notes, and then the one Fred Wilson guy had no notes, which I thought was impressive.
However, time is the
Didn't look like the Winklevi had notes, but
rapidly evolving.
if you were the Winklevi, why would you even care?
New regulation, but it won't wait for.
I mean, how much money did they get from that Facebook settlement? Like hundreds of millions of dollars? I mean,
the true losers will be U.S.
I just stay in Miami.
Well, thank you very much. That was very interesting. I should have said at the top when we introduced this panel, this is not purely a panel about regulation. It's also a panel about alternatives to Bitcoin in the virtual currency world. And our first two presenters primarily spoke about that, so there won't be confusion. But with that said, I wanted to also turn it over to Ms. Renierson to speak about the regulation of virtual currencies, the application of the money transmission laws, and the many complications that arise from that. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Superintendent Waske and members of the department. My name is Judy Renierson, and I'm a partner at Bryan Cave here in New York City. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the important issues arising out of the regulation of digital virtual currencies, including Bitcoin. As a lawyer with a practice that focuses on prepaid and emerging...
Even Jeff Garzik on Twitter writes, snooze, lawyer reading lawyer-prepared statement. That's fun.
Since I also know and represent a number of Bitcoin companies, I'm particularly pleased to be here today. When I consider the current state of the digital currency industry, and while some of the persons in the last panel, they compared that the current state to the beginning of the internet, I'm reminded of the late 90s when prepaid cards were first being introduced. Back then, some prepaid cards had been linked to criminal activity. I remember a news story branded prepaid cards as candy for criminals, and that the regulatory landscape was described as the Wild West. It sounds a little familiar. Well, now prepaid cards are widely regarded as a valuable financial tool relied upon by many Americans for basic financial services. So ingrained are these payment products that recent Affordable Care Act regulations actually require insurance...
Blah, blah, blah. We've got another
great... ban money. Well, I think that's what's being revealed here is all money should be regulated to the point of extinction, and government should distribute all resources equitably. I think that's the answer. That's the only way you're going to prevent money laundering, is by preventing money.
Gotta ban washing machines.
In the mid-90s,
it's the Wild West of washing things.
That would have imposed
the Wild West of laundry.
Not only very restrictive, but also...
On that topic, people should Google the Not So Wild West. There's a great article that explains that pretty much everything you think about the Wild West is the product of Hollywood movies, and that in fact the murder rate and crime rate in frontier towns was way lower than like heavily policed towns.
Oh, absolutely, and I've got a great, fascinating point on that. One of my professors wrote a book about the California Gold Rush, and what he basically said is that these are the second sons of bankers and rich people on the East Coast. And what they were actually doing when we think they were mining is they were having a good time. They were getting away from their wives, and they were going out to the West Coast to get drunk as they ever could get on whiskey and prostitutes and just hang out in these mining towns and be rich second sons. And that it was more about that than it was about the mining. It was this middle class, having fun on the frontier type of movement.
Well, this is why the capital of California is in Sacramento. It was originally in San Jose, but they discovered that legislators could not sober up long enough to actually hold a hearing, and so they moved the capital to Sacramento away from the breweries.
Oh, that's great.
It would be to have a safe harbor for startups. I think that's a fabulous idea. I think it's really worth thinking about. As long as we make sure that these entities are not owned by crooks or criminals or fraudsters, have an AML compliance program. And I would also like to add one other thought, which is, if you're going to do that, you don't have to actually limit it just to Bitcoin. There are lots of emerging, very innovative emerging payment companies out there struggling, trying to comply with state money transmitter licensing laws. And while I acknowledge the need for some regulation, I urge that any regulation be done with a license.
This has got to really freak out legislators who don't know what they're thinking about, because what this really means is you thought you were regulating the internet, but really you were regulating one website. And there are thousands of websites.
I'd like to welcome Screw It YouTubeization for watching at home and for sending in questions. We're glad to have you. You're welcome to comment. We'll read your comments and discuss your comments. We are trying. I would like to hear the hearing a little, but I also don't care that much. But we're glad to have you, and we're glad to be a part of this.
We had a question, I don't know if you heard it in the first panel, about ultimately will we have a single currency that survives.
Funny quote from Johnny Bravo. This lady talks too much. Reminds me of my ex.
I don't know if that's...
Also got a great tweet from Andreas. It's good that NYDFS can help clean up Bitcoin. They did such a great job cleaning up Wall Street. All those prosecutions and sentences.
Green light, dude.
The reason why I created Litecoin is because I believe that there will be more than one currency or cryptocurrency that will survive. People like choices, like there's Visa, MasterCard, and American Express. Why does American Express exist? Right? There's a network effect where if you have a Visa card, merchants accept Visa, then why would you also have an American Express card and have other merchants accept American Express?
Well, sometimes your Visa card's maxed out. That's why you have American Express.
There's a network effect where the more buyers are on eBay, the more...
Didn't he create Litecoin to fight the ASICs? Was it before that? I mean...
Yeah.
So I think people like choice.
I'd like to see him explain that to them. I mean, Andreas gave it a shot on Joe Rogan explaining the mining differences, and it took more RAM and etc.
We don't know right now, but there's going to be more than one.
Would you, just follow up, would you predict that we're going to end up in a credit card type world where we have 3, 4, 5 sort of main...
Will in a oligopoly form, crushing all competitors.
That's used, or...
Yeah, there's going to be a few main one, probably 2 or 3 that, I mean, the main one will be used by everyone, the second one may be used by like 50% of people. But who knows, I don't know right now. But yeah, there's going to be a few. And then there's going to be a lot little ones that maybe some will fit certain niche communities or certain...
Laundry coin, the perfect cryptocurrency for money laundering.
Also works at laundromats. It's dual function. Clean your clothes and clean your money. Laundry coin.
Years to play itself out. If the last time I looked on the capitalization of cryptocurrencies, there were at least 50 different cryptocurrencies that were listed, with it being mathematically...
Welcome to your nightmare.
Conditions.
We need to regulate Dogecoin.
You can see many more created as time goes on. I think that it's, in some ways, as someone said to me this week at a Bitcoin conference, the genie is out of the bottle on cryptocurrencies.
There it is.
Other types of currencies, again, looking at what the different categories are, virtual currencies, which typically have been associated with gaming. Almost anyone could set up a virtual currency.
Here's a tweet for you guys live. The genie is out of the bottle. Drink!
Virtual currency. Different categories.
That's my humor.
And then we've got this other category, the type of currency that I just discussed, which is a commodity-backed type currency. I think that we are probably...
A commodity-backed cryptocurrency. You mean a stupid one.
We will be testing these different types of currencies, and it's really going to be a consumer choice at the end of the day. What are the consumers going to choose? Are they going to choose, it's going to be Beta versus VHS? Is it going to be PayPal versus using their bank account? It will be a variety of features that the consumers will look at. But I think from a public policy standpoint, your challenge is the fact that there will be always the next innovation coming. And how do you, can you possibly build that into your regulatory framework?
Very good point. Do you want to answer the question as well?
Yeah, I think I would agree that I think there are openings for multiple successful currencies. And that makes it all the more important to have a very flexible regulatory framework.
On the question of the regulatory framework, in the scheme of cryptocurrency or virtual currency, there are a number of different entities and players. You have the exchanges, you have the wallets, you have the miners, you have individual users. Can you opine on where we should draw the lines in terms of who should get touched by regulation, whether lightly or more heavily, depending on their roles, and if there are people.
How much should we steal from each group?
Should not be bumping.
Please give percentages.
Assuming, for example, just individual users.
Well, I do think that the folks at FinCEN gave us a head start when they started thinking about exchanges, administrators, and users. I know that I mentioned in my testimony, I kind of look at virtual digital cryptocurrencies as something that's sort of under the water. They're used on the internet for internet things, moving back and forth between other entities that also are issuing or selling cryptocurrencies. I don't see that as the regulated part. I see the risk comes when you get out of the water and you're up there. Once you hit the iceberg sticking out of the water, then it's time, because as soon as you can take these currencies and exchange them for a fiat currency, it really increases the risk considerably. So certainly the focus should be on exchanges, and I think that the FinCEN was right on that. But I also think a little bit when you think about the remittance world, when you have someone who holds a wallet and holds the value for purposes of sending it on to someone else, transferring it, I think that's the other category.
Can you imagine if any other product worked this way? Like, there's no problem with the product itself, but the moment you begin exchanging the product for dollars, that's when it becomes dangerous. Like, I mean, what if that was the regulation? Like, I don't know that I would mind so much if the regulation came down the pike. Bitcoin's totally unregulated. The only rule is you can't exchange it for dollars. I think I would be okay with that. I mean,
it would be in an all barter currency then, basically. Like, you could trade it to someone for goods or services, but you can't trade it for dollars.
Well, what that would mean is that it would be in explicit, direct competition with the dollar as a medium.
An option for Overstock to hold the Bitcoins, perhaps profit on them. It's clearly speculation. And then to
Charles,
buy more things with the Bitcoin.
Unless a miner is actually mining.
Yeah, it would be tough if you couldn't trade Bitcoins to dollars at all. I mean, I assume, just like anything else, a black market would form, and you'd probably go down on the street and illegally trade your Bitcoins for some dollars. At
Local Bitcoin would become the new Silk Road.
Oh, it's the same thing. What if you meet someone on local Bitcoin, sell them some Bitcoins, and they use those Bitcoins for nefarious purposes, drug purchases, gun running, prostitution?
Well, of course,
That's your fault. That's your fault. You met them. You gave them the Bitcoins. You were at fault.
Of course, you realize what this means is that every taxpayer is on the hook for all of the drugs and guns that the government has given to criminals.
And all the wars. And I've always felt that we're pretty much on the hook for the wars. I like to think that my tax money goes to roads and bridges that I very much like, but it probably goes to wars.
Exists, and as people are depending on it. So we should take it up a level as well, and any insight on that would be tremendously helpful.
So, what kind of threat are you thinking about? Can you describe that a little bit more? He hasn't.
This whole hearing should be about how awesome this guy is for inventing Litecoin. I mean,
perhaps, as we said,
he should have a nicer chair.
Entity or organization would try to corner the market on the currency. The answer we got before was, well, that might take $700 million to do. Well, in the scheme of
fucking 51% attack.
That was not the answer he got before. The answer he got before was that it would cost $700 million to buy that hardware, and if you had that hardware, it would be worth way more than $700 million for mining Bitcoin than for attacking Bitcoin. And so the incentive on the part of the person with that hardware is to sustain the network.
Absolutely, and to make tons of money mining Bitcoins. I mean, like Andreas said on our last Bitcoin group, and I've been repeating this because it's very true, if you do a 51% attack, you get to double spend once. So there's one double spend, and then the network's like, who's double spending? And then they shut down your pool, everyone leaves your pool, they cut you off. Like, we can take care of you after you've double spent. It's better to have $750 million in mining equipment and to mine under the rules of the system and to make tons of money. I mean, I don't see any better option than that.
I mean, obviously, like, some countries actually can attack the network right now, but I think it's going to go to a point where it won't be able to be attacked. And in terms of regulation,
well, the attack has it doesn't do anything. It doesn't take down the network. It's not a flaw. You can double spend once, and it's over.
And actually, someone managed to attack it and destroy it.
You can also do this with dollars. It's called overdrawing your account.
Another currency that is more resistant to a 51% attack, for example, would replace this technology.
I guess it's an immediate concern because there'd be a lot of value in the balance if the system were disrupted, especially if it gets to the point in time that everyone is hoping it will, when it's a global exchange of value and someone to come pull the plug on it. I could see that.
Is this guy trying to protect Bitcoin?
But the economies, what the U.S. government can do is actually join the network and help protect it.
The U.S. government should join the network.
I think there could be a systemic risk. I don't think this is something that you address with licensing. I mean, and I don't even think we're anywhere close to reaching that point. But I do think that this is something that government is going to want to keep an eye on. And I don't have the answer about how to solve it. There's any kind of systemic risk. It's bigger than all of us here. But I do think that that's a good issue to keep in mind.
I would ask if the risk is really any different than the risk of buying the currency of any particular country that may be subject to an overthrow in the government, a coup,
Wow.
a change where parties would come in and take it over. The other
It's a good
issue
point.
is
The
that
51% attack is less likely than an overthrow of the U.S. government.
Type of currency you're looking at.
Well, and I mean, the U.S. currency is already inflationary. Like, when you buy some, you lose value. I mean, I was hearing yesterday on Joe Rogan, and Andreas was saying a dollar is worth about 13 cents in 1900, like our dollar now. So we've lost like 90% of our value. That's way bigger than 51%. I mean, double spending once. Like 90% of your value. If you hold dollars, it's inflationary. They're printing more. They're printing them digitally now. They never stop. And you're losing money all the time. Like, Bitcoin is deflationary. There's less currency all the time. You're gaining money all the time, regardless of the price and the nonsense. I mean, there's less of them. They're more valuable.
To the cryptocurrencies at the point of entry and exit.
I always wanted that.
Financial systems.
It strikes me, though, that the currency you described to us that is gold-based actually has an answer for it because you have a single administrator. And that if
a single point of failure.
Right. Intervention could be had pretty quickly, pretty promptly, and you could identify the threat and maybe address it. So while you don't know the chain in which the
or you could have thousands of Bitcoin developers fix the threat for real.
System where the Fed can turn off, the spigot and the money just stops all at once. And that's more of a concern that I'm getting at, but I appreciate it as well.
I think that a currency that is centralized actually is a bigger threat than a decentralized currency.
Thank you.
Because as we've seen in past history, there was a currency like Liberty Gold or e-gold that was centralized, and the owner of the currency was actually doing some kind of money laundering or letting money laundering happen. So that's decentralized currency. There's no owner, there's no one that can control it, and no one can actually do illicit activities on it by themselves without being regulated, I guess.
Ms. Reniers, you talk about in your testimony a little bit about some of the difficulties we face as we think about things like surety bonds, permissible investments, capital levels. And can you talk about sort of with a digital virtual currency world, how do we think about that, especially with all the price fluctuations we see? Can you just expand upon that a little bit and sort of give us your best estimate as to how we should deal with it?
Happy to do that, and this is a topic I've been spending a lot of time thinking about. This is hard stuff. I have to admit, the first time I had a client approach me about getting a money transmitter license as a Bitcoin exchange, I just remember thinking, okay, let's just fill out the forms, get a money transmitter license. But then you start thinking about what the repercussions are. I see sort of four major purposes of the licensing laws. One is to make sure that the people running it know what they're doing. Two is to make sure that they're not crooks, criminals, fraudsters.
How can you know what they're doing? Are they talking about confirming the code? Is the U.S. government going to go over the code of the wallet software to make sure that they know what they're doing? U.S. Department of Code Review?
That's just propaganda. There is no license issued by the government anywhere where the issuing body is an expert in the field they're issuing licenses on.
And
I mean, this is computer programming. I mean, this is legit stuff. I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If there's a back door in it, there's a back door in it. I mean, I don't think the government's going to be the one to understand that code.
The financial issues are really difficult, and I have to admit, I've been talking with some other folks about, okay, what do you...
Funny joke from Screw It in the comments. A single point of failure? You mean Obama?
Currency or cryptocurrency, is that good enough to meet the requirements of the law? I sort of came out, I went back and forth on this. I think basically no, that the net worth requirements have always been placed in U.S. dollars, and you're going to need to have some net worth in U.S. dollars. But I think the department should be open to thinking about crediting at least some of the pool of the cryptocurrency, perhaps looking at the value of it on an average over a period of time to reduce the risk of volatility, and so I think that's what you might do for the net worth. When it comes to, and similar for the bonds, I think you're still going to need a bond. The bond's going to have to be in U.S. dollars, at least at this point. I don't think there's any other kind of bonds out there. Again, to come out with the amount of the bond, you're going to have come up with some kind of average over a period of time because of the volatility. And then the third is the permissible investments. And this is the thing that I found one of the most difficult pieces, because that permissible investments out there to cover the outstandings that you as a money transmitter are holding. And that term means, that someone's giving you a certain amount of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency of any kind, and you're holding it for a period of time. And you're supposed to always have enough value to cover.
There's a guy in the back row eating his lunch.
Outstanding, that you're responsible for even the consumer. And if
he's got a spoon, he's got a whole...
If you tried to transfer that...
Someone just put their arm over the chair in front of it. No.
Yeah, I see him.
This many dollars in bank account to cover it, or this many dollars in highly rated securities. I think that you're still at risk, because the way that these currencies fluctuate, So I have to admit, it took a lot of soul searching, and I'm sure other people had some interesting ideas, but I actually came out saying net worth, bonds, dollars, but when it comes to permissible investments, I think you need to keep those in the currency, the crypto, virtual, digital currency that you've received it in. And then the last point, because if you have a bond that's only based on an average, if you have net worth that's based on an average, you may not have enough in your insurance fund or your bond to cover the risk. And I think the only way that you can therefore license and move this forward is that you're going to have to let the consumer know that there is risk. And I think the consumers can deal with this. I think my experience dealing with payments consumers is that they are really pretty savvy. They read the fine print. They know when it's their hard-earned dollars, they know what they're doing. And I think that if you combine those pieces with some sort of disclosure for consumers, it just reminds them, you can't be protected necessarily by the state. You may be protected, but we can't guarantee you that the state will be able to protect these funds. You may lose what you invest in these funds. If you make a purchase with these funds, be aware that it's irreversible, because that's the way the Bitcoins are now, and other, there should be a set of disclosures. But I would urge you, from a consumer protection point, not to try to then reshape or come up with a whole new set of consumer rules for these, because you're going to change the essential nature of them. So that's what I ended up coming up with. Doing with the funds and having an upfront consumer disclosure that they actually have to click off or something like that. I think it's workable. I think.
This is a particularly challenging issue, in part because when we talk about currency exchangers and the other players, especially in the Bitcoin ecosphere, the question is, what is it they're doing and what are they handling? So you have entities that are acting as, quote, currency exchangers, but really all they're doing is passing the private key that's necessary for one to take ownership of the Bitcoin. That they're not actually passing the Bitcoin itself to someone. So it's not quite as easy as walking up to the exchange desk at the airport and asking for euros for your dollars. One thought I have had is that you might want to consider having a class of currency exchangers, which is very similar to your.
Johnny Bravo says they can have Microsoft check it for backdoors. They're experts.
Currency exchanger. When the currency exchanger moves into the world of offering a wallet, which many of them do to facilitate their customers' ongoing transactions, again, it's going to be, what is it that they are actually holding on to? Are they providing sort of a lockbox for the Bitcoin, for the cryptocurrency, or are they providing the lockbox just for the key? And if it's just the key, can you put a dollar value on that? From a net worth, a minimum net worth.
It's always just the key. Cryptocurrency is just the key. We're just trading keys.
I can't
like dollars.
Us to have the answers to those questions here, but these are some of the real life issues I see that the industry is trying to work its way through here. Many in the industry are not averse, as I noted in my opening comments, to taking on.
Charles Lee must be an incredibly patient man.
Regulation that makes sense given the nature of the business model.
He does seem like he's outclassing everyone else on the panel. Right?
Can I add something? So for the cryptocurrency exchange, users will deposit both cryptocurrency and also dollar.
Mm-hmm.
So if they deposit dollar and the dollar's in their account, obviously the exchange will need to keep that dollar in the bank and not lend it out. And if they deposit cryptocurrency, then the exchange would have to have strict security measures to protect those cryptocurrencies. Right? You don't want the exchange to be easily hacked or their user accounts to be easily hacked and have those Bitcoins or Litecoins stolen that way. So if any regulation you're thinking about, you'll be regulating to make sure that the exchanges are protecting protecting their users by securing the cryptocurrencies and securing the dollars properly.
Some of the wallets and others out there which would hold customer accounts are purchasing insurance. And I'm curious from sort of a regulator perspective, how would that factor, if at all, in assessment of the net worth, the surety, and some of the permissible investments that you've all talked about?
Could you repeat that again? You said some of the wallets have what?
Are thinking to seek to purchase insurance.
Oh, purchase insurance.
Right, and sort of cover different losses, whether it be from sort of a cyber attack or taking of the key or whatnot. And I wonder, you talked before about sort of net worth requirements and permissible investments and whatnot. Does that factor in at all?
Yeah. Well, I have seen a lot of sort of interesting innovations when it comes to contracting between parties. And this is not limited to the Bitcoin world. In a previous life, I spent a lot of time dealing with like international currencies, and it's something that contract law has developed over years, where they build up protections. Those kinds of insurance provisions. It's not a formal, at least as far as I'm aware, it's not a formal insurance issued by an insurance company, but there's some kinds of guarantee, and you'll see that also in some of the merchant agreements involving Bitcoin as well. And I think that's a way that the market addresses the risk. You've got two parties, and they can contract with each other. They can decide what the risk is, and they can contract it. I think it's a classic thing to do. I think it's a good thing to have.
I fully agree that it's a marketplace solution to the issue, and from a regulator's perspective, it can either be a substitute for, in addition to, some type of a binding requirement if you decide that's an appropriate, something that's appropriately needed.
I wonder if I could just carry that actually back a moment to one of the present particular requirements under our money transmission laws. You know, in the prior panel, we've heard folks who strongly suggested that we use current statutory controls in place and try as best we can to adapt them to cryptocurrencies or other sorts of virtual currencies. In New York, there is an insurance fund, as you just mentioned, and I guess on some level, if we're going to be viewing these companies in the context of money transmitters, we have to be careful not to create a disparity. Because if we have a traditional money transmitter who knows how much it must contribute to the fund in order to protect consumers, and we're going to license a virtual or cryptocurrency transmitter under the transmitter laws, how do we make an analog? I mean, how do we span that gap? Because if you're not going to require cryptocurrency transmitters from contributing some value to a fund, you're putting the other folks at a disadvantage. And or are you just going to say users of the cryptocurrency transmission aren't eligible to access the fund in the event that the company goes down bankrupt and leaves a whole bunch of consumers in the lurch? How do we mesh those two worlds together? Because there's been a great deal of thought on how to protect the consumer through a market effort.
I think the most important element there is deciding what you are protecting. What value is it that you're protecting? And I think once you understand what the value
We're protecting the bank's business model. They
figuring
need
out
protection.
the amount.
They've never protected the consumers. They did nothing on the credit mortgage crisis.
To my long-lost cousin in Slovakia. And I decide I don't want to use Western Union. I want to do it in Bitcoin. And so
You could have done it yourself.
Exchange it to Bitcoin. Now, whether
How?
there's a key, regardless, I plopped down $100, and in the midst of it all,
It's not theoretical. It's real.
you know, crypto transmission co goes down. Now my $100.
It's gone. It's cash.
The crypto transmission code goes down.
Ordinary framework for consumer protection.
Does it mean the internet?
Other money transmitters have to be held out all
That's a tweet.
by the failure of another money transmitter.
He's proposing an FDIC for Bitcoin.
They were talking about an insurance pool.
Because
What if the company went bankrupt? But
a into the fund in dollars.
What if you send an email to the wrong person?
We're trying.
I'd like my quarterback.
We're going to create some framework along the pattern of money transmission.
You know what else doesn't have an undo button?
Starting out thought was that
Time.
No,
Time does not have an undo button. If you do something, you cannot go back and undo it. So what I think we need is a time insurance pool. I think everybody should contribute maybe 1 hour a day, and if you discover that you've spent an hour doing something you regret, you should be able to get an hour back, because consumer protection.
We need to protect the consumers from wasting their time. What if you watched a TV program you didn't enjoy? You want that hour back? Time machine, right there, boom.
Right.
We've got to protect the consumers from sitcoms that they don't like, reality shows that turn out wrong. We need a time machine today.
And so maybe there's another place for them to provide some kinds of protections, but I don't
It's
really
like
think
some things are dangerous. I'm sorry. What about gravity?
This is
Gravity can be dangerous.
everyone
You know, like.
I think I agree.
We need an undo button for gravity. We need to put all the gravity into a pool, and if you fall down, you can push the undo button for gravity.
Talking about, okay, it's February.
And video games. If you need another life, if you've been killed, you could come back to life. This is what we need.
The fluctuation.
We should have designed this when we designed Bitcoin. We should have said, for every Bitcoin you buy, 0.001 goes into a fund in case you ever lose that Bitcoin.
I think that this is really, again, this is hard stuff. This is very difficult. But my gut tells me that we got to save that
Stephen Colbert loves it when you talk with your gut.
for other consumers, and at this point, treat the virtual currencies differently.
So I'm obviously not an expert at this, but common sense tells me that if a company is dealing with more dollars a day, then they pour more money into the fund. Is that correct?
Oh.
There's a certain formula by which each company, and there's a cap actually that is set by statute, that each company has to contribute into a fund, and that obligation to contribute is triggered by, oftentimes, by the failure of a colleague in the industry, a money transmitter. So it's a little complicated, it's a little situationally specific. It doesn't necessarily go along the lines you described.
So I don't see why a Bitcoin exchange can't fall under the same guidelines. If they deal with a lot of dollars, doesn't matter what the Bitcoin value is, right? In the end, all you care about is reimbursing that dollar amount. The customer uses that dollar amount. So if an exchange deals with $1 million a day, then they would put more money in that fund. So the same can apply to these exchanges, right? In the end, it's just dollar.
So you don't think there's a problem about, you don't think there's an apples to apples problem, or that with the volatility of the coin, if they collect net value in dollars every year of $1 million, let's say, no matter what the Bitcoin may fluctuate over time, it could end up, the million in cash could end up being worth at the end of the year $25 in exchange. Wouldn't matter. In your mind, you think it'd be right to just use the actual cash as the measure of contribution.
If they're holding $1 million in Bitcoins for the user today, you have a certain amount they contributed to the fund. If next year Bitcoin goes up 10 times, now they're holding $10 million, they contribute more, right? It's as if the company is doing more business.
The worry for me is it's not the account full of dollars that they're holding, it's the account full of whatever the crypto digital currency is. And so maybe you put in 100 of your hard-earned Bitcoins, which today is worth an awful lot of money, but you don't know. And if the company goes out of business and they've been holding on to this for 6 months or a year, what do you get back from the?
This is silly. You can lose your hat speculating on volatile markets. That's the rule.
What if it's not worth anything anymore? So that's the difficulty with volatile currencies in this one space. I agree that to the extent that you're holding dollars, and that almost is classic transmission without worrying about the
Where's the insurance company for dollars? If I put $100 in a bank account and then the dollar collapses, where does my $100 go? Who's going to back up the amount of Bitcoin that $100 was worth?
Yeah, they need to hold it in Bitcoin. They need a Bitcoin fund in case the dollar goes down.
Crypto Express, as you would say, and hands over $100. Do they get back immediately?
Or rice or bread. You know, this happens with bread all the time. I buy a loaf of bread, and that's like $3. And then it sits on top of my fridge, and it turns into a big green sponge. Where does that bread go? Who's going to cover me for the loss of that bread?
The consumer needs to be protected. Whenever you buy that bread, we need to take a slice of it, put it into the National Bread Fund. If you ever have any issues with your bread, you could get a slice from the bread fund. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense.
That last one was Ayn Rand, like it was very much like begging and regulations and controls. This one's just like Willy Wonka. It's just out of nowhere, no idea what they're talking about, complete madness. And yet, in the middle of it is the Litecoin guy. I mean, let's just ask him questions.
I think the critical issue there
He's too polite.
Making sure that
he's a computer scientist. I mean, he's legit. Like, the guy can code. I mean,
as it would with whether it made the decision to hold it in Bitcoin or in Euro or the yen, it would be the same issue in any whatever the currency might be.
The question's
I agree with one of our commenters on Twitter, Lagarum Muda, who said there's too much dead air in this one.
What were your motivating factors? And do the folks that are now developing other virtual currencies share some of those same concerns?
He's asking the Litecoin guy what motivated him.
So
The ASICs?
Litecoin in like 2011. One of the main reasons why I created it, there were actually other alternatives before Litecoin, and those alternatives were created by other people. And one of the characteristics that were shared by the creators were that they seemed a bit greedy. They something called pre-mine, so they mined a lot of coins for themselves before they launched it. And people didn't like that because people didn't like to support a coin that makes someone else rich. So I saw the need, the market desire for a coin that was very fair. And I also noticed that people do like choices, right? They like supporting an alternative currency. So that's why I created Silver to Bitcoin's Gold. So I created Litecoin, and one other thing about Litecoin is it has faster transactions, and it makes it transacting Litecoin seem a bit easier. So there was market demand for that, so I built it.
When you say you created it, I just want to understand that more, and I mean this also. I don't know that I fully get my mind.
Read something, people.
That means if you could just speak up a little, I can tell from reactions in the back people are having trouble hearing you.
Sure. So Bitcoin is basically just source code, right? People run this source code all over the world.
Oh, come on, tell them what source code is.
Confirming transactions, sending transactions to each other, and building on top of the blockchain, which is a decentralized ledger, right, for Bitcoin. Right? So by creating Litecoin, all I did was took the Bitcoin source code, which is open source, so anyone can play around with it. I modified a few things about it, and I launched it. So basically, it's just like I launched it out there, and then people saw the value of it, and they started mining it, and started running the client, and started supporting it.
So does it run? Sorry to interrupt. Does it run similarly to Bitcoin in terms of it's got a ledger?
Yeah.
You have to go mining it. They're adding to the chain.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of Litecoin clones. Did you guys do any research at all?
I feel like this is computer literacy for like high school. Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't know what you mean by you created a computer program. Well, I mean,
most of them. What happened?
There's so many concepts to be explained. I mean, BitTorrent, networking, exchanging files, distributed systems. I mean, we're so many levels ahead of this. I mean, I'm not a computer scientist. I appreciate all this stuff, but I mean, we're so many levels ahead of this.
On average, you get one more block onto the ledger, and the block contains a bunch of transactions that happen between the last block.
Even if they'd watched Andreas on Joe Rogan yesterday, they'd know more than this.
Laborious or require the amount of computing
hardware that Bitcoin.
Oh, he's going to explain it to them.
It's hard to say. It's hard to compare. So Bitcoin mining is dominated by what they call ASICs hardware right now, and Litecoin mining is mostly GPU mining. So people are running their GPU cards mining Litecoin. So people are not using the same hardware to mine both coins. So I guess it's kind of hard to compare what's harder. You can possibly compare how much money it takes that's being spent to mine.
Right.
And I've actually haven't done that number calculation to compare the Bitcoin cost versus Litecoin, but I would assume Bitcoin cost is a bit higher than Litecoin cost.
And do you, in your altering of the Bitcoin code, did you place a limit on the number of Litecoins that are ultimately going to be mined, or is
Yeah, so the growth rate for Litecoin is similar to Bitcoin, and the limit is 4 times more coins. So there's 84 million total Litecoins at the end.
Whoa, picture-in-picture, high-tech gov, guys.
Since we have you on that issue, I mean, can you talk a little bit about something we didn't get to in the first panel, but the notion of having a limit ultimately on the amount has all kinds of...
It makes it deflationary, you fools.
Actually not. Impacts on the currency over time. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Can you imagine if the Federal Reserve note was like this? Like, imagine if instead of all this high-tech anti-counterfeiting stuff, like, the source file for printing money was open source, and you could sort of go into it and be like, hey, I want a $1 bill with my face on it, and you could print it, and it was just like there was this competition in the printing of paper money. It would completely destroy it.
Absolutely. Well, and Andreas was talking about yesterday that eventually creating your own coin will be so easy that a 5-year-old could do it over an afternoon and then exchange it to his friends. And now it's just as legit as anything else.
Sure.
Specific number, and for Bitcoin it's 21 million.
Who knows? Maybe it gets to the point where it's that everyone has their own currency, right? And so then, so you know, I trust the Tom dollar because I've audited the code, and I know the Tom dollar only goes up to 21 million. But the Derek J dollar. The Derek J dollar, I've read that code too, and that code goes up to 47 million. So there's a subjective level of exchange between the Tom dollar and the Derek dollar.
Well, and we're not far off here. I mean, just this morning on Twitter, Max Kaiser of the Max Kaiser Show announced that he is indeed doing his own coin. They're calling it the Max coin. They're calling it the Kaiser coin. There's a startup company called Start Join that he's working with that presumably has worked the coin out, perhaps similar to Alpha Lion Technologies. I've heard rumors of a Let's Talk Bitcoin coin, perhaps a MadBitcoin, a Peace News Now coin, are not far off at all. I mean, I know there's been interest from some of the commenters. There's also that company Crypto Stocks where you can sell your own stock in something, Cryptsy, CoinX. Sharmback, several of the exchanges are selling stocks in themselves.
Technology
it's not far off. I mean, you need to make money.
That is like a stock. That would mean that holding Tom dollars would mean that I valued your future productive capacity.
Absolutely, and the same for mining it. Mining it, MadBitcoin would be a way of supporting MadBitcoins, and then somehow we'd get fees, or we do a pre-mine and we tell everybody about it. I mean, I don't know what the proper way, but some way of supporting things you like while they have a coin, and at the same time spending and trading the coin. Maybe small percentages go back to the thing you're supporting.
It's not implausible that there could be a price point on a system like that too. I mean, it could be that there are sort of dominant currencies that people compare themselves to, when in reality there's this constant fluctuation between supply and demand to achieve these various price points that are based entirely on how much the market appreciates what an individual produces.
Instead of having a job, you just have a coin. And it's like a reputation coin. You'd give it to a friend, and then, I mean, what if I could get Andreas to spend some Tom coins? They'd be like more valuable coins because they were spent by Andreas. I mean, like there could be a collector's value to them.
be sort
Yeah.
of first among equals in that, and what are going to be some of the
Like the tainted coins and the colored coins have had similar ideas on that.
I guess it's hard for me to predict right now. In the end, the market will decide what currency provides enough value to be useful. For
You know, he's the only person who uses economic terms in this whole
Bitcoin is
panel.
the main one. And
He said, I recognized the demand and so I satisfied it. Can you imagine a politician ever having that level of like economic acumen?
It's good. They're the ones in charge of regulating it, not him. So we're very safe.
I do think a huge piece of how successful any crypto digital virtual currency will be is where it is used. And if you make one that's extraordinarily easy for merchants to accept and make it valuable to merchants, reduce the risk of chargeback, those kinds of things, that's, in my view, is going to be more likely to be a successful currency. That's a huge piece of it.
We've got a great tweet from Max Kaiser. Bitcoin hearings won't mention the elephant in the room. All cryptos pull resources away from corrupt, bloated, outdated, fiat shit.
Positives people mention.
That's an exact quote. He put the shit in there.
It's programmable. Can any of you expand on exactly? Well, I know it when I read it. I can read the words, but I'm not sure I'm grasping the advantages that brings. Maybe we just
explain language to him.
Most confident.
30 seconds or less.
So Bitcoin is actually built. It's more complicated than just a currency. So currency is actually just one function of the blockchain that's useful. So
that's where it's going to get exciting.
It uses script, which is like a programming language where you can actually do more than one thing, right? So confirming that party A sent coins to party B is just one thing. Other things that can be built on top of the blockchain are you can have Bitcoin confirm, like one Bitcoin represent stocks, right? You can have like 1/1000th of a Bitcoin represent one Google, for example, and if I send that 1/1000th of Bitcoin to someone else, sending that Bitcoin, the stock is also tied to it. And whoever owns that 1/1000th of Bitcoin actually owns that stock. So you can have Bitcoin represent. There's something called colored coins. You can have Bitcoin represent anything, right? Called colored coins. Colored coins. It's the fact that you can color a coin to represent something else. So you can color a set of coins to represent deeds, for example, deeds of houses or cars or anything that you can think of.
But you're actually sending the deed. You're not just coloring it and saying.
No, you're representing that deed with that one coin. So if you send that coin to someone else, so that person, I actually have a piece of land because this coin. You prove that the coin belongs to a piece of land. So stuff like that. There's just a lot of things you can build on top of Bitcoin that people have.
Oh man! Explain bootstrapping to them.
I wonder if I could just follow up with a question that's more regulatory in focus, and it may sound like a game of semantics, but it's really not. Mr. Lee, you've talked about Litecoin being the silver to Bitcoin's gold, okay? And, you know,
it's a metaphor, guys.
Smacks of being a sort of commodity. And
man, this is so surreal if you think about it. This is like cavemen trying to catch up with the tribe that invented fire. They're like, so you can make lightning strike a bundle of wood all by yourself? And they're like, well, yes, sort of, but there's no lightning.
Can you control the lightning? Can you box up the lightning? What if someone was struck by lightning and they didn't want to be struck by lightning?
All sorts of different things.
What if he ran out of lightning?
At the level of discourse that all of these hearings have been, it's so basic. It's how can we get a hold of the transactional capability of this piece of software and treat it like old money. And it's like,
maybe we printed it out on paper. Like, if we printed everything out on paper, that would get us back to where we were, right?
Right, but it's like that is like 1% of what's going on with this technology. That's like that is the warning shot that was fired at the very beginning when Satoshi Nakamoto launched the first version of the protocol. And it's like we've gotten so far past that, and they're still talking about that first cannon fire. And it's like they've spent hours talking about this, and multiple hearings, and all these like regulatory minds are saying, how can we police this one thing that happened? And it's like, yeah, but there's 100 other things happening at the same time. It's like they're being left behind.
It really is like Andreas said on the Joe Rogan show, that currency was only the first invention. There's tons more things coming out on this. What did he describe it? He described it as a mutual consensus network. And that was the major advantage here, the Byzantium generals problem. You have a city filled with generals. You need them to work together on the same plan. How do you get their consensus? It's a classic problem. Satoshi Nakamoto solved it in an incredible way. It's much more than currency.
I basically went on faith once FinCEN decided it was money transmission. It was a federal regulator came out, stuck their necks out and said, okay, this is what we've decided it is. You're a money services business. This is money transmission. And at least that gave us, some, stake in the ground that we could hold on to. Otherwise, people would talk about, nailing jello to the wall. It just felt so amorphous. So I'm comfortable with that, money transmission. But I agree with Carol and Charles that depending on what the function is, it may not always fit in that. When you're using these products to as a payment mechanism to move money from one person to another person, I'm very comfortable with the FinCEN's determination and the money transmission. But whether it always fits, that's a difficult question. I mean, this is the first time I'd ever heard about the colored coins moving deeds and things. So I was like, whoa.
Well, I think that cryptocurrency it's not really commodity, it's not really currency, it's not really asset, it's kind of all of the above. So yes, we have to come up with a new term for it. In the end, cryptocurrency is actually just ownership. You can just prove that you own a piece of those coins.
Now, how do you regulate ownership?
Bitcoins to another person, you actually.
I mean, Satoshi did it. Like a bunch of miners confirm that I send you $1. That's that.
You need a license to own.
Use it to represent money.
That's what it's going to come down to.
Valuable. You can represent, like I said, you can represent deed, you can represent anything. So in the end, it's ownership.
Actually, can you just explain to me how do you prove ownership in all those different scenarios?
Oh my God!
It uses cryptography to, for each Bitcoin, let's say you have the private key to the contract public address. You have an address.
They don't know what any of these words mean.
The address is the private key, and no one else does. The only person that can actually transmit those Bitcoins to someone else. So that's ownership. When you have the key and no one else has, then you own those coins. But in the end,
you have the key that fits in the lock. You own it. It's a key. It's a lock.
You want to own it. Right? Does that answer?
I was going to go there. If you assign your key, give your private key.
What if you drop your keys?
Then you're saying then there's a
you need that gravity insurance.
Yeah.
Collective ownership.
Yeah. I mean, or you could actually.
What if I made my keys out of bread?
You ate your keys?
Still there on the
Several consumers ate their keys this morning in defiance of consumer protection advocates.
Remember, and know the private key anymore. It can't be sent, so in a sense, no one actually owns them anymore.
You got locked out of your house?
Kind of, but it's like forever.
You get locked out of your house forever.
I don't know, all of you or lawyers up there, can you talk more?
God, look at how different these two tables are. Like, look at this table. They're all sitting sort of far apart. Their desks are hidden, like, behind. It would be like if if I was talking to you and I was like this, so you couldn't see anything that I'm doing, right?
Well, you're the power. They're sitting in the king's position.
They're like they've got
They
this
have the
big
symbol, yeah.
seal, and they've got their, and then these guys look at their table. First off, the camera angle is down, which is just like obviously different. But on top of that, it's like this looks like, you know, bulk seating at a conference or something. Like it looks like.
They have the same chairs as the audience. Some of the audience didn't even dress up. It looks like they're media. Most of them have credentials. Some of them were eating. They're obviously all on their laptops.
I could provide you a separate note from him because it's a difficult.
I mean, if you watch the State of the Union later tonight, be sure to look for the symbols of power on the stage. To the left of the president, there'll be the mace of the United States, which is actually a staff with a top piece on it with an eagle and a giant metal ball, and that's an ancient Roman symbol of power. Additionally, around the dais tonight, if you notice the little ridges of the structure of the platform they're on, they're actually designed to be fasces, which are a series of arrows tied together with string. It forms strength. You can't break all the arrows together when they're bound together. It's a one-in-all classic Roman symbol. So there's a lot of power symbols going on in these presentations, and whether they actually represent, I mean, look at those flags, the symbol of the state behind them. It's a power situation. Like, these people are the judges.
Yeah. But I mean, like, if you did not know the context and you just looked at this shot, right?
They seem to be on trial.
You'd think this was going on in like a college course or something, or you'd think this was like they rented an office space and set out some chairs, or you'd think that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's very low budget.
They should have invested more bitcoins in their hearing.
They've got like water bottles laying around.
Well, unfortunately, they have those darn Fuji waters, some of them. You can see this.
Well, they must have brought their own water because they're in different brands of bottled water. So they're not even being given water. And then you look at this, and it's like it's all finished wood. It's all very official. They've got this weird, like, this is the other thing. These two shots are in the same room. Why is this weird orange glow, and the other one is like the harsh fluorescent light? Like there's
have special lights to light the seal and the flags. There's actually a shot on Twitter. There's a guy who's actually in the room, and he's more like off to the left. And his shot, you can see the large orange strange area, and then the normal seating area for the normal people. I'd bring it up if my screen share wasn't broken, but it's great stuff.
It's weird. It's like the audience talking to the actors on a stage.
Examiners who are going to kick the tires. One of the questions that I had was how many of these operations, especially the exchanges, you know, have full customer service setups and things like that, or how many of those do these things offshore. But they're still, no matter where these functions occur, if you're based and you're licensed in any state, then one of the things that a state always requires is, I don't care what kind of money transfer you are, you better have, if you're under exam, you have to have a place in the United States where the records will be, where you can send your people to review it. And I guess I see that process would be followed with a Bitcoin exchange. One of the things that I'm not sure about, and this is because I'm not as much an operational person, is how the reviewing things like testing transactions and monitoring transactions, how that will work. I've been told that there are comparable ways that you can look at, and certainly we all know that you can follow every Bitcoin on the public ledger so that you can see those things. But when you're talking a particular exam for a particular exchange, what records they keep, I think that you're in a little bit of a new world when it comes to that, and I think they're going to be looking for you to say, okay, what records do you want us to keep, and you're going to have to, and again, trying to do this with a light hand.
For those of you who are interested, I just put the picture of the room out on Twitter, at MadBitcoins on Twitter. It's from Luke, We Are Change on Twitter. So thank you, Luke.
from what I understand, again, talking to my clients, is that
it's very interesting because you can see the rest of the room is white, whereas that one section with the wooden box is a very specialized wooden box. Kind of looks like a hockey penalty box. It's very contrived.
I think that every exchanger is going to look the same.
The wood also seems to be nicer than the wood used on the table that they're currently at.
One central administrator is going to look the same as the next. There will be definitely a learning curve and understanding the particular model and the type of issues that the examiner will need to focus on. In terms of the books and records, I think the advantage is that these are all being built off of highly sophisticated technology platforms, and so the ability to keep, to store, and retrieve records should be probably much easier than in sort of the old-fashioned traditional money transmitter setting, especially where you have multiple agents that you're dealing with. It will tend to be more of a centralized examination because you won't have, typically won't have the agent networks to deal with. On the other hand, to the extent you've got a central administrator, you may have issues that come up with having multiple exchanges off of that one system. So there will be a number of issues that will have to be wrestled with and understood appropriately in going into these examinations, but I don't see there being any particular problems sitting out there in understanding them. You may have valuation issues like we talked about earlier. What are the balance sheets going to look like? That type of thing. These are the issues that I know people who are in the process and we're working with to file applications and get and have approvals. That these are the real world issues that we're now facing. I'd like to add one other thing, though, that's important. In the industry, when prepaid cards first came out, when mobile payments came out, the industry has always been happy to do training with examiners through CSVS, through FFIEC, and I'm sure I can speak for the industry that we would be happy to help if there is training that needs to be done for examiners that we can help. Because it's going to be, as Carol rightly said, it's going to be a learning curve.
A certain sector of the traditional money transmitter industry is bricks and mortar, and there are all the paper messages that go with the transfer and all. To what extent do you think the companies that you're representing now are going to be accessible to the under or non-banked population? People go and get transfer money, send MoneyGrams, what have you, in the corner. Strikes me that Bitcoin on the one hand could provide an online service.
What's silly about that is that's totally up to the regulators.
Population that is underbanked has access.
I mean, the answer is it's accessible to everyone
or the phone
until the regulators start demanding paperwork.
That's what I was curious. What is, to the extent you can share, what is the business plan, the notions? Is it a demographic that these companies are targeting as potential business source?
I don't think they're actually being targeted at this point, but as a lawyer that works with the unbanked all the time, because really that's a big focus of the prepaid industry.
How could a lawyer work with the unbanked? They can't pay.
Opportunity because of the lower cost. As long as the products can be, you're not going to have people who are going to have sophisticated laptops, but a lot of them will have the smartphones, and I think that is certainly already a fact of life for a lot of these virtual currencies. So I think this is one of those silver linings that we have to look for. I think it's a real opportunity. And it's another reason that I think it's important that we do this hard work to come up with a regulatory framework that works.
No, the hard work was writing the code. That's when the hard work was done.
Talking about, as we did before, about the cost of sending remittances, things like that. Oh, it would be terrific.
That's why regulation is important.
To keep in mind.
Gotta set the cost.
Regulated, and that creates a silver lining whereby the unbanked can have access to it. Therefore, regulation is important.
Infrastructure that is underway right now, and even observing what's happening.
It sounded like she was working for Western Union there.
In terms of development, we're seeing all sorts of
tools, apparatus that are coming into the marketplace that are going to help reach out to a variety of segments of the economy. So that the latest is certainly the ATM machine. So you know, you don't need a bank and a bank account, but you can walk up to an ATM machine and put your cash in and get your Bitcoin. And again, as Judy said, if you've got that cell phone, if you've got some channel device to the internet that you can then access your account and manage your account, you're good to go in conducting a transaction. So I think it's more the limitation of the channel device, the channel of the mobile phone or the computer that's going to be more limiting than anything to the underbanked and unbanked.
I think that Bitcoin is really a revolution of the underbanked. Bitcoin is a form of currency where you actually it's push, right? The traditional form of payment is you use a credit card. It's kind of a pull payment where you swipe your card, the merchant has your card information, then they just pull however much they want from your credit card. And with Bitcoin, you actually have to authorize. You have to authorize exactly how much you want to send to who. Right. So being push, there's actually a lot of interesting kind of ways people pay that couldn't previously before. For example, recently a college kid held up the QR code. He was at a sports event.
$24,000.
So the camera can see, and then people saw that QR code is actually a Bitcoin address, and a lot of people just sent him tips just because he was just for the heck of it. And all of a sudden he got like thousands and thousands of dollars of real money just because he was able to show people, this is how you pay me. And this is not something that can be done traditionally. One other example is, like the ATM example, right? You can go to a Bitcoin ATM, put in some cash and get some Bitcoins. Or you can think of a, let's say a soda vending machine, right? Instead of swiping your card, it shows you a QR code that you send Bitcoins to. You can use your phone, type in or scan the QR code, send money, send Bitcoins to the address, and out comes your soda. But what if you don't have Bitcoin on you, right? You can send an email. You send that QR code, you send that address to your mom and say, I ran out of cash. Can you pay for the soda for me? Your mom gets an email, sends Bitcoins to the address, and then your soda comes out. Right? This is not something that.
Mom, be sure what you spent that on.
Well, she's just sending like $1 worth of coins, right? So in some sense, she shouldn't care. But yeah, so this kind of payment is not possible. You can't really.
Bitcoin's dangerous. It doesn't prevent you from lying to your mom.
We've got a funny comment from Will. Will writes, "What is this PR code you speak of? Does it need regulation? What about terrorists using PR codes?"
Why you have to give out your billing address? You have to know where you live, your information, so that if you actually try to fraud them, they can get back the money. But with Bitcoin, Litecoin, cryptocurrency payments, once you send the coins, you can't charge it back. So the person receiving the coins are not worried of chargebacks, so they can give you the product right away and without having to ask you for your personal information.
I might note, though, to the extent that the underbanked or unbanked have issues and are underbanked or unbanked because of customer identification issues, presumably as we move forward and the customer identification protocol is fully accepted within the digital virtual currency world, those same issues are going to exist there, too.
Thank you.
It's a smart point.
It's a smart point.
Not that you may have said this yet, but with all the wonderful things you just described, are you aware whether vendor financing has really come to this world yet? And whether you're finding, kind of partnership growing between tech companies directly with service providers?
My sense of give you any definite example.
Yeah, it's called commerce.
He was extolling the virtues of micro currency uses and transactions, and he was clearly working with some companies investigating ways that they could very quickly and easily move. I think this was Bitcoin payments and in the very, like tolls, things like that. So there are opportunities. There is a lot of energy right now on the investment side and then the innovation side of these. It's really breathtaking.
Currently, there's a lot of investment into like the Bitcoin ATMs or the exchanges, basically ways for people to actually acquire these Bitcoins, right, other than buying for them. So once people are able to get these Bitcoins, then they move on to spend them. And recently, like Overstock announced that they're supporting Bitcoin. They're going to accept Bitcoin for everything on their site. Tiger Direct is also doing that. You see more and more merchants starting to accept Bitcoins. It's a kind of network effect. People are able to get Bitcoins, people can spend Bitcoins, and merchants have low fees, no risk of chargebacks. It's basically win-win for everyone.
The reason I ask is this morning we heard from some angel investors who have been collecting trusts, and we talk, creating trusts, and we talk about how they're saving or hoarding coins, and that creates a kind of weird dynamic in terms of promoting the expansion of Bitcoin as a usable object in some sense. I guess it was late 90s when we saw the grand expansion of wireless telephony. A lot of that was built out.
Telephony.
It wasn't built out.
He means
by
telephones.
Necessarily by these types of investors, and it just strikes me that kind of participation is much more conducive and promotive of spreading the use of Bitcoin more broadly than those who might, speculate on its temporary value when it's in. I'm just curious whether that's taken off and it's a reality.
We've come a long way in a year. A year ago, you find very few people who knew what Bitcoin was. Today, the knowledge in the population as a whole is significantly higher. I think that Mr. Lee's comment was absolutely right. That as people become more aware of it, there's going to be more demand for its use, and people will be thinking about how they can use it. I've been attending regularly Bitcoin conferences over the last year, and to see the differences in a 6 or 8 week time period from one conference to the next, and the new uses that or new applications that are being developed for it, for whether it's Bitcoin or it's another cryptocurrency. There is, as Judy said, a tremendous amount of innovation that's happening in the marketplace to build out this larger structure that's going to be necessary to support this new type of currency. And again, whether it's a cryptocurrency or it's a digital currency, whatever type it is, there are just amazing developments that are going on at the moment, and I think we just will continue to see that at an ever-growing rate. It is very exciting to see how all this is happening.
I'm curious about how the gold-backed currency we discussed earlier, how the record of the transactions is maintained, because with Bitcoin and Litecoin, there's a blockchain.
Gold-backed currency is stupid.
Is that they get coin out of it. So what's the motivation?
How do you make more coins when you run out of gold and you can't mine anymore? What if you find an asteroid that's full of gold and you mine all the gold from the asteroid? Gold's not valuable anymore. Metal-backed currencies are stupid.
Much along the lines of
I mean, they're better than fiat nothing-backed currencies, but only just a little bit. Cryptocurrency is better.
So, for example, if the administrator, for whatever reason, is not going to go forward with the system, there is a way to unwind.
I find it hard to believe this woman is actually going to launch a viable digital precious metal currency, because the government has been so hostile to that in the past.
Well, I mean, basically, she's describing e-gold, right?
Well, a lot of these regulations we're running into are specifically written to prevent a viable precious metal currency, right? So
wasn't there the Liberty dollar where the guy was printing Rand Paul coins with silver and?
They were Rand Paul coins, but yeah.
Ron Paul.
So Liberty Dollar, E-Gold, the government always goes after precious metals. And I'm not hostile to that. I would like to see a precious metal digital currency that operated in the free market, fended for itself, and responded to consumer demand.
Okay. Well,
Centralized location, central point of failure. You can rob the
I
vault.
agree.
thank you all very much.
Instead of stealing your money digitally, I'll back a truck up and we'll take it all.
Well, that's the other thing is the program itself, you could not have a decentralized ledger of a centralized stock of gold. Because anytime more gold was discovered or anybody took physical possession, and if you're not allowing people to take physical possession, then what the hell's the point of your digital gold? Then the program has to be updated. The stock of digital counterparts to physical gold has to be edited.
And then it's not cryptographically signed, and then it's not all the advantages of cryptocurrency. I mean, someone can edit the blockchain. Someone
Thank
needs
you all
to.
for taking the time today. Those of you who are coming back tomorrow, we look forward to seeing you.
Oh gosh, they're coming back tomorrow.
More panelists who spent a lot of time testifying and preparing. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
I really got the sense that this group of legislators or whoever they are, they spent absolutely no time doing any research before this panel.
Pretty much. I mean, they definitely. I mean, I put out a little video explanation telling them that they should buy Bitcoin, sell Bitcoin, send it to a friend, send it to a charity, buy an item in Bitcoin, put some Bitcoin into a trading account, trade a little bit. I mean, and they could do that with $10 and linking their bank account. And none of them seem to have done that yet again. This is yet another panel of people who have never bought even $10 worth of Bitcoin just to trial them out. I'm not saying they have to invest legitimate amounts of money, but put $10 in, try it out, send it around. It's amazing when you can see it actually happen, when you see the money move, and you see that, well, yes, I've sent $1 over there, and now I can't get it back. That $1's gone. It's in their account now. Like, it's math. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And they haven't felt that. They haven't seen that. And yet they're going to regulate this thing. So, pretty incredible. Looks like we might be joined shortly by Derek J. Freeman from Peace News Now. We're trying to work that out. And the show has just ended. For those of you watching the hearings, perhaps you came over to check out our live hearing, see if we have kind of a post-show analysis. We did have a funny comment from Johnny Bravo, who said, perhaps they're working on a New York coin. Perhaps they're going to make their own coin now. That's what this was really about. Let's see.
Based on the Facebook comments, I get the impression that Derek was pretty disgusted by the hearing. Can't blame him.
He'll probably be in rare form, railing against the regulators. They have no right to be here, etc. I'm sure, but I don't want to rob his thunder. I'm disappointed they held this during lunchtime on the West Coast. I get pretty hungry during lunch, and they're holding me here. Let's see.
Well, you know, they're eating in the hearing. I don't see why you couldn't.
I like that guy with his soup. That was funny. Got a good comment from Bitcoin Posse. Oh, here we go. We're getting a phone call. Sorry about that. That didn't work. Let's see. Try this again. Link. Let's see. Survey says. Let's see. Boom. So let's see what else is going on. It looks like this hearing's coming back tomorrow, so we'll probably be here with you tomorrow. I might try to do an altcoin spectacular live. It looks like Derek J is having camera trouble, so he's probably not going to be able to join us. So let's go ahead and read his comments out from the sidebar, see what he said. Where'd it go? He agreed with us that It seems like the people who invented cavemen trying to teach the tribe, catch up the tribe that invented fire and tell them what was going on. Derek thought that was a good comment. He said, how brave of these regulatory agencies to declare Bitcoin a currency. They've never heard about the other uses of Bitcoin. It seems like they don't even care.
No, they don't. They're in this for one reason, and that is that they think it will lead to tax evasion.
And money laundering and drug trafficking, which is interesting as they increasingly legalize more and more drugs. What about money trafficking and laundering in the state of Colorado and Washington, where marijuana is legal now?
It's interesting nobody says this about the internet.
Well, they tried to regulate it. I mean, I think they'd like to have regulated it.
Nobody says, what if the internet is used for drug trafficking or child pornography? They always, you know, it's an accepted fact now that you go after the person perpetrating the crime, not the technology that made it possible, right?
It took a long time to get there. I'm sure their initial ideas were, hello, Derek.
Hey,
Their
guys.
initial ideas were probably to regulate the internet more harshly, and maybe if they could have put a third party in between the TCP/IP that would check that packet for child pornography, I imagine they'd be in favor of that kind of solution, regardless of how that would slow down the network, checking every packet. They seem to be saying the same thing for Bitcoin. Like, they need to check and confirm every Bitcoin. They need to have insurance for all of these wallets in case the consumers are not protected. Meanwhile, there's no consumer protections on the mortgages. No one has gone to jail. What they're basically doing with those mortgages, to recap, I'm sure everyone at home knows, but I have a great metaphor on it. They're putting bad fish in boxes, and they're selling the boxes saying that it's good fish. But eventually, someone's going to open that box and find all the bad fish. They know what they're doing. They're intentionally putting the bad fish in these boxes. They knew what they were doing, and yet still, no one goes to jail. I mean, I watched Wolf of Wall Street. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet. It's fantastic. It's a bit disconcerting because the capitalists are not really punished. They pretty much get away with it at the end, even though there is some punishment. But perhaps Scorsese is showing us real life. He's showing us what really happens. The capitalists are not punished. They can rob from all those poor people and have a lavish lifestyle that's incredibly wasteful. And there's no real punishment. He just keeps selling people. He's a great salesman. So, Derek, what did you think of the hearing?
Well, thanks for asking, and thanks for having me on for this post-game recap. I did not realize how endangered I was using Bitcoin. I mean, I really have some considering to do about my life and about where everything's going. I mean, gosh, Bitcoin could be really dangerous for me and the world, and I really am so thankful there are a bunch of regulators looking out for me and the rest of us to make sure, you know, that our money's safe, because it's not like HSBC's bank or CEO in December of 2012 was punished for money laundering and trafficking drugs to the Mexican drug cartels, arms, and things like that. Thank goodness the regulators kept us safe there, and they'll keep us safe with Bitcoin too.
Absolutely. And I mean,
I detect a slight hint of sarcasm.
No. It's a 180 for me. I am all anti-Bitcoin now. There's no guarantee, and I really need mommy and daddy government to make sure that it's okay for me to use.
You had no idea how unsafe your Bitcoins were. How you could not really be trusted with your money. You need a bank. You need a father figure to care for your money.
You know, there was an interesting question during this panel, which was how do you prove ownership? And how do you prove ownership? I don't know. I can't answer that question, so maybe I should stop using Bitcoin altogether.
Well, that was great, because shortly after that, Charles Lee said, well, you have a key, and the key fits in the lock. But if you lose the key, you're locked out. And they're like, what if that means your house? Would you be locked out forever? And he said, yes, you would be locked out forever. You would never get into your house. It would be over. And that's how cryptography works. If you lose the private key, it's over. If you hold the private key, you're the one that owns the thing. You can unlock it.
Right. So all kidding aside, it was really interesting. Davi's analysis or analogy that it's almost like watching a group of cavemen trying to catch up with a tribe who invented fire. That really was what it was like watching this panel, because it seemed like they had done no homework whatsoever, that they were riding high on their coattails, just saying, look, we're the kings of the empire, we don't need to investigate this stuff, it's all going to go away, and we can understand it one step at a time at our pace, okay? We're in charge here, and Bitcoin's not going to go faster than us, see? But that's just not how it is. Unfortunately, they're not doing their homework, and they need to if they're going to ever catch up. Because they were asking some questions that prove they have not even done the least bit of research.
It made me wonder if this is not how they do homework. Like, are these people that don't go to the internet and read? Are these people that don't, like, do any research on their own? They're like, you know, if I need to know about something, I convene a hearing. I invite experts to come and tell me about it. Like, is this the way they conduct research?
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, yeah. This is in 2014. This is the most efficient way that our governments, the most powerful empire in the history of the world, gathers its research.
Well, and I was very much reminded of yesterday's Joe Rogan show, which had Andreas Antonopoulos on it. Joe Rogan seemed to know nothing about Bitcoin, and I was kind of fine with that. He's an actor. He's a UFC fighter. I mean, he's a normal Joe for what we're saying here. But when he learned about it, he was incredibly excited, incredibly curious, and I think that he probably went home and did some reading. And
though, he should be criticized because he didn't try and control it after learning about it. Now, that's what a real leader does.
Well, and these senators should go home and read about it. Go home and try it out. It's not theoretical, and it's also not going to wait for them. The technology is not going to go back in the box. The guys who wrote this and who are interested in this 4 years ago, they're writing Ethereum now. They're writing BitCloud. They're going to do a whole new 2.0 thing to this. We can't even understand or really envision now, but it's going to be real, and it's going to be real soon. The code is going to work, A to B. It's going to add up the math. It's not going to be stopped.
That's indeed, that's right. And when they were asking the Litecoin guy, Lee, if there's a carbon footprint component to the mining aspect of this whole thing, and they were asking, well, I heard it takes a lot of carbon to generate one of these things. Can we regulate that? It's like, dude, you're just power hungry, ready to regulate anything you can get your hands on. Like, well, what about this part of it? I kind of understand that. If you could put it in terms I can understand, like a carbon footprint tax, well, I'm on that. I can regulate that. I mean, they were just grasping at straws for anything they could get their hands on and control.
And again, this is only the state of New York. From where I sit, they don't really have any power over me. There's 49 other states that could have all their own laws. And boy, what a regulatory climate the U.S. would be wonderful to work in Bitcoin. If each state had its own Bitcoin laws, wouldn't that make everything better? I mean, maybe for Canada, maybe for another country.
Drugs. We would see a tension between federal regulators and state regulators, and it'd be an opportunity to nullify federal Bitcoin laws.
It would be a real opportunity. I mean, you make a great joke, Thomas, that it would be a regulatory nightmare. It is already a regulatory nightmare, and it's only getting worse exponentially with the introduction of Bitcoin and some of these regulatory agencies, some of which haven't even been invented yet. So let's look for the Department of Crypto Licensing and the Department of Crypto Watching in the future, just to make sure that they can sniff all our packets, make sure that all of the Bitcoins you're using are going to the soda machine and none are going to buy drugs, You wouldn't want to buy the wrong drug. Caffeine is okay, but other drugs, if the regulators say no, we got to watch out for that.
There's always the question of what jurisdiction are my Bitcoin in? My Bitcoin are not in California per se. They're not in New York per se. For all we know, I'm operating on the blockchain that's in Japan right now, right? Like.
But if you want to use them, wouldn't your ISP be involved? Wouldn't your service provider be partly implicated in that? I mean, where's your service provider? If you're directing your Bitcoins and spending them from California.
So let's use this metaphor, okay? So let's say, for example, I had a storehouse of gold coins in a vault that I rented in Japan. And there was somebody in Japan who had access to this vault, and I sent him a text message that said, hey, take out one of those gold coins and give it to this guy in China. Those gold coins are never in the United States. I am never outside of the United States. None of the people involved in the physical transaction are in the jurisdiction of the United States. The only thing that connects it to any regulation in the United States is the text message, right? And that's fundamentally all that you're transmitting when you transmit information to the blockchain. You're sending a transaction via data to the blockchain, right? So how do you claim jurisdiction on that gold coin? Is there sales tax? Does that person in Japan owe California's sales tax on that transaction? Like,
well, it sounds like you're a drug kingpin operating your business from the jail of the United States, and that because you're operating it from here, they would be able to tax every step of that chain, as well as confiscate your cell phone that you sent that text from, because you're in the United States, so you should be working for them.
Yeah, that's right. If anything, Thomas, this agency, the regulators, this meeting, it all has me wanting to fly the hell out of this country. I mean, god damn, this for them to crack down on one of the best inventions ever known to mankind that's going to lift more people out of poverty than any former invention, that's already done more for the homeless, and you know, it's such a useful tool. And the people who are in charge want to take it away from me, and I'm very mad about that, and I want to leave.
Well, and absolutely, the second panel even featured the creator of Litecoin, and they didn't get him a nicer chair, or maybe something nicer to eat, or something nicer to drink.
Not even a glass of water. He had to bring his own water.
Unbelievable. I mean, to treat the creator of Litecoin like that. I mean, and then they didn't even really do the research, like, to understand him. Like, maybe they could have talked to some lesser computer scientists first that would explain to them the value of his contribution to computer science and what he's done, second only to Satoshi, really. I mean, a bit derivative, but still incredible work. That's incredible wealth network has been created by what he's made, I mean, with Litecoin. And it's just getting started. There are hundreds of Litecoin clones. And in a way, he's slightly responsible for all of them.
So this is how I see it, and I've got to leave after this, but the regulators of the empire are very much like a Godzilla, which has just had its legs thoroughly attacked, and now he's just grasping at buildings, whatever he can get a hold of to keep himself afloat. But he's going down. That Godzilla is crumbling, and we're just watching it happen. The commentary's fun, though, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Absolutely. I guess we'll be at this again tomorrow.
All right. Peace.
Bye, Derek.
Bye, Derek.
Derek got some good points there, that it is like a Godzilla monster. It doesn't really know what it wants. It doesn't really understand what it's regulating at all, and yet it still made the decision 100% that we're going for regulation from their side. What do you think, Dobby?
You know, when a government sees a golden goose, we all know this metaphor, don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg. So when the government gets a golden egg and it says, this must have come from a golden goose, really all it's concerned about is acquiring it. It's not really concerned about the anatomy, like how could a goose be made of gold? That doesn't make any sense. They don't care. That question never enters the metaphor.
I mean, but it's so fascinating. Think about the insides of the goose and how it could generate that gold and how it could transfigure food into gold, water into gold. How does that goose work? I'm instantly fascinated.
It doesn't care if the goose has a name. It doesn't matter if the goose
Can we make more of these gooses? Can we have a whole row of them? I mean, can we put them in a factory? Do they need to be out in the field?
That is what has interested the government. A lot of people have invested a lot of time and money into the Bitcoin phenomenon, and they say, hey, money, I want a cut of that. And that's what's motivating them.
Well, and they could have started these hearings years ago. They could have just started when Bitcoin came out, and then they would have had this time that they're asking for. They could have thought about the technology and read about the technology and had up for 5 years of ignorance with 2 days worth of meetings, and then the New York State is going to regulate Bitcoin, is what it sounds like. It's tough to say. See if we have any more questions. Good questions about carbon footprints. Like that.
Yeah, that was idiotic.
Well, they think of it as a concern because it's all these conditional things. They believe in global warming when they can use global warming to stop Bitcoin mining. And they believe in bank regulation when they can use it against Bitcoin, but they don't believe it when we're talking about these mortgage derivatives. We're talking about all the criminals that we should be investigating and putting in jail.
Well, here's the thing, though. There's like that meme that's a picture of a USB port, and it says that their USB drive, and it says this device, this invention has saved more trees than every environmental organization and environmental regulation combined, because it replaced paper, right? And so, like, you can say, oh, well, a mining rig takes up this much electricity has this much of a carbon footprint. But what you can't see is all of the things that were not produced because of the efficiency of Bitcoin, right? That means that, like, the carbon footprint of the bank that is no longer necessary to use that transaction, that is now off of the carbon footprint, right? Like, so.
Sure, the armored trucks, the vault, the security guards, everything that the bank does, it would be off the books.
Oh, the paper trail. You think they don't print records just because it's digital? I mean, like.
All the filing cabinets full of stuff. I mean, and all of this so that we can take part of a Bitcoin and send it to Europe. So we can take part of a Bitcoin and send it to Africa. I mean, we're giving up a very small amount of carbon usage in exchange for this incredible monetary system that's much more than a monetary system, and by the time they finish these hearings, it's going to be much more than a monetary system. I mean, it's going to be programmable money. Do you see their faces when they learn that you could put a deed on a coin, and that the owner of the coin would be the owner of the deed?
Yeah. And he says, you're going to send them the physical deed, right? And he's like, no, it's the coin.
It's the key. If you have the key to the lock, you own the item. If you give someone else your key, they own the item. That's that. I mean, there's no more to it.
All right, well, I got to run.
Very interesting stuff. Thanks for joining us, Davi. Thanks, everyone, for watching at home. This has been the MadBitcoins live countdown to the New York Bitcoin hearings, and then we did some commentary. We'll probably be back to do this tomorrow. They're having a day 2 of the hearing. I don't know if the guests will be as exciting as the Winklevoss and Charlie Lee, the creator of Litecoin, but we'll see what they've got. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow.
All right, talk to you later.
Stop, and it doesn't. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, December 16th, 2013 at 9:14 p.m. in Istanbul, Turkey. MadBitcoins, the great national temperance beverage. The beanie baby of the day is Legs the Frog. Legs the Frog. The MadBitcoin subscriber index is at 1514 and continues to rise. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices were up and down this weekend, but now they're down, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 726, a high of 880, and a low of 709. Litecoin prices were down as well to $25 a coin. This episode was sponsored by Let's Talk Bitcoin. Let's Talk Bitcoin, the premier Bitcoin podcast. Listen to fascinating interviews, helpful how-tos, and more at letstalkbitcoin.com. Congratulations, Bitcoiners! I'm proud of you. Over the weekend, more than 4 Bitcoiners donated more than $99 to BitcoinHelps.org to support the building of a well in Choga, Uganda. Thank you, Bitcoiners, for supporting Bitcoin Aid during this holiday season. If you haven't donated yet but would like to, please donate at BitcoinHelps.org. Even a few bits helps. China bans payment companies from working with Bitcoin exchanges, sources claim. More bad news today out of China, as a reputable source claims that the People's Bank of China met with most of the top payment companies in China and allegedly banned them from sending money to the Chinese exchanges. The market is currently overreacting to this news, but in reality, this is simply more publicity for Bitcoin. If the Chinese people hadn't heard about Bitcoin before, they'll hear about it now. Additionally, BTC China ended their no-fee promotion, which should reduce market manipulation. But for now, we're gonna need raincoats, because it is clearly raining. Winklevoss, Bitcoin might hit $40,000 per coin. Cameron Winklevoss did an AMA over at Reddit, and while no one asked him if he watched MadBitcoins, he did say that the small bull case scenario for Bitcoin is a 400 billion USD market cap, and that means more than $40,000 a coin. But I believe it could be much larger. When this happens, if it happens, I don't know, but if it happens, it will probably happen much faster than anyone imagines. It's gonna go bigger than you thought, faster than you imagined. Second Market's Bitcoin Investment Trust masses an amazing $61 million in 3 months. The CEO of Second Market explains that we are entering into the third of 5 phases of Bitcoin adoption. The third phase is the VC phase. The fourth phase is Wall Street money. The final phase is total adoption. They raised $61 million in 3 months. The VC money is flowing in. China or no China, the world has a need for Bitcoin, and the world is going to get Bitcoin. Those of you selling today are going to be left out when the prices go back up. Traders beware. Investors hold. New investors are buying today. There's more interest in Bitcoin every day. Bitcoin is the currency of the future. The foundation of the network is the protocol, and the protocol is solid and secure. The news today may be bad. The price may be low. Hold. Don't sell. Buy. Find more money and buy. Something from the Winklevoss AMA really stood out to me. Whenever a question about the price came up, he said simply, "Hold, Spartans." When the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae were told that there were so many Persian archers facing them that the sky would fill with arrows, blocking out the sun, the Spartans laughed. "Good," they said. "We'll fight in the shade." Today, we fight in the shade. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Hey audience, have you ever wanted your own altcoin? A cryptocurrency that's all its own and represents the uniqueness of being you? If the answer is yes, check out alphaliontechnologies.com. Roar! Alpha Lion Technologies, the altcoins of the future, at alphaliontechnologies.com. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Thursday, February 6, 2014 at 7:12 p.m. in the Valley of the Kings, Egypt. Mad Bitcoins, be really refreshed. Mad Bitcoin subscriber index 2424. The energy-based life forms have united humanity with their perseverance. They never seem to give up, no matter what obstacles they face. They believe their energy will simply prevail. There is no point in fighting, on our side or theirs. We have all the momentum. We are riding the crest of a high and beautiful wave. Vote Mad Bitcoins for the shorties. Here are today's Mad Bits. As Mt. Gox dies a slow death, so does the price of Bitcoin. However, the phoenix renews her youth only when she is burnt alive, burnt down to hot and flocculent ash. Then the small stirring of a small bub in the nest, with strands of down like floating ash, shows that she is renewing her youth like the eagle, immortal bird. With CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 803, a high of 825, and a low of 783. Litecoin was at $20.30 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donors 0.001, 0.0015, 0.0013, and 0.0013346. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Apple bans final Bitcoin wallet from the App Store. Stop all the clocks. Cut off the telephone. Prevent the dog from barking with a juicy bone. Silence the pianos and with muffled drum. Bring out the coffin. Let the mourners come. Let aeroplanes circle overhead, scribbling on the sky the message he is dead. Put crepe bows round the white necks of the public doves. Let the traffic policemen wear black cotton gloves. He was my north, my south, my east and west, my working week and my Sunday rest, my noon, my midnight, my talk, my song. I thought that love would last forever. I was wrong. The stars are not wanted now. Put out every one. Pack up the moon and dismantle the sun. Pour away the ocean and sweep up the wood. For nothing now can ever come to any good. Goodbye, Gox. I liked you, Mt. Gox. You supported Bitcoin long before it was cool. For a long time, you weren't just the biggest Bitcoin exchange. You were the only Bitcoin exchange. I remember you when you were ugly, slow, and without a fancy logo. I remember you when I had to go to weird sites and fill in shady forms to even get my money there. You got that figured out in the end. I got some of my money stolen in 2011, but I still supported you. I rooted for you with the Dawala bullshit and more recent U.S. account and withdrawal troubles. I still thought that you would sort that out and come back glorious. I am by no means a heavy Bitcoin trader, but you were my favorite exchange for a long time. But it's time to say goodbye, since you are evidently no longer working as a money Bitcoin exchange anymore. I tried to root for you, but really I can't. Goodbye. For those of you who haven't heard, Mt. Gox is having Bitcoin withdrawal issues, and now the CEO has allegedly gone missing. Not sure if this is the end of the line, but it doesn't look good. Good night, sweet prince, and may flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Since this is the death episode, and we're well into it now with both Apple Computer and Mt. Gox on the slab, I'd like to say a brief goodbye to Philip Seymour Hoffman. I enjoyed all your films since Boogie Nights and Big Lebowski, and I hate to say goodbye to you in this way. We never met, and now we never will, but your work with P.T. Anderson, the Coen brothers, David Mamet, and so many others is so amazing. I'll be watching you forever. Truly a little Lebowski urban achiever, and proud we are of all of them. Gone too soon, Philip Seymour Hoffman, and proud we are of all of them. Go, you Huskies! All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. That is to say, I got my Ultra coins back. Fresh Market was hacked, but they're doing refunds. Email at support@freshmarket.co.in for partial refund of Litecoin, Leafcoin, Nyancoin, and full refund of other currencies. You must email from the email used for registration with the amount of coins and address to withdraw for every currency. So, not the end of the world, but an important lesson. An exchange is a temporary place, a place where you roll in with one kind of coin and roll out with another. Leaving your coins in an exchange is like leaving your change on the counter. Sure, it might be there when you get back, but then again, it might not. 57% of young Americans believe Bitcoin boosts global economy. And they're right. Get ready, everybody, for a digital currency revolution like you've never seen, because we've never had one before. This is the first time in human history when we've ever replaced all of our old fiat currencies with digital ones. It's exciting. Except if you're holding fiat. Then I guess it's terrifying. You can now pay cash for Bitcoin at 28,000 UK stores. Bittylicious is now offering the ability to buy Bitcoins with cash in the UK. Simply fill out the form online, then go to your nearest zip-zap location, and you'll be able to turn some of your pounds sterling into something that really carries some weight. Bitcoins. They also have Litecoins, Feathercoins, Peercoins, WorldCoins, and MaxCoins coming soon. Oh my! CoinPayments.net. Newly redesigned and now accepting dozens of different altcoins for payment. Looking for an altcoin-based alternative to BitPay? Look no further than CoinPayments.net. They've got all the usual altcoin suspects, including Bitcoin, Litecoin, 42Coin, Dogecoin, Francocoin, Feathercoin, Goldcoin, Megacoin, Netcoin, Peercoin, WorldCoin, and much, much more. Check them out at CoinPayments.net. Tech Digest. Your headline is so frickin' stupid, even I won't read it. But I will tell your story as a cautionary tale. A young Bitcoiner was out on the town, dining on an expensive steak dinner, planning to pay in Bitcoins. When they reached the register, they were told to scan a QR code next to the register, which they did, and then they paid. But the transaction never went through. Was there something wrong with Bitcoin? Heavens no! Turns out some enterprising hacker had taped his own QR code on top of the restaurant's QR code. Clever. Unfortunate for our young Bitcoining hero. A lesson for all of us, though. Even the most secure and advanced payment system ever created in the history of mankind can sometimes be foiled by a clever hacker and some tape. Caveat emptor. May the buyer beware. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, April 21st, 2014 at 1:14 p.m. in Durham, North Carolina. Where there's life, there's Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins Patreon campaign has 10 patrons for a grand total of $118 a month to support Mad Bitcoins, an average of $11.80 per person. Did you know you can donate any amount per month and gain access to behind-the-scenes info and more at patreon.com/madbitcoins? Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices are up slightly again, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 492, a high of 510, and a low of 491. Introducing the coin of the week, Blackcoin. Blackcoin is the #1 coin per volume on Cryptsy today, with a volume of more than 451 Bitcoins. Looking at the Blackcoin historical prices on Cryptsy, for a long time Blackcoin was under 10,000 Satoshis, but then spiked all the way up to 89,000 Satoshis, before falling all the way back to 15,000 Satoshis. Still 5,000 Satoshis more than the below 10,000 days. And now Blackcoin is at a last of 49,000 Satoshis, with a high of 52,000 Satoshis and a low of 47,000 Satoshis. Litecoin is at $12.22 a coin. Our top story tonight, Blackcoin. No pre-mine, no IPO. Blackcoin is a pure proof-of-stake coin, except for the initial stage of distribution, when it was a mixed proof-of-work and proof-of-stake coin. Okay, What does that mean? Proof of work means mining. This means that black coin was initially mined, script like Litecoin, but now it's mined based upon proof of stake. Proof of stake means proof of ownership. It means keeping your wallet open with black coins in it, and your wallet will gain 1% interest per year while it handles transaction for the black coin network. Proof of stake is an entirely different system than proof of work, and black coin is an interesting experiment in proof of stake. To help black coin grow, fans of black coin have started a black coin mining pool. Only the problem is, you can't mine black coin, it's all mined out. So they mine other coins, and then as a group, buy black coin. Then they hold black coin in their wallets open, and they mine via proof of stake, and they mine black coin again. Sounds like a neat idea. More to come, as black coin is the coin of the week. And this week's episodes of Mad Bitcoins have been sponsored by Black Coin. At Mt. Gox Bitcoin Hub, Geek CEO sought both control and escape. More sad stories from inside Magic the Gathering online exchange as we learn that Karpelis relieves stress by driving around Tokyo at night in his souped-up Honda Civic, imported from Britain that was his company car at Mt. Gox. People close to him said. He lived alone with his cat, Tibane, whose exploits he used to chronicle on now deleted Flickr and YouTube accounts. Dear Internet, can we please recreate these photos and accounts, or maybe make better pictures of the adventures of Tibane? Okay, thanks, bye. Karpelis was a geek who learned to code early. He bought Mt. Gox when it was small and turned it into something big. And when it got big, he failed. He failed badly. I know he lost everyone's money and hurt Bitcoin, but I'm starting to feel bad for him as a person. Although he probably belongs in jail, I hope that people near Karpelis will keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't Mother. Karpelis lacks people skills, but was never dishonest. Karpelis' mother tells the story of a young genius who was easily led and who she believes was taken advantage of. Much like the mother of the alleged Dread Pirate Roberts, the mother of Karpelis cannot believe he would do such a thing. But still, such a thing was done. Bitcoin Boulevard in Cleveland Heights. Cleveland! Perhaps due to the recent visit of Mad Bitcoins, much like Santa Claus or Johnny Appleseed or the American GIs in World War II, Mad Bitcoins always leaves presents behind wherever he goes, and Cleveland is no different. The Cleveland Plane Dealer, the place where you'd want to buy all your planes, like Dusty Planes or Aeroplanes, and who's the dealer? Oh wait, I see. This is a newspaper, one of those birdcage liners. Reports that a group of merchants in the Cedar Lee neighborhood in Cleveland have joined together to create the first Bitcoin Boulevard in the United States. Over a half-dozen businesses, that's more than 6, along Lee Boulevard will start accepting Bitcoin payments in May. Very cool. Congratulations, Cleveland. And welcome to our new sponsor, Black Coin. Thank you to patrons Mike and Jean-Pierre. Shout out! This episode of Mad Bitcoins is also brought to you by Bitcoin Donor 0.05, 0.001000256, Subscriber 0.1, and Altcoin Donors 25,000 Zatecoin, 34 Maxcoin, 1 Litecoin, 0.0123456 Unobtainium, 0.003641 Cryptogenic Bullion, 0.1289 1000 Bottle Caps, 1 Earthcoin, 1 Chinacoin, 1 Cripsy 70 WorldCoin, and 200 Megacoin. No matter what your altcoin may be, Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your donations. Use the Cripsy trade key from MadBitcoins.com to donate whatever you'd like. I even got a donation of 10 black coins. Oh yeah! Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins? Mad Bitcoins. Next up is a maniac in a Mad Hatter hat who wants the digital currency Bitcoin to replace the dollar and usher in a new era of world peace. Hi, my name is MadBitcoins, and I'm the host of the MadBitcoins show. I'm seeking $100,000 in exchange for 20% of my company. Bitcoin is the most exciting thing happening on the internet right now, and MadBitcoins is the show to educate and inform people about this groundbreaking new development in internet history. Now, you may have heard about the MP3. The MP3 was only a file format, but it took the music industry to their knees, and artists who once made millions of dollars now travel around the country making their money on t-shirt sales and concert tickets. The middlemen who used to carry those shiny plastic discs to the store, and the stores who carried them, wiped out. The MP3 was only a file format. Then came BitTorrent. BitTorrent was a protocol, a way to break up files into parts and send those parts around the internet without using centralized servers. Because of BitTorrent's peer-to-peer nature, it was unstoppable. The governments can't stop it. The music industry can't stop it. The movie industry can't stop it. And it's eating them alive. Bitcoin is like a combination of the two. It's a file format, a distributed ledger we call the blockchain, and it's a protocol. And it has the potential to disrupt e-commerce, remittances, banking, and much, much more. The ability for people to create and share a distributed, cryptographically verified ledger is far greater than the simple printing of electronic money. And though this idea may sound complicated, MadBitcoins makes it understandable and entertaining through short daily video updates. The future of entertainment is YouTube. The future of money is Bitcoins. Join me in the future. Support MadBitcoins.
Walk me through an example.
Say you wanted to start a war. Well, first, you're going to need weapons to fight that war. And to get those weapons, you'd have to borrow from the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve would simply print you that money. With Bitcoin, you can't simply print it. The currency itself actually has value. It has to be mined in a complicated mathematical process that has led to the development of application-specific integrated circuits, or ASICs, to increase the mining speed. But even ASIC chips, you still couldn't print Bitcoin fast enough to start a war. The government would have to crowdfund their death planes and murder drones. Are you going to sponsor a death bomb? Are you? I didn't think so. Bitcoin is not just better money. It could also stop war.
What makes you different from the other 90 guys doing
the
this?
exact same thing.
With MadBitcoins, the difference isn't just in the character. The difference is in the writing. Sure, other channels can hire booth babes to read their copy, but they'll never be able to produce the informative and entertaining mixture of historical examples and movie quotes like MadBitcoins. It's also about persistence. When Hannibal Barca was marauding towards Rome, the various towns along the way would lower their Roman flags, let him in, celebrate him for a few days, and send him on his way. Then, when he left, they raised their Roman flags again. The towns understood that Hannibal, for all his tactical genius and bold strategy, was only passing through. Rome lasts forever. Other Bitcoin video makers may come and go, but MadBitcoins keeps coming back.
But there's so much competition. In fact, if you Google this, there's so many pages, you'll die of old age getting to the last.
Actually, if you Google MadBitcoins, I'm on page 1. You're wrong about this, Mr. Wonderful, just like you've been wrong so many times before. Bitcoin truly is the currency of the future, and when you say you're out, remember that you're closing the door to that future.
And for that reason, I'm out.
Let's forget what Kevin says. Let's see what the market says. What are your sales?
Since the MadBitcoin show began in April 2013, the market value of one Bitcoin has gone from $70 a coin to more than $1,200 a coin, before settling into the current price, which is around $400 a coin. Still a 5-fold increase, or a 17-fold increase at its peak. MadBitcoins is clearly good for Bitcoins. Merchant adoption, venture capital, and public awareness have all grown as well during this period. The success of Bitcoin and the success of MadBitcoins are intertwined. Like chocolate and peanut butter, they go perfectly together. In the last year and a half, MadBitcoins has made more than 450 videos and inspired the World Crypto Network to create more than 300 videos as well, many of them also starring MadBitcoins' alter ego, Thomas Hunt. When you sponsor MadBitcoins, it's not just about his 3,700 subscribers. It's also about the World Crypto Network with its 2,300 subscribers and the Bitcoin Group with 2,100. With more than 7,000 followers on Twitter, MadBitcoins is well on his way to building a literal media empire, completely out of thin air. Just a dream, an idea, an awesome hat, some cool goggles, and some Bitcoin. Invest in MadBitcoins. You won't be sorry. I'm faster, leaner, and cheaper than the other guy. MadBitcoins is done entirely in-house. From the writing, to the performing, to the editing, to the spreading the word on the internet. And starting with this strong core, we're looking to expand. The World Crypto Network started off with just a few shows, and now we have more than 12. We're expanding constantly. Our strength is a combination of our rapid growth, which is due to the incredibly high quality of our product.
What drives you? Is it the social responsibility, or are you trying to build a business?
I want to bring Bitcoin to the masses. I want to go to every small business in the country and convince them to take Bitcoin personally. That kind of merchant adoption is going to make somebody a lot of money in the future. Or a lot of Bitcoin, I should say. We're going to eliminate money. We're going to eliminate inflation. We're going to save the world. Bitcoin is a technology just as exciting as the internet. You simply haven't heard about it yet, but you will.
Wow. Hallelujah, I can speak. Okay. I'm not sure about this business, all right? I don't know if it's going to win or it's going to lose. So it's a big question mark, quite honestly, in my head. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to offer you the $100,000 for the 20% in your business for one reason only. I feel like you're a winner. I don't know what form that winning's going to take, all right? I'm putting a big blank check in on you, which makes no sense, but I can't help but to feel you are a winner.
Wow.
Well, I think you're great. I love what you're doing because you're a young entrepreneur. I think that Barbara has offered you a deal, and it's a lot better than what I would have offered. So for that reason, I'll go out.
I'll tell you this. You do this deal with Barbara. I'll be a partner with Barbara in it. I'll split it with you.
Yeah, I'll take money from you. Why not?
Let's do some work.
Hey.
There you go. Let's do work. I like it. Wow. You make me do work.
Good one.
Congratulations.
You just proved the American dream is alive and well.
Good luck.
I like that. Doing work.
Thank you. I could use your help.
Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to MadBitcoins Live, the Mt. Gox recovery. As you can see from the following chart, Bitstamp prices are currently at $573. The low of $400 appears to be the floor from the Mt. Gox crash. We will have to continue to wait to see if these prices hold, but right now it looks like Bitcoins under 500 were an incredibly good deal. Yesterday, we launched the World Crypto Network with an exclusive interview with Chris J. from Feathercoin and Andreas Antonopoulos, joined by Bonavest and MadBitcoins. It turned out really good and is incredibly long, clocking in at over 4.5 hours. In addition to the coverage that MadBitcoins did live late in the evening with Chris J. Also joined by Johnny Bravo and Bonavest. WorldCryptoNetwork.com. I made the webpage look a little bit more pretty, but still kind of amateurish. We've only got a few videos so far, but you could subscribe at our YouTube page. The Bitcoin Report has a new episode Number 82, Empty Gox. I really suggest you watch it. The Bitcoin Report is really on top of this thing and covers it fantastically. Mt. Gox CEO says leaked documents more or less legit. This refers to the leaked PDF that seemed like a plan to have Mt. Gox recover by selling their exchange and then bringing it back, even though they had lost everyone's money. It made no sense at the time, and it makes no sense now, but apparently that PDF with all the strange grammar and bad errors was a legitimate Mt. Gox document. Carpella says the document was not produced by Mt. Gox, but agrees that it was probably an outside force that came in to help them, or another additional aid from outside that came in to help them. So the Gox Reloaded account has been removed from Twitter, meaning that it was probably a fake. Gox Reloaded was funny though, as we can see here. Good news from Gox. Money is gone, but steep loyalty discounts coming. Trading set to reopen soon. And of course, I Love Bitcoin is appropriately mad. Money is gone? WTF. Stealing money won't get you loyalty. Don't be dense. A very funny joke, perhaps. Gox Reloaded. Bitcoin Foundation board reveals hopes for Charlie Shrem's replacement. The Bitcoin Foundation is looking to replace Charlie Shrem and now Mark Karpelès. That's 2 open seats on the Bitcoin Foundation. And audience, I think we should get one of them. It describes the current board members and the skills. And as you read this article, which I hope you will read, it describes the leadership qualities of what they're looking for. And that's why MadBitcoins would like to support Chris Ellis for the Bitcoin Foundation. I'm sure you've all seen in recent episodes, Chris Ellis has joined us on the Bitcoin group. He's joined us on MadBitcoins Live, and of course he's talked to us about Feathercoin, where Chris Ellis is the community manager of Feathercoin. A lot of you might not know Chris, but if you've seen the recent videos, you'll know that he's thoughtful and philosophical about Bitcoin. I believe he'd be an excellent candidate for the Bitcoin Foundation, and MadBitcoins supports Chris Ellis for Bitcoin Foundation. And I agree with everyone that Andreas Antonopoulos is also an excellent pick, but Andreas has publicly said that he does not want to be on the foundation. He's very busy with his work at blockchain.info, as well as his work supporting Bitcoin. But second to Andreas, I would say let's support Chris Ellis. So please make Photoshops, retweet his name, and do whatever you can to support Chris Ellis for the Bitcoin Foundation. I've read the election policies for the Bitcoin Foundation. They're very vague, they're very unclear, but it sounds like only members in the Bitcoin Foundation can vote, and only members in the Bitcoin Foundation can nominate. They describe the position as really just a basic functionary that you should review and abide by laws, attend board meetings, travel occasionally, perform officer roles as assigned, and act in the best interest of the foundation and its members. I'd also like to add that this should focus more on providing leadership, is what the Bitcoin Foundation should do, and that's why I think Chris would be a good candidate. You should promote the acceptance of use of Bitcoin publicly and frequently, as Chris does. You should support the broader adoption of Bitcoin and adapt quickly to the changing times of Bitcoin. We need someone thoughtful, generally more mission statement and less functionary. To aid our goal of getting Chris nominated for the Bitcoin Foundation, I've taken a look at the membership in Bitcoin and noticed that it includes Kraken, the exchange. Now, I follow Kraken on Twitter, and I was impressed at their recent no troubles with the transaction malleability issue, because they had planned ahead against it, and they had designed their exchange so it wouldn't happen. Now, recently, Kraken did have a bit of a fluff where they're halting USD transactions, asking their customers to switch to euros, but they're being very open about it, and the reason that they said they couldn't continue the transactions is they took too long, and it reflects poorly on their service, which is an incredibly proactive decision by Kraken. So today we're going to ask Kraken to nominate Chris Ellis for the Bitcoin Foundation. Let's see. This is very exciting live tweeting. Okay, as always, we need more space. And thus he becomes clever instead of intelligent. And that's how it goes on Twitter. Kraken FX, please nominate and support Mr. Chris Ellis for Bitcoin Foundation. He is a thoughtful and clever Bitcoiner and would represent us well. Sent. And thus our campaign to have Kraken vote and nominate Chris Ellis for Bitcoin Foundation has begun. Mt. Gox CEO issues new statement, claims he's still in Japan. Enough. Bitcoin Alliance of Canada to host Bitcoin Expo in Toronto. The event, being dubbed Bitcoin Expo 2014, is being hosted by the Bitcoin Alliance of Canada and will take place in Toronto from April 11th to April 13th. MadBitcoins was not invited. U.S. Senator calls for Bitcoin ban in letter to top federal regulators. Breaking news. The U.S. Senator is Joe Manchin, a Democrat from West Virginia. He says that I am most concerned that Bitcoin will be inevitably banned in other countries. Americans will be left holding the bag on a valueless currency. He claims that Bitcoin is connected to the black market and that there are consumer protection issues. There's a regulatory impact. And he also says that Bitcoin is volatile. So here it is. U.S. Senator calls for Bitcoin ban. RoboCoin Bitcoin ATM to debut in North America's largest mall. The West Edmonton Mall in Alberta, Canada, the largest shopping center in North America, is going to get a Bitcoin ATM at a RoboCoin unit at BitNational. Excellent news, Canada. You can now send Bitcoins over email with a tip bot. Good news, Bitcoiners. And you can also do this with Coinbase. But apparently you might be able to do it now directly from the tip bot. You email Bitcoins to the tip bot, and then you can send them. Excellent work, email tip bot. And remember, you can always donate a few bits to MadBitcoins. Even now, while Bitcoins are on sale, you can make a donation as easy as clicking this QR code. Or more donation information available at MadBitcoins.com. Also, please check out WorldCryptoNetwork.com. More live shows, more action. So far, we've had Andreas Antonopoulos, Chris J., and Bonavest, all on the World Crypto Network. Also, don't forget to support Chris J. Support Chris J. for the Bitcoin Foundation. Ask your friends to vote and nominate. And ask businesses, industry members who can vote and nominate, to vote and nominate Chris J. for Bitcoin Foundation. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins.
Good morning, Bitcoin! Today is Thursday, April 3rd, 2014 at 10:13 a.m. in St. Paul, Minnesota. Mad Bitcoins. Life begins here. Mad Bitcoin subscriber index 3152. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to search for the floor, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 430, a high of 444, and a low of 414. Litecoin is at $10.70 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donors 0.0005, 0.007655, 0.0018, 0.01, and donor 0.1. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. We are on the verge of Bitcoin mass adoption. Things aren't so bad if you zoom the chart out and remember that for a long time Bitcoin was below $100. It's only been recently that it's been above $400. VC money continues to flow into Bitcoin. None of the businesses that support Bitcoin have shut down except for Magic the Gathering online exchange, and who needs them anyway? None of the miners have turned off their mining machines. Bitcoin endures. And as you can see from this chart, we're still in an uptrend. If the price drops below 400, that would change. But as you can see from this morning, we went down to about 416 before bouncing right back up to 450. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. London's iconic O2 venue to host Bitcoin Fight Night. A Bitcoin debate, kickboxers, and Max Kaiser dressed in full-body spandex fighting JP Morgan Chase's CEO, Jamie Dimon, or a representative of Jamie. My money's on Max. He might not have the reach or the height, but he's tenacious, and I don't think he'll go down easy, much like Bitcoin. Check it out this weekend if you're in London at the Indigo O2 Theatre near the Big Dome. Tickets still available. This is going to be the Bitcoin fight of the century, and they're having a Bitcoin debate beforehand. Come for the debate and get a discount on fight tickets. The Bitcoin debate is free and will be broadcast live on the World Crypto Network at worldcryptonetwork.com. This weekend, Bitcoin Fight Night. Well, for those of us on the West Coast, Bitcoin Fight Saturday morning. But I'll be there in spirit, live tweeting and helping out with the Hangout. My thank yous to everyone involved for their hard work. And if this is your first time hearing about it and you're in the London area, please buy tickets and ask your friends to do so as well. The organizers could probably also use your help setting up, etc. So get involved, London. This is your chance to take the world stage and show people what Bitcoin Fight Night is all about. I predict this will only be the first Bitcoin Fight Night event. In the future, all kickboxing prizes will be in Bitcoin. Bitcoin could strengthen the world economy if Washington doesn't destroy it. You can avoid reality, but you can't avoid the consequences of avoiding reality. Ayn Rand. The government would be wise to heed Miss Rand's word, and as Andreas says, not stomp on the gecko, because if you do, it will only grow up to be a dragon, and a dragon who dislikes you. Much like the current situation where the media companies refuse to work with Napster and now are becoming extinct. The dinosaurs didn't have telescopes. They never saw the asteroid coming. San Jose Earthquake soccer team embraces Bitcoin. Major League Soccer now has Major League Bitcoins, as the San Jose Earthquakes will be accepting Bitcoin for ticket sales and for team gear. Not for concessions, though. If you want to eat, you still have to drag around that old paper money. This is the second major professional sporting team to accept Bitcoin, just behind the Sacramento Kings, who, spoiler alert, I'll be going to see this weekend. And you guessed it, I paid in Bitcoin. Getting a nice t-shirt, too, that says Kings and Bitcoin on it. Looking forward to sitting in the Bitcoin section, too, with my fellow Bitcoiners. And San Jose, don't feel too left out because you're only a short car drive away. So let's set something up where we can all go see the Quakes in style and cheer for our new Bitcoin accepting team. The International Bitcoin Sporting League currently has two teams, the Kings and the Earthquakes. Who's next? Who's next? Until next time, This has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins Live. Newsweek uncovers Satoshi Nakamoto, Hour 2. As you know, most newspapers usually do a day 2 on a story if it's too hot, if it continues. But Bitcoin moves much faster than most newspapers. That's why we're doing our day 2 story right now. Satoshi Nakamoto uncovered, Hour 2 story. The BBC News weighs in with a rather generic recap. Controversy over discovery of Bitcoin creator. Others criticize Newsweek for publishing a picture of Nakamoto. The story was called out by fake by some commenters on the Bitcoin Talk forum who demanded Mr. Nakamoto carry out signed Bitcoin transactions to prove that he was the currency's originator. I believe the quote was, "Keys or GTFO." New York Magazine wrote a rather long and detailed article recapping the Newsweek discoveries. Newsweek says it has unmasked the mysterious founder of Bitcoin. Part of the story is developing as the news focuses on the details in the story. The main focus is around how Satoshi is a quote-unquote asshole. So remember, tulips, bubble, .com boom, Beanie Babies. The creator of Bitcoin is an asshole. That's where we are. Sorry to be brash and terrible with my language, but this is mainstream media quoting stuff here. They also recap what Goodman quote-unquote dug up about Nakamoto. He's a stereotypical hacker. He likes his privacy. That's probably why they published his home address, a picture of his house, a picture of his car, a picture of his license plate, and that he's quote-unquote worth $400 million, which again, no one knows if Satoshi really has the keys to the original pillars of Bitcoin. It seems unlikely that he would and that he would spend them, or that he would wait till now to spend them. It seems very unlikely. R Bitcoin said that the story makes no sense at all. The Newsweek article is wrong about Satoshi. Signed keys, or GTFO. The Newsweek comment section is brimming with ire from Bitcoiners upset that the magazine would dare to violate Nakamoto's privacy. The Bitcoin community still largely abides by the old internet rule that anonymity is a boon and worth respecting, even at the price of transparency. This is a really key quote, and I want to read this very slowly. Get ready. Is Newsweek going to provide 24/7 protection for this man after you've just outed the name and address of a man potentially worth thousands, millions of dollars, who likely holds the private keys to his Bitcoin in his home? It's unfortunate, but we now must continue. Consider that there is definitely a possibility, if you were a kidnapper, if you were a mafioso type person, that you would travel to Satoshi Nakamoto's home, the alleged Satoshi Nakamoto, and presumably ask him about his Bitcoin keys. It's a very unfortunate fact. We see the story continue to develop here in Mashable, which writes a rather crass headline, Newsweek claims Bitcoin creator is 64 and lives with his mom. The family describes Nakamoto as brilliant, great with computers and math, and an asshole. We see the asshole meme continuing to be developed paper to paper here. One quote from his brother saying that he's an asshole, presumably because he didn't tell him about Bitcoin beforehand so that he could invest, if the brother really believes that his brother invented Bitcoin, or upset because his brother wouldn't tell him what he was doing with the military, which is protected by contracts that no doubt he signed. The article describes the reaction from the family and Twitter. Lee McGrath Goodman is taking a great deal of pressure from the article. Her Twitter name, @_trutheater. I know I saw a tweet from her earlier on one of these articles saying that, here it is, we felt showing his achievement, that despite his achievement he lives humbly, was both telling and inspiring. But the commenter is correct to ask, why did you publish the photo of his home and his car? What did that add to the story? I mean, was there any discussion of risk to Nakamoto? And it appears not. There's very much a tabloid feeling to this story. It was published by Newsweek, aka the Daily Beast, which used to be a UK tabloid, an internet tabloid, run by the former editor of the Tatler, a famous British tabloid. There's very much a tabloid feeling to what's going on. This article is also really good. It had quotes from people on Reddit. Not only did you just out someone who wanted to be left alone, you published photos of him in his house, as well as the location of it. Shameful and despicable. It's extraordinary. The picture of his house is the same as the one on Google Street View. The only difference is the number plate on his car is clearer in the article than on Google. Even they respect that bit of privacy. If something happens to him, the blood is now on Leah Goodman's hands. It's too late now. What a sad day for journalism. You really should take off the picture of his house. What are you, insane? This guy has potentially hundreds of millions in cash, aka bitcoins, in his house, and you post the photo and the location? I hope you rot in jail if he gets killed. Again, Lee McGrath Goodman, @_trutheater. She's a senior writer and finance editor at Newsweek, aka the Daily Beast. She's an author at HarperCollins. Her next book about this is this link. She lives in New York, the UK, or the Channel Islands. That sounds nice. And she's got a webpage at leemcgrathgoodman.com. Let's check that out. Let's also find out where the Channel Islands are. Sounds nice. Channel Islands National Park. That's it. Ah. The Channel Islands are south of the United Kingdom and look to be north of France. Lee McGrath Goodman, author, historian, and investigative journalist. I guess which one of those was writing tabloid stories about Satoshi Nakamoto? I'm guessing the third. She's apparently writing a book about inside the world's top offshore tax shelter, which currently has a broken image as its main link. That's good. Keep track of this developing story at MadBitcoins on Twitter, twitter.com/MadBitcoins. Let's see what's going on Twitter right now. Friday, @Friday75, is really enjoying it a lot. Lol. G and Tone Death retweeted my announcement that I'm going live. Tone Death even replies, but is it? I, for one, hope the reporter is wrong. I see no proof, merely speculation. It is true that the reporter went by one of the simplest and easiest paths to locate the so-called Satoshi Nakamoto. He just looked for someone named Satoshi Nakamoto. All evidence that this was a synonym was tossed aside, or a pseudonym, sorry, was tossed aside. Did Newsweek truly find Satoshi Nakamoto? Also worth noting is Cripsy is doing coin voting to add 2 new coins tomorrow morning, Friday morning. Currently, Ultracoin is in the lead at 34,000. Takade Coin is running behind at 15,000. and Mazacoin is at 11,000. You can vote at Cripsy.com/coinvotes. The votes seem unchanged from my earlier reports. 34,000 to 15,000 to 11,000, with a newcomer, Digibyte, climbing up to 9,500 to trail the Native American Mazacoin. This would be interesting to check in with the Bitcoin prices. Bitcoin on Mt. Gox continues to be frozen at 135, perhaps forever. On Bitstamp, Bitcoin is at 659. Zooming in, enhance. We see a bit of a dip, a 3-candle dip on the 5-minute chart, perhaps due to the Satoshi Nakamoto anonymity news. But then there's a small green candle that may support a rise. Is it good for Bitcoin to have a founder? Is it good to find out what happened to those large pillars of Bitcoin? Over 1.6 million Bitcoins that were mined early by Satoshi Nakamoto. I think it is good for Bitcoin. I think it's good to have a founder. I think it's good to find out what happened to those Bitcoins, which I expect will be staying in place. Otherwise, if Satoshi Nakamoto now has $400 million and wants to play with it, wants to start a new Bitcoin foundation, wants to start a new model train website, more power to him. Back at Twitter. I love Bitcoin at Bitcoin Mars wishes he could be the French MadBitcoins and links to this live show. Well, remember, I love Bitcoin. All you need are some goggles and a funny hat. No one's stopping you. You can do what you want to do. And I know I can't speak French, so there's no competition there from me. Bonjour, s'il vous plaît. Moving over to CoinDesk, one of my favorite news sources where I get a lot of my news. CoinDesk is all over the Satoshi Nakamoto story, covering both the outrage, denial, and acceptance as people react to Satoshi's unmasking, and covering the Bitcoin story on Newsweek generally. Poloniex loses 12.3% of its Bitcoins in latest Bitcoin exchange hack. If you run a Bitcoin exchange, you'd better get good security. That seems to be the lesson of the last few weeks. Bitstamp audit proves that it was behind the $147 million mystery Bitcoin wallet. Bitstamp, the Slovenia-based Bitcoin exchange, is now one of the largest by volume and released the results of a financial audit conducted on the 6th of March. Bitstamp is also responsible for the $147 million transfer. Stuff Bitcoin fanatics will say will have you in stitches. It's a hilarious video that we linked yesterday on Twitter and now is a story on CoinDesk. Perhaps we'll play just a very small part of it.
No, Bitcoin is not a Ponzi. No, Bitcoin is not like Microsoft points. They love inequality. That's why they hate Bitcoin. Bitcoin or oligarchy, your choice. All money is fiction. Any currency can be used for money laundering. Sure, you can deal with the banks if you like dealing with criminals who print money out of thin air and lend it out as debt so the 0.01% oligarchy class can continue to thrive. Sure, go ahead.
I'm sure we've all said a lot of these things to friends or even publicly on web-based television shows. Great work. Shit, Bitcoin fanatics say. Part 1 and Part 2. Also check out his other video, Stuff That Apple Fanatics Say. Another great video. Very funny. Things that I've said for sure. I especially enjoyed his section about, just wait, Apple will fix MobileMe. Just wait, Apple will fix iCloud. Just wait, Apple will fix .Mac. And they never fixed any of those things. It's very sad. More from CoinDesk.com. Upcoming version of Bitcoin J software will use Tor network. Sounds good to me. More anonymity we can get, the better. U.S. Congressman launches satirical bid to ban the U.S. dollar. Sounds great to me. I'd love to line up drawing the similarities between Bitcoin and the US dollar. The very features of dollar bills, such as anonymous transactions, have created ubiquitous uses from drug purchases to hitmen to prostitutes, as dollar bills are attractive to criminals who are able to disguise their actions from law enforcement. It's very true. If you're going to ban the Bitcoin, you should ban the dollar bill as well. New Toronto Bitcoin Accelerator to invest $250,000 in Bitcoin startups. Sounds great. Why not invest in MadBitcoins? The accelerator, launched by the Bitcoin Alliance of Canada, is called Bitcoin Decentral Accelerate and is beginning with a $250,000 fund, but hopes to invest at least $1.5 million in Bitcoin in the next 8 months. Congratulations, Canada. Congratulations, Bitcoin Decentral. I want you to donate a few bits. Enjoy the Mad Bitcoin Show. Enjoy live and timely updates about Bitcoin. Why not donate a few Satoshis to Mad Bitcoins at the QR code on screen now. Bitcoin prices are at 660 and appear to be climbing on the 1-minute chart. Remember, this is the 1-minute chart. If we zoom out to 15-minute, we see that a green candle is forming. Apparently, the market is digesting the Satoshi Nakamoto news, and perhaps, as I've suggested, it's better to have a founder than to not have a founder. And although we don't have the final answer to what's going on with those large pillars of Bitcoin, we now, presumably, according to Newsweek, know who to ask. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins.
And instituting two-factor authentication on all Bitcoin transactions. To protect merchants from volatility, such as overstock, we offer them the ability to instantly convert payments they receive in Bitcoin back to dollars, such that they don't need to take any exchange rate risk. On the regulatory and compliance front, we registered with FinCEN as a money service business within 2 weeks of their guidance in March of last year, retained top payments and AML and BSA advisors in their respective practices. Here is a proactive, not a reactive measure, and since have both crafted and adopted a risk-based AML program with a dedicated chief compliance officer who has extensive experience in emerging payments technologies from Amazon Payments to PayPal to Boku. We see Bitcoin as an extremely powerful technology for many of the reasons that have been discussed on the panels leading up to this one, and it is our goal to bring the efficiencies created by the Bitcoin network to the masses. In that vein, a safe ecosystem is essential in gaining and maintaining trust in any new technology, especially one that involves people's hard-earned dollars. As a result, we welcome appropriate guardrails to ensure that Bitcoin companies handling the money of others are run by reputable individuals and have appropriate practices to create a sound consumer experience. At the same time, we hope the regulation does not fundamentally inhibit the power of the Bitcoin network, which comes from its core innovation, the ability to transfer and prove ownership without the need for a third party. We are encouraged to see the department's proactive and forward-thinking approach to cryptocurrencies and strongly believe this is an opportunity to begin a trend for other states by setting statutes which require monitoring of funds entering and leaving the Bitcoin network for money laundering, but do not compromise the nearly free and instant transfers the network now makes possible. As an entrepreneur building what many of the investors on the first panel in Tuesday's hearings classified as a second-generation Bitcoin company, our goal is to make sure this technology, like the internet in the 90s, is allowed to flourish and bring all of its great efficiencies to the world in a safe manner. I look forward to engaging in dialogue with the department about how this can be best accomplished.
Superintendent Lawsky, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My name is Jeremy Allaire, and I am the founder and CEO of Circle Internet Financial, a financial services company aimed at enabling consumers and businesses to use Bitcoin and digital currency for payments and money transfers. I've been building internet software platforms and online services for 20 years, having founded and helped to lead multiple global public companies. Payments and money transfers are still operating in the pre-internet era. Digital currency has enormous potential as a payment method for both consumers and merchants. It offers greater ease of use, convenience, and security than existing payment networks, and at a significantly lower cost. Bitcoin specifically offers a powerful open platform that is global in scope and enables nearly instant, verifiable transactions at a fraction of the cost of existing electronic payment systems, while increasing security for end users and businesses accepting payments. As programmable currency, Bitcoin also portends to enable new forms of automated financial contracts and use as a globally verifiable ledger of ownership in nearly any form of asset. Without a doubt, there are currently many risks associated with digital currency, and many of these have been voiced by government agencies around the world, including price volatility, lack of consumer protections and safeguards around the potential theft of digital assets, the lack of consistent safeguards against seller fraud, and the potential for criminal use and abuse of a system that by design provides very high levels of financial privacy. We believe that through private industry and community-led innovation, as well as collaboration with lawmaking bodies, that all of these risks can be addressed and the innovation value allowed to flourish. We appreciate the leadership role that the New York Department of Financial Services has taken regarding digital currency and the efforts of the Conference of State Bank Supervisors and other federal and state regulators to review the benefits and risks associated with digital currency. We're also encouraged by the guidance issued by FinCEN last March, geared to ensuring that digital currency transactions are not used for money laundering and providing digital currency firms with much needed regulatory clarity on these issues. With that said, we believe more needs to be done from a regulatory perspective. The current state statutes are outdated and never contemplated technologies such as Bitcoin. As a result, state regulators are finding it difficult to accept and process licensing applications for digital currency firms. We believe that there should be specifically guidance geared towards digital currency firms and that the states should develop a streamlined approach to licensing these firms. The growing global awareness and interest in Bitcoin is a testament to the innovation represented by this technology.
I don't really see this as a state
very
issue.
Strong evidence.
It seems a lot more likely to me that the national federal government should make one law about Bitcoin. I really don't want to see this go to the states and become 50 different laws. That's the end of Bitcoin in the United States. Canada has one set of laws, Sweden one set of laws. The states should not be making individual laws about Bitcoin.
I'm the executive vice chairman of Overstock.com. Overstock.com is a publicly traded online retailer offering discount brand name, non-brand name, and closeout goods. We offer over 1 million different products on our site that range from furniture and housewares to apparel, electronics, to books and DVDs. We partner with about 2,500 suppliers nationwide that help us fulfill these orders. We have over 500 customer service agents located in Salt Lake City to create a customer experience that consistently is top ranked nationally. Overstock's based in Salt Lake City. The company started in 1997 and in 1999 launched our website with just 18 employees. That year we did $1.8 million in sales. In 2012 we had over 1,500 employees and just over $1 billion in sales. We'll be releasing our 2013 results tomorrow. Our CEO is fond of saying that when we started, we were a lemonade stand with a computer attached, but that now we are a computer that happens to sell lemonade. In reality, we are a high-tech company in the retail space, and we employ a huge complement of developers innovating constantly and improving the customer experience. On January 9th of this month, we began accepting Bitcoin as a form of payment. The media is fond of reporting that when we focused on the Bitcoin opportunity, our CEO, Patrick Byrne, locked 40 developers in a room and slid pizzas under the door for 10 days until we went live with Bitcoin. That is not far from the truth, but of course... It wasn't all pizza. It wasn't all pizza. And of course, the work contribution was voluntary. I took from the last panel our next assignment, and that's to make sure we become a GSA contractor so that we can help the Department of Justice spend the Bitcoin that they have confiscated as they purchase office supplies and furniture.
If you've ever seen their offices, they could use some help.
And we can help them save, so that's good. Overstock is the first and largest major internet retailer to accept Bitcoin. On the first day, Overstock conducted just under 700 transactions for a total value of about $130,000. Since announcing that acceptance on January 9th, we've conducted nearly 3,000 transactions valued at over a total of $600,000. We're often asked how we handle the fluctuation in Bitcoin value. That's a good question. The answer is we immediately broker the transaction with a Bitcoin broker, Coinbase, and immediately exchange the Bitcoin we receive in any transaction for U.S. currency. Thus, our Bitcoin currency risk is next to non-existent. Some have asked why we would accept a cryptocurrency at all. Again, I think that's a fair question. Our answer is that we are merchants, and we are willing to examine any practical form of exchange where we can sell product and receive value in return, so long as we can manage the logistics and risks of that medium of exchange. Bitcoin has presented just such a manageable opportunity. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Very interesting testimony from all three of you. We have a lot of questions. Let me start with a general one. I'd like to just get the opinion of all three of you, since you all work really at the cutting edge of the intersection of this new technology with the consumer experience. We had a debate yesterday about what phase we're in the development of Bitcoin, and regardless of what phase you choose to call it, but I'd be interested in get your opinions on if you could each predict where will we be vis-a-vis your work and vis-a-vis Bitcoin a year from now, let's say.
Sure. So I very much agree with sort of the phase mentality that was laid out on the investor panel yesterday morning. I think that, and we've seen data and fortunate enough to operate a platform where we have a viewpoint into this, where we can see on the ground that we are very much and have been going through what I would deem as sort of a speculatory phase, combined obviously with technological innovation to bring early stage infrastructure companies sort of up and understanding how to properly serve this extremely powerful technology. I think there are a couple of indicators of that. Overstock.com I think is a very bright beacon in this going from largely speculation, and in some cases rightly so. I'm not afraid to admit that when I bought my first Bitcoin, I thought the value would go up because I saw the value of the technology and of the network, and I thought that network would be very valuable. Now I've gone and I've spent some of my Bitcoin at Overstock. So I think one great beacon here is major retailers like Overstock, and there have been others, hopping on board and knowing what we are fortunate enough to know at Coinbase. There are many others of similar stature in the pipeline. I think another interesting data point here is simply looking at the demographics of this. So if one is to go back and look at the demographics of Coinbase users, 6 to 8 months ago it was 93% male, and as one might guess, younger individuals, sort of a typical early tech adopter crowd. Although we're certainly not all the way there, you look at data from a month ago and the percentage of females and percentage of sort of older demographics has almost doubled in that period of time, albeit still small. So from the ground, it seems that all things are moving from early speculation, early building, towards a bit of an inflection point in mainstream commerce.
would certainly concur with a number of the comments from Fred. We internally, sort of as we articulate how we look at the market and the arc of the market over the next, even 5 to 10 years, we have the first box, which is where we are in time today, and we call that the I want Bitcoin phase. And that's really, again, underscoring this desire and interest of retail consumers and increasingly even institutional investors in this as an asset class, being very interested in owning it. And the way I put it publicly is effectively the growth in the value of Bitcoin as a put option on its adoption as a payments platform. And so I think we're now really just starting to enter that phase of Bitcoin as a commercially viable payments platform. And I would certainly think a year from now, we would see a great deal more both online retailers, but also in-person sort of point-of-sale retailers that are beginning to adopt this and experiment with it. We've certainly seen very significant inbound interest from businesses that are compelled by the opportunity. But again, I don't want to overstate where we are from a phase perspective. I think really just in the last few months, which saw this price appreciation, that was very much driven by this sort of media awareness and interest and driving up that speculative value. It's been encouraging to see price stability for a few weeks at least, and that I think is helpful as well. I also want to underscore another point that Fred made, which is that I think that for retail consumers, conceptually they're taking savings and they're putting them in a digital asset. And that's what that kind of quote-unquote investment is. And I do believe that as the utility value is surfaced more easily, where the kind of applications that we carry around in our pockets and the businesses that we interact with and other counterparties that are even consumers, friends, and family have those same applications, that as that utility value increases and becomes easier, that people who've bought Bitcoin and are holding Bitcoin will begin to spend that much more freely. And it's something that we look very closely at, is trying to understand, looking at transaction volumes and activity in Bitcoin and how much of it is associated essentially with transactions on exchanges versus transactions that would be between businesses and or between consumers, and it's still quite small, obviously.
But you think over the next year you'll see a significant uptick in the latter?
Absolutely. I think there are multiple companies, certainly in the U.S., but I just spent a week in Europe, and the number of new startups that are focused on servicing the business needs, merchant needs, consumer needs is really astonishing. It's happening all over the world. We're seeing that open up, and that's very exciting for our businesses as well, in that that's part of the promise here is a global currency model that's internet-based, and so you can transact both online and offline with merchants all around the world with that same efficiency and security and performance as well. I would say there are issues, and we've spoken publicly about this, that I think can limit that. Some of that is the lack of clarity around regulatory requirements of money services businesses in the space, and obviously we're here today discussing that with you. But I also think the lack of clarity around the income tax treatment or the tax treatment of Bitcoin is a very fundamental issue that will affect broad-based merchant adoption and or consumer adoption. Without that, it is not viable for the accounting departments and the people who perform general ledger operations and the people who ultimately account for taxes and take care of those. If that's not there, we will not see this have the kind of adoption that it can.
It's funny, it feels like beyond the dealing with the money laundering anonymity risk and addressing that as regulators, it feels like the number 2 problem that has to be addressed soon is the IRS tax issues.
I would agree with that.
Mr. Johnson, if you want to take that first question.
Yeah, we feel like it's, when you ask what phase it's in, we feel like we're in an early acceptance phase because we're now accepting payment and doing orders that way. Where do we see it in a year? We hope that some of our suppliers will be accepting Bitcoin so that we can not immediately convert it all to dollars, and we can pay our suppliers in Bitcoin. That would allow us to hold and spend rather than immediately convert. Just anecdotally, I was getting my hair cut this weekend at my local sole proprietor, Barbara, in Holiday, Utah, and she asked me, tell me about Bitcoin. and I noticed that the previous patron had paid with a credit card, and she said, I would love to have something that didn't have interchange fee, or I wasn't giving 3% of every haircut to the credit card companies. So I think both large and small businesses have a real incentive to add, 2 to 4% to their bottom line or pass on to the customer. And I think as adoption increases, I think at some point we'll reach a tipping point. And like the internet was unknown in the early and mid '90s, and ubiquitous today, I think that's what Bitcoin could be. And whether that's 12 months or 36 months, I think it will happen.
We have less of a haircut for the haircut.
Yeah, less of a haircut. Very good. Very good.
Couldn't resist. Can you each talk a little bit? I mean, one of the big questions out there, we just had a law enforcement panel, I don't know if you heard it, is about anonymity. And I think it's something that retailers or wallets or other services obviously have to care about a lot as well. How do you, we've had now two main sets of testimony, one side yesterday saying there's no real anonymity when it comes, for example, to Bitcoin. You have the public ledger, you can track all this back. And the prosecutors today saying something at the very least that's in tension with that it's depending on how the software is set up and what kind of procedures different businesses put in place, whether it's a tumbler, whether it's something else, it can make it exceedingly difficult for law enforcement to track back who is doing what. So as businessmen, I assume you have to face this question as well, and I would just like to get your perspective takes on that.
Absolutely. So this came up in the first panel, the investor panel yesterday as well, and it seems to me that, as was stated, there is a bottleneck here. That is the on and off ramps to the system. Coinbase is definitely one of those. I see it as our distinct responsibility to, just as any money service business, follow the appropriate AML guidelines and have an appropriate risk-based program to make sure that for the traffic that we may facilitate into and out of the system, we're comfortable with those flows and we perform all the diligence that any firm dealing in people's money is expected to perform. So that includes a relatively extensive Know Your Customer program, an AML program with a dedicated Chief Compliance Officer, and I would hope that other industry participants also follow that.
And you find that requiring that level of information from your customers is not hurting your business?
No, not at all. I mean, there are some, frankly, and this applies to any technology, who, if they really want to use it for fringe reasons, they will go to venues where requirements are the least stringent possible. That is not at all our goal, and generally speaking, I think regulation could be a positive thing in this regard, because if there is a framework around which companies who are performing exchange services are required to perform this set of due diligence or enhanced due diligence, as the case may warrant, then we really effectively filter that bottleneck, if you will.
So first and foremost, Circle is registered with FinCEN. We are investing aggressively in compliance programs, Know Your Customer frameworks, and AML programs. So we certainly agree with the view that exchange operators, whether it's a kind of consumer-focused business or a investor-focused business or anything in between, have those obligations. I would also say, though, that there is a sort of, and I mentioned this in my comments, there is a sort of fundamental value around financial privacy, and financial privacy is a very important concept, not just in Bitcoin but in other financial transactions and systems. And so, for example, in a public ledger system, if I'm a business and I have addresses I'm receiving funds at, well, then my competitors have the potential to understand how much revenue I'm receiving. Or if I'm a consumer and I give out a public address and I'm getting paid income for that, then people can effectively have a means to spy on my transactions. There are methods to deal with that, certainly in a software service or within software, but we have to also respect that financial privacy is important. In the e-commerce scenario as well, I think that there is a perception that in card network platforms that the use of personal identifiable information can then be used by marketers and others in ways that consumers might not want. And so I think we have to think about all these issues when we think about the identity-related factors involved in cryptocurrency transactions. And I think, in fact, I've made this point before, the sort of security model of making a digital payment where you're using private keys to sign a transaction and send a message and have that processed by the network, that is more secure and more fraud-proof than existing payment methods that we have today. And that's a real consumer benefit, and it also supports consumer financial privacy, and I think those are worthwhile goals to support.
If we, let's assume all of that is true, that it's better for consumers not to have their personal information sitting out there with a third party if they don't have to, and it's nice not to have to be, for most people, marketed to by 10 new websites the moment you buy one thing, and now everyone knows what you bought. Assume all that's true. How do you square that with, I'm sure, all of our desires to not allow virtual currency to be used in a way for people to take advantage of that financial privacy to get involved with illicit activities?
Well, I think the key is exactly what I believe the money transmitter regulations are designed to deal with, which is that consumers that create accounts with these companies are required to be vetted and their identities established and the transactions audited and monitored for suspicious activity and those identified, and to be compliant with subpoenas from law enforcement in the event that there is believed to have been a crime or financial crime. So all those make perfect sense to me, and those, I believe, are sufficient safeguards for that, but at the same time allowing the users of those financial products from a commercial perspective to have a little bit more control.
If I may, let me put this maybe into a concrete example that Jeremy very much alluded to. So take the example of making a payment with a credit card. In order to make a payment with a credit card, one must hand over one's payment credentials, including the card number, which ultimately is what a subsequent payment can be made with, to the merchant or to the payment processor. That fundamentally is the issue, and that number getting out and those payment credentials getting out is what allows further fraudulent transactions to occur. The piece in the background that we're all worried about, obviously, on the money laundering front is, are we comfortable with the transactions that are occurring? And in either case, the credit card company, knows what's going on. They see the dollar volumes, they know their customer, etc. It's just a piece of the credit card number, again, the payment credentials that allow further payments to happen, being exposed at all times is the fundamental issue, which in Bitcoin is fundamentally eliminated by the technology.
But so in that hypothetical, say it's your company, are you standing in the shoes of the credit card company?
In that case, yes.
Actually, if I can just follow up. So in your world also, that would be kind of, do you see heightened protections in around the keys, around the private key?
That's exactly right.
Because that's sort of the equivalent of the credit card number.
That's right. The fundamental difference here, obviously, is that in Bitcoin, the private key need not be exposed. It's only, and due to mathematical and cryptography properties, one can verify that a payment truly came from a given address, but one not need expose that private key in order to prove that, in the same way that one needs to hand over a credit card number to facilitate a payment.
Johnson, we never got down the road.
No, that's okay. I'm happy to be the cleanup hitter. For our customer, no one is completely anonymous. They are always providing an address for us to ship to. In theory, that address could be a abandoned warehouse or someplace they're not. They're generally supplying an email. But so for us, people need to identify who they are to get the product. And I think that'll be true in any online commerce because they can't just pick it up. I also think that transactions done with digital currency are more trackable. Going back to the anecdote of my barber, I paid her in cash. And I assume she'll report that, but I don't know. It would seem to me that revenue agencies could probably be able to monitor transactions better when they're all collected digitally. And as far as the fraud risk, I'd like to give you some statistics about Overstock's anti-fraud prevention. We have a fraud prevention. It's not anti-fraud prevention. I get the double negatives there. We have a fraud prevention department which screens roughly 14% of the orders that come to our site. So they just screen those. So if we think that an order on your credit card looks mysterious, we will call you and say, did you indeed order these bed sheets? And our customers like that. We cancel approximately just under 2% of orders. So you can see about 14% come in and 2% are canceled. Despite that, we lose about 18 basis points a year in fraudulent orders, where the credit cards come back and we refund the credit card for orders that was fraudulent. I think the risk of that with Bitcoin goes way down. And so we will not spend as much in that department if it becomes widely adopted. We think we won't lose as much to fraud.
And has that been your experience so far? I mean, I know it's young, January 9th. It's only
hard to tell.
Yeah.
I think so. The other thing that I think all retailers worry about in the post-Target and Neiman Marcus announcement world is having customer credit cards and personally identifiable information hacked. So far, it's always been with just point-of-sale companies that have come in the news, but I think the protections in the cryptocurrency make that much more unlikely, and therefore, we hope lead to adoption.
Can I change the topic just briefly to price volatility? You mentioned it a little bit. I understand that the way to deal with that today, if you're a retailer, is to immediately exchange the Bitcoins you get right into whatever currency, fiat currency you want. Some of the testimony I've read in the lead up to this hearing has said that because there's not that much use yet of virtual currencies, that having that immediacy in the exchange back to a fiat currency is not all the way there yet. I mean, is that not the case, or is it because you're using Coinbase? Just wanted to get your take on that.
It is the case for us with Coinbase. So, I mean, like I said, we have next to no risk. I think our risk is something wrong happens with Coinbase, which we're not worried about. We do anticipate a day where we are either keeping Bitcoin to pay vendors or we're keeping Bitcoin as an investment. But today, in our early adoption, in our early acceptance phase, we converted all to U.S. dollars.
It's worth noting on price volatility, sort of where we are in the evolution of this market. If you step back and look at it today, this is a highly immature market with highly immature exchanges, most of which are operating offshore, with a total daily trading volume that represents a single small cap stock on a single exchange, and mostly driven by retail investors. And so, in an environment like that, low volume, low float, and immature trading products that are difficult to interact with on a worldwide basis, it is not a surprise that we have the volatility that we see today. I think, from my perspective, the single most important thing that we could do, and that's sort of collective we, is get some serious exchanges established here in New York that are focused on being mature trading platforms that are able to be used both by retail investors but also by large institutional participants. And rather than having the market maker and liquidity provider for Bitcoin be a 14-person company in Slovenia, have it be a well-financed and capable platform that is both closer to the oversight of New York and federal bodies, but also can provide a more mature trading platform. I think with that, we will see greater volume, greater liquidity, more sophisticated pricing tools, derivatives, hedging, etc., which will allow price volatility to subsist a great deal. And so from my perspective, that's really the core issue.
Do you think that's going to happen, and what do you think needs to happen for that to happen? You can take those in whatever order you want.
Well, it's very much related to why we're here, which is I think we need, for those exchanges, they need to clearly understand what their obligations are from a license requirement perspective, whether that's a money transmission license or oversight from CFTC or others. And I think if there is clarity there, I think there are plenty of entrepreneurs, including I'm sure some in the room here today, and I certainly know very high quality private equity and venture capital and other investors that would invest in and build those businesses. I expect that there are multiple that are underway that we're not even all aware of, but I think, or some of us are, but I think that's really a really critical step, and I think that's not just here in New York, that's in London and in other markets as well that can support this on a worldwide basis.
Let me just ask though, because it sounds like this is a little bit of a chicken and an egg problem. I understand that from what you said that there are more major retailers perhaps in the pipeline and in the near future. Are we looking at a potential liquidity crunch? Because given the statistics that we know that so much of Bitcoin is held by so few people, and that we're, according to testimony yesterday, largely in a hoarding phase.
Hold on a second here.
That it is too successful too quickly.
85 people on the planet hold more wealth than the bottom 50%. I don't care if 1,000 people own most of the Bitcoin. 85 more wealth than the bottom 50%. 50% of the planet. We have larger issues in money.
We should expect that there will be such a crunch. There have been, episodes, minor episodes of that already.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. In my opinion, the sort of real commerce activity at the moment, admittedly, is I don't know, one might say 10 to 15% of actual volumes occurring over the network, whereas speculation accounts for the remainder. That being said, I think if that's really true, one should expect volatility in the near term. In terms of a reasonable means for payments, any given payment example, I buy a toaster for $40 on Overstock. I don't think there's any real liquidity issue there. That's a very small transaction, although as Jeremy noted, the liquidity is very much similar to a single U.S. equity at the moment. I'd like to underscore Jeremy's point that I personally know many entrepreneurs who are looking to create futures options exchanges for Bitcoin, and we are, as coming from a former bank where I traded foreign exchange, one can very much view this as a nascent asset market. One looks at the developed foreign exchange markets, and there are all sorts of derivatives which help everyday companies who operate in many jurisdictions hedge their risk in an appropriate manner. And the same, I think, will help the Bitcoin market and companies like Overstock or other industry companies in dealing with that exposure. The other thing I think is important to note here is there is, albeit at sort of the early stages, a shift away from speculation and towards actual use. And just like any currency, just like the euro or the dollar, as a percentage, as use goes from speculation towards real economic underpinnings, if you will, real commercial transactions, stability naturally occurs over time.
I think another related point is if you think about the sort of Bitcoin asset as it is today, it's a $10 billion monetary base that exists today. I think if we can imagine a few years out that this is a more mainstream payments platform that's used on a worldwide basis by a wide variety of types of business, both for retail and business-to-business payments and so forth, the monetary base needs to grow quite a bit as well, from perhaps a sort of capitalization of $10 billion to $100 or $500 billion. And as that happens, I think certainly the ownership gets, I think, much more evenly distributed. I think that the liquidity that you see will be dramatically stronger, and then pricing stability as well. And so we're in a build-out phase, I think, as a kind of underlying asset class and payments platform.
My view on a liquidity crisis is that could happen, but because Bitcoin's infinitely divisible. I just think it's going to affect price, and the cost of a toaster on Overstock, instead of being X percent of a Bitcoin, will be a much smaller percent of a Bitcoin as the price goes up. I mean, liquidity, price should will factor in liquidity, and it could, in such a situation, go higher because of the speculative nature. But I think it will, with adoption, it will all kind of land where it's supposed to land.
For the time being, without just responding categorically rather than specifically, where are you folks getting the Bitcoin? Thank you. Sorry, it was on. Where are you folks getting Bitcoin? I mean, there are limited sources of it, and we understand from written testimony that, for example, you get it from retailers who want to trade it back, you get it from miners, but what, again, categorically speaking, what are your sources?
So generally speaking, we are fortunate enough to operate a platform that sees many aspects of the ecosystem. So that means consumers who wish to both buy and sell Bitcoin, and retailers, much like Overstock, who are natural sellers of Bitcoin as they hedge their exposure back into dollars to realize real revenue for their business. So it turns out that the vast majority of our flows simply offset themselves. There is sufficient liquidity in the market to offset that small remainder, which can be obtained from many of the sources you just noted, those being early adopters, as you noted, happen to have a lot of Bitcoin because they got in early on. Miners are another good source, and again, they are quite literally a natural source of flow of Bitcoin into the ecosystem, and that really is able to make up for the remainder.
And do you, with regard to miners, you gave a very comforting description of the emerging regulatory AML, BSA compliance programs that you're putting into place. Do those apply to those folks who are providing the inflow?
Absolutely.
So when it comes from the mining community, because as we've been advised right now, that is largely anonymous. Are you able to identify who you're actually dealing with?
Yeah, I think we should separate maybe what might be a couple different distinct concepts here. So one is a customer performing a financial transaction with Coinbase. That is somebody who we know well and has vetted. Mining as a system, it's not necessary that all miners come to Coinbase. They very well may go elsewhere. They may just mine out of their own interest and hold Bitcoin. It's not to say that all miners come to us, right? So there are portions of that we certainly don't see.
I guess my question is, as to those portions, though, I appreciate that, and that's why I asked whether it was just inflows or your transactions that you're dealing with. You can identify some. We really are trying to get understand, are there still, crevices out there in the ecosystem that you're getting stuff from, but you don't know?
So on our end, and we haven't launched fully commercially yet, so I can describe this at a high level for you. All sort of supply side counterparties are fully vetted from a know your customer perspective. That also means that we won't do business with certain exchanges that exist in the marketplace today because they do not have sufficient know your customer policies themselves. So there's a known exchange that's based in Bulgaria. We won't do business with that exchange because of that concern over the counterparties that they're interacting with. But if there's a miner or an institutional holder or a large individual holder or an exchange, all of those have to be vetted from the sort of supply side.
I don't think the question really applies to us, but I'll answer it. They're from the nearly 3,000 customers that have purchased stuff, and I would note that most of those are new customers to Overstock. So, we've seen this acceptance as a way to market to Bitcoin holders and enthusiasts.
Sort of a technical question from my limited mind. If I come to you with Bitcoin and want to buy whatever it is, bed sheets, as you said, at Overstock, if I then decide, what do you do? Do you just sort of reverse do you have to buy Bitcoins back from Coinbase, or do you say, sorry, your refund's coming in cash, dollars?
Our terms and conditions provide for in-store credit for the returned bed sheets. Now, if it was our fault, something was wrong with them, and you decide you don't want them, our terms and conditions provide for a refund of the dollar amount in Bitcoin, that as it is on the day that the transaction, the refund. It's not a way for you to have an option on the Bitcoin market.
Something we've seen many times on the ground. Yeah.
Bed sheets shouldn't be your option tool. So.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Do you ultimately anticipate? We had some testimony in the second panel yesterday from other currencies, about other currencies, not just Bitcoin. We had a discussion of whether we're in there can be only one world, or whether we're going to be in a world with multiple, at least a small number of different currencies. Do you anticipate Overstock.com taking more than just Bitcoin?
I can see us doing that, and I don't know if this turns into a Betamax VHS comparison or a iPhone, Android, BlackBerry comparison. And but as there are, we're a merchant, and if we can receive something of value in a risk-free way for our products, we will.
Give some of my colleagues a chance to ask.
For Mr. Harrison, you've discussed the AML policy for a individual who wants to open up a wallet with you. But I'm curious what steps you take in the onboarding process of a merchant to verify their identity, and do you require that they have a wallet with you, or can they set up, in essence, an anonymous wallet someplace else that could be potentially unconnected?
Based on the way the platform works at the moment, they're actually one and the same. So in order to receive payments as an Overstock.com or others, we, by sort of virtue of the way the flow works, one must have a wallet on the platform. So those are not just two distinct elements. The merchant onboarding process is much like you would expect from a credit card company, let's say. Who are you? What's your general course of business? As a result, what might a normal course of payment flow look like? And if it's something outside of that, then maybe there's something wrong.
And then do you require that coin be spent within that ecosystem if someone has a wallet with you? Or can they spend it outside of that ecosystem, and therefore you don't know exactly where it's going?
That's a good question. I think one of the fundamental issues here is how do you know, or what steps should be taken to ensure the safety? Is it regulating the edges, so to speak, or the conversion points, or is it stuff in the network? At the moment, we are looking at the edges. So should somebody want to cash their Bitcoin out as a merchant, we know who they are, we know what their volume is, obviously, and based on the business that we are in and what we know about them, we can make some sort of risk-adjusted decision as to what might be appropriate or not.
I think it's worth noting on that the sort of know your counterparty issue does remain one that has been raised in a lot of our discussions with regulators. There's I think a particular concern around OFAC screening and the fact that counterparties in Bitcoin to Bitcoin transactions can have very large transaction size values, and there is no awareness of the geographic location, name, address, or other information of those counterparties. So unlike a wire transfer, there are not controls at that level, and that is an issue that exists in the market today.
And your thought would be that, at least for now, the check would be on when one of the counterparties would want to come to an exchange.
That's right. So essentially, we're regulating the in and out points of this platform, in a sense. That really does require consistent approaches to sort of BSA level provisions on a worldwide basis for that to be effective. If you don't have consistent approaches on a worldwide basis, then you're going to have the leaky valve syndrome.
You mentioned the worldwide basis, and sort of we've had a couple references to the global nature and the real advantages that virtual currencies bring. I can tell you we have a webcast going on of the hearing, and we had viewers yesterday from 108 different countries. which shocked me. I mean, I know we have other countries, but not 108 of them. So I wonder if each of you could just speak to, I think we know the benefits of that, but any unique challenges that your companies face as a result of sort of the very global nature of this market.
I think very much as we're speaking today, one is regulatory. This is a very complex issue. It touches a number of areas, including taxation, AML policy, classification as currency, commodity, security, or otherwise, maybe some combination thereof. And in a system, Bitcoin is, again, the core innovation. What makes all this so powerful is it's frictionless and it's borderless because it's moving bits around in an efficient manner that was never possible before. That does not map one for one to how various nations deal with this. And at the moment, even states, although I hope that we can set a positive sort of tone and then hopefully others can learn from that. So as an industry company, that is obviously a great challenge, one that I know Jeremy has very actively been looking at as well.
Yeah, I mean, I won't gush about the global opportunities. I think they are obviously absolutely dramatic in terms of the potential for deeper economic integration and more frictionless forms of trade and interaction on a worldwide basis. It's a very exciting prospect. The same way that communications, media, and commerce platforms have sort of evolved and emerged on this open, decentralized internet platform that we all take for granted every day. You know, I think the way we think about this is that for the foreseeable future, you know, digital currency is sort of living in a hybrid kind of digital / non-digital economy. I think that there are probably proponents of digital currency who want everything to happen inside of that ecosystem, but the reality is that's not likely to happen anytime soon. So within that hybrid model, every single jurisdiction has got a different set of classifications on types of financial or non-financial institutions, regulations on consumer protection, refunds, theft, anti-money laundering provisions, taxation, all these items that have been discussed. Certainly jurisdictions like the EU actually create a framework from a legislative or regulatory perspective that is potentially more straightforward, but in fact, when you get, you know, the rubber meets the road, German law is different than French law, is different than Nordic law, and so on and so forth. And so it is very complicated. But I think this is one of the first major internet technology-driven issues that really will require collaboration on a worldwide basis. We don't have to collaborate to figure out how to make SMTP work or HTTP work, but because this touches financial systems and central banking systems and the like, it's going to require a degree of coordination to enable to really take hold.
For now, we only accept Bitcoin on domestic orders, and that's just a matter, I think, of programming and building it out. We also don't accept it on mobile orders yet, but that's, again, just a matter of programming. We see this as an opportunity to expand the customer base. You know, we have a lot of trouble accepting international credit cards. That requires a lot of development and greater fraud risk. We think this Bitcoin payment method should eliminate that when we're at the point of accepting it internationally.
I could get back to your discussion of the developing. I can get back to your discussion of the developing compliance systems that you are working on now. Yesterday, I wouldn't go so far as to say we heard, you know, sky is falling testimony about what might regulation do to this nascent market if we require too much of small emerging companies. Has it really been a disincentive to development? Has the cost of putting this in place been something that has been a large hurdle, barrier to entry for you folks to develop?
So I think our example might not be the best in illustrating this, but I'll try to answer your question in the best way possible. So we've been fortunate enough to receive a sizable chunk of funding from one might consider some of the top venture capitalists in the world. As I mentioned in my written statement in the opening, we've spent a disproportionate amount of that capital, as well as our time and energy, into investing in compliance because we viewed that things would get to a point where we're sitting here today, and these are really paramount issues. That being said, you can imagine other technology companies, you compare this to a social startup or something of that nature, where it could very well be two guys in a garage trying out something and seeing if it goes viral in some manner. Obviously going and getting licensed in 47 or 48 different states and spending the $1 million+ in bonding and legal fees associated with that and application fees is quite onerous. Although I love Fred Wilson as our Series A investor, I think there probably is some minimal set of requirements that needs to be done here, because once you open up a business that starts moving money around, bad stuff can happen right out of the gate. So there needs to be some minimal procedures there if you're facilitating that exchange. That being said, I think there is some sort of reasonable gradient that could be accomplished here where as a company maybe performs more transactional volume and that sort of risk goes up accordingly, then maybe there's some scaling in the requirements imposed by the state.
I would echo a lot of what Fred has shared as well. You know, when I founded the company just under a year ago, I knew I needed to raise a lot of capital because as a regulated money services business, the investments required to do that, not just in legal fees or surety bonds or the like, but just overall the investments around risk management at a systems, people, process level, technology, etc. We expected to be significant and continue to be significant as we have broad ambitions for the company. And so I think there is a sort of higher sort of threshold here for a financial services company that is handling consumer funds and protecting those funds and protecting against criminal abuse of those platforms. But I do agree with the view that there may be some way to think about, just as financial services firms take a risk-based approach to the problems that they have or the systems that they're implementing based on the nature of the business, the customers, etc. There may be a risk-based approach that could be applied to licensing on companies in this arena. I'm not sure what that looks like. It could be, today there's sort of a floor on surety bonds. The underwriters of those expect a certain level of capital and collateral and management expertise and all these things. And if every single startup had to achieve that, that is a significant barrier. I would say the other major issue, and this is something that I also submitted in my written testimony, is I think we're at a place not only where a Bitcoin-based MSB is by nature national in scope as a pure online service. It's also international in scope, just the nature of this. And a lot of my impression, the original money transmission statutes were really designed around interstate types of money transfers, really not contemplating the global internet. And it strikes me that this industry would benefit greatly from a highly coordinated approach amongst key states at a minimum, if not all major states, through the Conference of State Bank Supervisors. And I would encourage the sort of forward-leaning posture that New York and a few other states are taking, really trying to understand this and try and refine what those license requirements would be, instead of sort of acting unilaterally, really trying to work to establish a common license model through the CS, the Conference of State Bank Supervisors, so that startups have a very clearly defined license model that doesn't vary dramatically from state to state, and also a common, consistent, and streamlined examination process that would be consistent as well. I think that would benefit this industry a great deal. And again, that's really not something we can control. That's really up to the financial oversight authorities in key states such as New York and others.
I'll just let you know, we are talking to other regulators. We are talking to CSPS, and I think it's important. They're actually, I'm not going to dime them out, but they're here today. They were here yesterday, and I think that relationship between each regulator and the conference is very important.
I don't think that question really applies to us, but the lack of regulation made it easy for us to be an early adopter as a merchant. And I think that the more regulation that gets put on at least the merchant end, the more likely we are to quash adoption. And I think that's not a good idea.
I'm not sure the concern is focused so much on the merchant end.
Right.
Generally, I haven't heard that or read that anywhere, but maybe it does have. Maybe there's a question focused somewhat towards you. You know, in other emerging industries, there has been substantial support by vendors. A lot of vendor financing goes on because they see the potential going forward. It sounds like a protocol, a system. Yesterday, someone even suggested that there may be outsourcing of some of these kind of BSA, AML services. Is there any sense in the retail industry that it makes sense to come together and kind of help this along? Because in the long run, it's going to be financially prudent?
You know, we have not been involved in that discussion, although we'll have our annual supplier summit in Salt Lake City, and we will have Coinbase there to explain what Bitcoin is, and you know, we would like to see adoption, and so we'll be advocating for that. But I'm not aware of an industry, you know, like the National Retail Federation or other industry group that's actively involved in this.
Totally unrelated question. Do you think that your company's use of Bitcoin or acceptance of Bitcoin is going to drive your competitors to do the same thing? And are you seeing that yet?
We haven't seen it yet. We hope not. We'd like to have corner that piece of the market, but I can't imagine that anyone will let us corner that. So I would think it would.
But from your retail perspective, what are the greatest risks in transacting in virtual currency?
You know, we think it's a lot less risk-free than a credit card. We have cash immediately. There's not a 3-day period to get it. There seems to be less fraud risk. You know, I guess the risk is liquidity, and you know, will Bitcoin be immediately exchangeable for dollars? And today the answer feels like it's yes.
Mr. Johnson, I think I know earlier you said that you felt the risk was fairly sort of non-existent to your company. You kind of sort of set out why and talked a bit about dealing with Coinbase. And I guess from a retail perspective, when you were going to be dealing with Coinbase, Mr. Urson's company, what is it that you were looking for that brought you that kind of comfort? Like, what makes a good, secure wallet?
Well, we talked to several wallets. They were well backed. Their venture investors are impressive and smart people. Their security systems are good. They said they would and have been easy to work with. You know, getting something live in 10 days is a technological miracle in my experience. And anyway, I think it's easy to use and knowing that we would be paid.
Yeah, and just to maybe quantify the risk a little bit, you know, liquidity really is not a huge issue when you're processing the everyday consumer payment. This is also being done in a manner at the moment with overstock, and the hope obviously is this trickles down the supply chain and we see this beautiful frictionless payment world be able to facilitate free-ish, as it's been termed, transactions for all people involved. But at the moment, it's a daily cash out thing. So the absolute upper bound of this risk is a portion of a day's orders if all things were to fall apart.
Right. Small.
Mr. Johnson, if you previously said that you could envision a future where you would retain a certain amount in Bitcoin. And I'm curious, from Mr. Harrison and Mr. Allaire, I'm curious if you've received, if you feel that other companies will act similarly and you retain a certain amount in Bitcoin.
I mean, you certainly have a view. You know, I expect that we'll see that grow over time. I think there are certainly merchants who are interested in this both for the economic and security and kind of fraud risk benefits, but who also believe it's a very interesting model. And you certainly are seeing merchants that have international employee bases, suppliers, others, where there's a material benefit to potentially using Bitcoin within their value chain. That is going to grow very slowly and incrementally, but I would expect in years that could be a significant amount of transaction volume being held and used on balance sheets for businesses for a variety of reasons. There was actually a survey published, I don't know the quality of the data, yesterday or the day before, which was of roughly 2,000 technology professionals, and the results were that of those 2,000 technology professionals, 51% said that they would elect to receive payroll and income in Bitcoin. Now that's not a surprise, early adopting technology professionals, and they didn't say if it was all of their income or 2% of their income or what that was, but it shows an interest amongst the potential for businesses to use this as a mechanism of payment. And obviously there's payroll services that are beginning to experiment with this in a variety of ways.
And this is actually happening on the ground. One of the main use cases we saw early on in this was for web services, paying international contractors to build websites overseas.
Changing topics yet again, we talked yesterday at the hearings, and Mr. O'Leary, you referred to programmable currency in your testimony, and we had a little bit of testimony about what that means potentially yesterday. Could you give us a little more detail about that from your perspective, maybe in layman's terms? It's one of the concepts I've had the most trouble getting my head around. We know the obvious benefits from virtual currency, bringing down certain transaction fees, preventing fraud, etc. But the programmable advantages and what that means on a going forward basis, could you elaborate?
Sure. I'll try my best. So one way to think about the blockchain and this ledger is it has units that you can store things in, and the current number of units in the ledger is about 1.2 quadrillion units, because each Bitcoin is currently divisible to 8 digits. There's all these units. So you can essentially use a Bitcoin transaction, a very small unit, to establish a reference to the ownership of something. And there's actually an emerging mechanism where you can store a little bit of extra data with that transaction that could be a reference to some external document, such as a financial contract, or a reference to a piece of physical property that someone might own or use. And essentially this distributed ledger allows you to define definitively, I don't know if that's redundant, to determine the ownership of a unit in that ledger. And so the fact that you have a decentralized system that doesn't rely on a centralized third party to establish ownership of units in a cryptographically secure way has implications to build a lot of other kinds of applications. You could use a unit, which is on an economic basis, based on the exchange value of Bitcoin today, a fraction of a penny or even less. You could use that to store a secure reference to some other physical property, a car, or some other object. So that's one dimension, is it's really a ledger to keep track of the ownership of things, which doesn't require a traditional intermediary to verify that. The other piece is, there are currently, it's fairly limited in what it can do. There's the ability to essentially run code in the Bitcoin network. And right now, the code that you can run in the Bitcoin network is really specifically geared towards these sort of payment transactions, so sort of moving Bitcoin from one address to another address. But there are some mechanisms today even to do what are called multiple signature transactions, which allow you to have multiple digital signatures required for a transaction to complete. So a simple use case, and it's very relevant to the discussion we're having here today, would be a consumer sends money to Overstock.com, there's a payment processor like Coinbase that is helping facilitate that. And not that there'd ever be seller fraud in the case of Overstock. I cannot imagine that.
Thank you. Remember, he took an oath to tell the truth.
But you could imagine seller fraud use cases that take place, and where a payment processor would benefit from holding in escrow collateral associated with transactions. And that multiple signature transaction allows you to essentially release funds out of escrow using an approach like that. But it also can be applied in a lot of other ways. You can imagine consumer-to-consumer transactions where essentially consumers are expressing personal financial contract relationships with each other and expressing those through a user interface that are manifest and run through this network and take care of that funds flow as well. So we're just really at the tip of the iceberg on some of this. There's a lot of people who talk about even more far-fetched kinds of use cases. And I also want to yield to Fred because I know he's certainly thought about this topic as well.
Can I stop you there? I do want to hear Fred on this. But so with the multiple signatures, could you envision a scenario where, let's say, a parent could give a child
an allowance account,
an allowance,
exactly,
but have sign-off on potentially
any
how it's spent? So
or set a rule: transactions above $50 of value requires the parent's signature.
Right. So
you could do that today.
And could you even program it to say you can use this Bitcoin to buy a new computer, but you can't use it to go buy an Xbox? And
yeah, that gets to the counterparty issue in Bitcoin itself, and I think there's no way to know effectively that counterparty address and what it represents.
Right.
And so unless the merchant was doing some kind of age filter and had access to that metadata, that's sort of how things happen in the credit card industry. You don't get cards issued to 12-year-olds and so forth. Those similar kinds of controls aren't in place, but certainly the signatory component would be something that could be done in an automated way. It could be a text message is sent to a parent. It could be one of the two parents plus the kid, and someone hits OK, and the money goes.
Yeah, I think there are many rabbit holes one can go down here. I think Mr. Allaire summarized it very, very well. One of the things that I think is very likely to happen here in New York is securities clearing could very well be revolutionized by this, where instead of passing around physical papers for ownership of stocks and bonds and some combination of disjointed electronic systems, it could be a single unified system that's easily trackable. I think one of the key takeaways I think of this portion should be that this is a very powerful technology in many of the ways that the internet in the 90s was a powerful technology. And there are many things that have been built on top of the internet. One might look at businesses like Airbnb or Uber, which are now experiencing, well, they're providing great services to the world that I personally love, and I think they're bringing great efficiencies to our economy. At the same time, they obviously have regulatory issues in some cases, but those are dealt with by the regulators specific to their industry, even though they're built on top of the internet. So I think a key takeaway here is this stuff can occur on top of Bitcoin in some cases as well, but oftentimes those will be regulated by the appropriate industry should they step into that industry, and it's important that we don't put in place guardrails which are too restrictive and prevent those future use cases at the moment, not even knowing what they are at the moment.
We were both on a panel last night that Wells Fargo hosted and had a discussion on this topic, and I think one of the concepts that we had was there's sort of the Bitcoin network and the software that runs it, which actually in and of itself does not have anything to do with money. It is essentially a digital bearer instrument system with a decentralized system of trust. And the bearer instrument, the units on the blockchain, can rarely represent the bearer being the bearer of ownership of anything. And so it happens to be that Bitcoin itself has established, and the units of Bitcoin have established an exchange value in dollars and euro and lots of other international currencies. But those fine-grained units on that blockchain really can ultimately be digital bearer instruments for virtually any product. And so it's important that we not that we realize that that layer really has nothing to do with money transmission, has nothing to do with payments, the consumer protection and payments use cases, but it's really a foundational platform that a lot of other products can get built on top of. And so I think it's a nuanced point, but one which is really critical to understand.
You mentioned Wells Fargo, so you lead me to my next question, which is, how do you see, how have you experienced sort of traditional banks, whether large or small, responding to these new payment systems that are being developed, and do you think they're going to develop, would you anticipate they develop their own systems to compete or adopt Bitcoin, et cetera? I just wanted to get your reactions, what you've seen so far, where you think it might go.
Sure.
You worked at Goldman Sachs, but
yes, but not in the traditional banking divisions, admittedly. Yes, you know, I think they're looking at it with great interest. Frankly speaking, banks, the core competency oftentimes is not technology, it's financial services, and I think this is foremost a technology where the first major application happens to be in financial services. And much of the innovation that's stemming out of it is technological first and financial services second. That being said, the financial services part obviously is very important in establishing safeguards for that portion of it. But said another way, I think the true innovation is probably occurring on the technological layer. And that core innovation is very much this new network which has evolved, which allows for transfer and proof of ownership, to try to put it in the most generic way possible. Payments is a subset of that, without the need for a trusted third party. That obviously, like the internet did for distributing data, that cuts out middlemen in cases, and that can at times mean revenue streams for banks, which I think may be worrying based on how much a particular institution is looking into this. That being said, I think for those who support it in the early days, as Jeremy sort of alluded to earlier, we are a long way away from a world in which things just stay in Bitcoin all the time. There's going to need to be a lot of coordination with traditional institutions as well as regulators to get the system to a place where it's really being used for everyday commerce, and it is anyway self-sufficient. I think the other sort of embedded question you're getting at is, can a bank or a corporation in some way just go and create their own version of this? I see that as highly unlikely. The reason for that is Bitcoin, I think, has experienced a great amount of success because it is an open protocol. It's open source software. Nobody owns it. Nobody controls it. And in a way that the world's never really seen before, that has allowed it to grow outside the constraints of any given organization, and in a strange way actually has allowed it to be peer-reviewed for years in this open format that has actually given us, I think, more certainty and security than maybe any other technology. I think that if a singular corporation were to go and try and release an equivalent, it just wouldn't have those same fundamental properties and thus would not grow in the same manner.
I think coming at it from a slightly different angle, my impression is that certainly within the United States and certainly as well within the EU and the UK, there's very little commercial interest in this market in an explicit way from established banks. I think that is largely driven by a risk management prerogative as opposed to a lack of interest in innovation or new markets. I think that the historical legacy of anonymous cryptocurrencies being used in criminal cases and law enforcement actions applied against those scares the living daylights out of chief risk officers in banks. Probably should. And so I think the reluctance not just to not get into this business themselves, but to even bank businesses in this marketplace is unfortunate. And so I think what we're starting to see, though, as world-leading investors and great entrepreneurs and really great products start to emerge and take hold, is that senior executives in global banks are starting to pay more attention and invest time to understand this. I think the example of Wells Fargo hosting a session, which was at the end of the day about hearing perspectives from a variety of points of view and educating the marketplace as well as themselves on this is a good indicator of that kind of thawing, if you will, that's taking place. I think it's not just the commercial banks, it's the central banks as well. You know, the leadership inside of different parts of the Federal Reserve, not just New York, but in other districts, as well as the European central banks, etc. They're really just starting to get their heads wrapped around this, and that's going to take time and deliberation, and ultimately may, ultimately involve rulemaking from some of those institutions on the commercial banks that they supervise as well.
Going from the abstract to the specific, does this revolutionize, if not eliminate, commercial banking and letters of credit? I mean, I'm wondering, from what you described, it's not surprising to me that European and major American banks would have concern if you could transfer value immediately upon receipt of goods. You've just created a huge
the business-to-business implications, international payments, and in essentially how lines of credit work and so on are really profound over the long term. I don't think that banks are really thinking about that right now. I think they're thinking, boy, there's people going to jail. Let's not get involved in this. That's really what I think from the conversations that I have. So I don't think people are out in front of it. I don't think that banks are not getting involved in this because it's going to undermine fee structures. I don't get any indication of that either. I think we're going to come out of the kind of risk mitigation phase here, and then I think we'll see a lot more commercial banking involvement in this as they try and get their arms wrapped around it.
Once they're not scared of crime, they're going to realize the risk to the bottom line, and you'll get a whole other wave of criticism.
I think that's a very good question, and I see real value in it. Our business is based on, we run a very thin margin business. Our gross margins are small, and any penny that we can squeeze out of the supply chain either goes to the bottom line or goes to the customer. And we deal with letters of credit all the time with our suppliers, and to be able to get that out of the way would be significant to our shareholders and to our customers.
Just to switch topics, I have a question about insurance, and I actually sort of raised this with some of the panelists yesterday. So there's been some articles about some virtual currency firms, particularly those holding customer accounts, purchasing assurance to cover sort of cyber attacks and other kind of sort of losses to those accounts. Good idea. Do you see more and more firms moving in this direction, and what would be the effect on your businesses?
I think it's rather prudent. It's one of these things where it's very much like sort of the banking landscape that Jeremy just painted. It's one where you are dealing with an industry that, by nature of the trade, are risk managers and risk mitigators, insurance as with banking. And as a result, it takes and will take a while probably to get that industry comfortable to a point where they're willing to do these things. That being said, I think it would certainly be valuable.
Just to add to that, I think it's an issue that, from a regulatory perspective, is worth considering, which is it's a consumer protection issue, which is that when you think about a money services business, a traditional MSB, people deposit funds with that MSB, but they're really depositing into the commercial bank that sits and supports that MSB. And that money actually is stored in the Federal Reserve System. It's protected literally in the Federal Reserve. When a Bitcoin MSB receives funds, we go to the market and we convert those into digital currency, and we store that digital currency in the form of private keys. And we have a very high burden in doing so because there are potential criminal attacks on both warm storage and cold storage. And so the sort of custodial dimension to a Bitcoin MSB, I think, is quite different from a historical MSB, where the actual funds are stored by the MSB as opposed to stored in the Federal Reserve banking system. And I think, I certainly know with Coinbase, as Fred has articulated, and I think has done well, and I certainly know from the perspective of our company, we take that very seriously. the investments from a technology as well as a kind of human protocol perspective are really critical to secure those. But you could imagine a world where there are Bitcoin MSBs that have billions of US dollar equivalent value in cold storage. And that would be a very attractive target for not a cyber criminal, but a real criminal. And you know, those criminals aren't, you know, driving trucks into the Federal Reserve to go take money out, even though it's, you know, Die Hard 3 or whatever, but Die Hard 4, yeah. But the point is that these digital assets are real and are, because of the nature of this open network, instantly spendable and anonymously instantly spendable. And so there's a high burden that we're self-imposing, I think, but I think it's something to consider in the context of how states look at this as well.
Are insurance companies showing any interest? I know we've read in the press that there have been negotiations among some large ones, but since, yes, do you think this will be an attractive product to insurance companies? Can they underwrite, you know, this kind of risk?
Insurance companies will underwrite any risk depending on the price.
They're not the chief risk officers at banks.
Mr. Johnson, I'm curious. You had mentioned earlier that some of the fraud risk sort of shifts from you to the wallet companies, and I'm wondering how you think that will affect your cyber security issues.
Well, you know, I'm not sure it will affect them because we'll still have them. You know, I don't expect to be out of the credit card accepting business. So we know that we have millions of hack attempts every day on our site, and so we've got a huge team protecting against those, and knock on wood, so far so good. But that trust, that customer experience is paramount for our business. Once that's lost, we're in a bad place. So I don't see that changing at all. I did take a note to see if Bitcoin has a certificate of insurance that they can provide us those.
Just really for me, one last question. What do you say to the average consumer? What's your pitch? What do you tell them so that they trust you and will come bring their business to you and feel good about it?
I mean, this has really been the core focus of Coinbase and why we created the company in the first place. The idea of consumer trust revolves around a number of things. I think first it's a very visual and tactile thing. How do they interact with your service? Does it feel like it's built in a good way? Is it a good and seamless user experience? And this has been something that's getting better and better with time as web companies have been evolving. The second piece, which is very Bitcoin specific and is, as Jeremy mentioned, paramount, is how can you make sure that this is safe from a security perspective, and I quite literally mean security of the Bitcoin. And I could go into great detail as to how we manage that, but it's something that we take extremely seriously to the point where if California were to fall in the ocean, things would still be okay. Let's put it that way.
Not for Californians.
No, I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, I no longer live in New York. I live in California, so I would not like that. Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's not such a bad thing after all. The final piece of it really is, you know, I think the regulatory piece actually does shine through to the consumer to some extent. I think one of the ways that we've been able to generate a lot of trust is because people see that we have legitimate backers. They know who we are. We're not mysterious on the internet. People know that I am a co-founder of Coinbase. They know my other co-founder. This is not veiled in any manner. And I think that they know that, well, it's publicly known that we have a chief compliance officer and that we're doing all of these things. And to some extent, I think people can feel good about the service because they know that there is some level of oversight going on in the background, and that to some extent it can be a trustworthy platform for that reason.
I'm not going to say too much, but you know, in our description of our business on our website, we haven't launched our consumer product yet, but we sort of describe the company as a digital currency company that aims to make money easier to use, more secure, and more powerful. And we really believe that digital currency does represent an evolution in the way consumers experience money, that it will lead to people feeling like money is an easier to use application, just like communications became easier to use in the age of the internet versus the postal service, or lots of metaphors we can use there. More secure, and we've talked about some of the benefits of a cryptography, cryptographic-based currency model, and giving consumers a sense that their financial instruments can't be stolen and used fraudulently as easily as some of the other tools that they have. And more powerful, I think, really speaks to the fact that we're building a model here which allows money to move more frictionlessly, more easily, more globally, and takes out a lot of the cost and expense and frustration that's associated with that. And those are, you could say the same kinds of things about media or communications or education that that the internet's done for other industries, and we think that at the end of the day, that's what this is really about.
Okay. Well, look, I think it's a decent point to end, because I think we think a lot about the impacts of regulations for everything we do. And what we've often found is when regulation is too light touch in a particular industry, the firms within that area often end up competing in a race downward. You try to get more business by doing all the wrong things and having less protections in place and being the cheapest and easiest place to do business without maybe the kinds of things we expect. The flip side of that is when we have enough regulation without overburdensome regulation, we often see that flipping around, and you have a race to the top, and the companies that are doing all the right things who are more secure, safer, end up getting a competitive advantage. And then we have the firms within that particular area, whether it's virtual currency, wallets, or what have you, competing to be more secure, to assure their customers that they're hitting all the regulatory marks they need to hit. And it ends up making those firms, the good ones, more successful, and the firms that get left behind are the ones that, for example, aren't doing what they need to make sure they're not being used as a place for money laundering. So I hope we can get to that sort of world sometime in the near future. But thank you all. It was very interesting testimony from all three. I know some of you traveled quite a ways for this, and we really appreciate it, and we know you're busy, so thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to reconvene at 2:30.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Final panel of academicians.
Very good. Close off when you're closing off, guy. Turn your mic off. Their mics are still on. I gotta listen to this. There it is. The webcast will resume at 2:30. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to MadBitcoins live from the Senate hearings with my microphone over there and my keyboard over here. I was going to go ahead and recap some quick early morning news that I managed to gather. Meanwhile, let's see. Might go ahead. You right now. And then after that, I will be joined by Andreas Antonopoulos and Chris Franco and perhaps Derek J. from Peace News Now, and we'll discuss the hearings. But first, a quick recap of today's news. Will Google screencast? Man, Google's got to fix this screencast. Oh well, so much for the news. They won't let me screencast. You can screen share once now in Google Plus Hangouts. Then it won't work again. That is disappointing stuff. Well, let's just talk about the hearings. So,
hey Tom, we'll hold the fort if you want to disconnect and reconnect, and then try and screencast again.
I'll give it a try. I'll be right back.
No, right now, but I think it's going to go to a point where it won't be able to get hacked. And in terms of regulation,
well, the attack has no. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't take down the network. It's not a flaw. You can double spend once, and it's over.
And actually, someone managed to attack it and destroy it.
You can also do this with dollars. It's called overdrawing your account.
Another currency that is more resistant to a 51% attack, for example, would replace this technology.
I guess it's an immediate concern because there'd be a lot of value in the balance.
morning, Bitcoins! Today is Friday, February 7th, 2014 at 2:31 p.m. in Newark, New Jersey. Things go better with MadBitcoins. MadBitcoins subscriber index 2444. The aliens have a saying. When they find themselves in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to them, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. Let it be. Vote MadBitcoins for the shorties. Here are today's Mad Bits. After the Mt. Gox news, Bitcoin prices took a bit of a dip, but this is old news by now. We all know it's just another buying opportunity. With CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 743, a high of 784, and a low of 658. Litecoin was at $19.38 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.01111111, 0.011337, that's LEET, and 0.001234456. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Breaking news. Local Bitcoins.com users face criminal charges in Florida. In a crafty bit of entrapment, the Secret Service offered the men $30,000, well over the legal limit of $10,000. Of course, if they hadn't been there to offer them $30,000, would they have been able to break the law in the same way? Reminds me of that thing with Schrodinger and the cat. You can never quite tell if the cat is alive or dead until you open the box. Who keeps cats in boxes anyway? Megacoins Komodo Gravity Well, now used by more than 25 altcoins. I'm not going to list all the coins because there are too many, but congratulations to Megacoin. The Gravity Well is really catching on. Too bad for multi-pools, but good for everybody else. Keep up the good work, Megacoin. Apple won't let Bitcoin apps into the App Store, but this guy found a way around all that. CoinPunk is currently developing and has a prototype of an HTML5 Bitcoin wallet with QR code scanning capabilities. So does blockchain. It won't be long now, Apple, until your ban will be pointless and all you will have done is piss off the early adopters who made your products cool. Sad story, Apple. Sad story. Steve Jobs is truly rolling in his grave. You let down a great legacy. And all for your crappy payment service that no one really wants anyway. Very sad. Tune in today to the Bitcoin Group, live at 3 p.m. PST at thebitcoingroup.com or with the link which will be released on Twitter/thebitcoingroup. The best Bitcoins, the sharpest Satoshis. The Bitcoin Group, live today at 3 p.m. PST and available later on YouTube. Until next time. This has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Google Hangouts crashed, but we're back. It's still Monday, February 17th, 2014. And this is Mad Bitcoins Live. Mt. Gox bursts the tulip bubble. And we've got FUD from ZDNet. Bitcoin bubble could burst as investors rush to withdraw cash. Bitcoin touches 220 on formerly dominant exchange Mt. Gox after a 60% plunge. The New York Post, welcome to the 21st century Ponzi scheme, Bitcoin. The Washington Post, Bitcoin's largest exchange is dying. Here's why that's not a problem for Bitcoin. We've got Bitcoin Baileys, a group of small organic farmers dedicated to fighting the GMO foods and promoting the Bitcoin philosophy. Check them out at bitcoinbaileys.org. Mt. Gox may be heading for bankruptcy, but they might also start Bitcoin withdrawals as early as Thursday. They may be heading for bankruptcy because the Mt. Gox case very much mirrors the Full Tilt poker case. Do the poker sites represent a model for Mt. Gox to follow as they go out of business? Publishing deal. Book giant signs to have a book written about the Silk Road and drugs, Bitcoin and drugs. Very exciting topics for Random House. BitPay unveils Bitcore, a new open source project for app developers. This is great news that Bitcore is sharing with the open source community. The price of Bitcoin continues to decline. At Bitstamp, it's 6.31, with the orange line continuing to trend downward, the blue line performing a small cup formation. But the Mt. Gox price is much worse, 272 and falling. The orange line in complete decline, the blue line also trending downwards, with Litecoin actually reversing position, but it continues to follow Bitcoin down, although its orange line and blue line are getting ready to cross. This all reminds us of the Wall Street crash of 1929. During the Wall Street crash, William C. Durant joined with members of the Rockefeller family and other financial giants to buy large quantities of stocks in order to demonstrate to the public their confidence in the market. But their efforts failed to stop the large decline in prices. However, due to the massive volume of stocks traded that day, about 7:45 p.m. That's right, large volumes of stocks. And this is one of the rumors as to what's going on the Mt. Gox exchange. It's rumored that if you had coins that were stuck in Mt. Gox, someone would pay you cash for them outside of the exchange. Then you could transfer your coins to them inside the exchange. In this way, people may be forming up large piles of Mt. Gox chips, which may or may not be able to be traded in for Bitcoin. No one knows. It's certainly a risky proposition. Here's the chart of the 1929 stock market crash. As you can see, there was certainly a low point, but after that, the market came roaring back. The people that sold at the low point lost the most. MadBitcoins is still nominated for a Shorty Award. Vote for MadBitcoins at shortyawards.com or at madbitcoins.com. Only 1 day remaining. MadBitcoins. Can you promote on one of your shows our new website dedicated to Portuguese Bitcoin? Portuguese Bitcoin, Bitcoin, bit-coin.pt. E tu, ya cohenes isto da Bitcoin? Aqui na bitcoin.pt damos te a conocer as diversas características desta nova moeda. Apologies for the terrible punctuation. Coinye is back. Coinye is apparently not dead, as they've developed a Twitter tipping bot and are working on a YouTube tipping bot. I haven't been able to successfully get my Coinye out of there, but I'm glad to see that Gayfish is back and running. And I'm impressed for the idea of an automatic YouTube tipping bot, where you could like a video, it would instantly Twitter the person, tell them how to get their Coinye, and how to change it into something. It would be an excellent system, and I look forward to Coinye. We also invited Paige to be on the Bitcoin group, and pretty much everyone thought it would be a good idea. Andrea said that we could even get rid of him and have 2 women on the Bitcoin group at the same time. Tune in 2 weeks from Friday. And of course, the Jamaican bobsled team, sponsored by Dogecoin. Jamaican bobsled team, Dogecoin, and tipping. Of course, MadBitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Donate Bitcoin to this address to support MadBitcoins. And of course, if you are interested in selling your Mt. Gox coins, it's curious that BitcoinBuilder.com may have the answer for you. Who knows? Maybe you can sell your investment and still get some money back. The Crypto Kings guys met a guy at the mall who's heard of MadBitcoins. Of course, if you're mining Dogecoin, you've probably heard of MadBitcoins, but still, it's good to be recognized. Meanwhile, on Twitter, the CoinDesk BPI price is 6.20 and 81 cents, a 1% gain on the day. Let's see what's going on. Very Fork Much update, so panic, excite. People are trying out Bitcoin and learning how to use it. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. Rolling back through the stories, ZDNet, more FUD from ZDNet. They just pretty much say that the price is going down and that everyone is going to sell their Bitcoins to me for very low prices. So this is a good time if you work for fiat, if you have a job where you have fiat coming in, a good time to continue investing in Bitcoin slowly. Like Andreas says, you could just buy a little Bitcoin every Monday and just continue to pile it up. Bitcoin touches 220 on Mt. Gox after a 60% fall. Mt. Gox continues to drive the market down. Everyone's getting tired of it, and the line looks like it's going all the way to zero. It's very disappointing. If any of you have seen the video of the Mt. Gox CEO confronted in the snow in his short sleeve shirt with his frappuccino and his umbrella, you have to wonder what's going on inside that exchange. How could they do this to so many people's money? The New York Post. Welcome to the 21st century Ponzi scheme. Of course, there is no Ponzi. A Ponzi scheme is where all of the money, a little bit of it, goes back to one guy. The one guy takes cuts out of everyone's money, piles it all up, and he's the Ponzi. Or you have an investment scheme, like a Madoff scheme, where you say you're making investments, but you don't actually make them. Satoshi Nakamoto doesn't own Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't all go back to him. He's not going to profit from Bitcoin, and he's not a Ponzi. The pathetic article from the New York Post, it compares Bitcoin with the Wolf of Wall Street, whereas the Wolf of Wall Street, they knew that they were selling pink stocks. They were selling penny stocks that were worthless. Their brilliance was in selling large amounts of these worthless penny stocks to richer and richer clients. It wasn't even really a Ponzi scheme. It was just an example of people not looking at their investments, not doing their research. Of course, if you think you're going to get rich quick, you're going to invest your money in. And many of those people have invested in Bitcoin, and we're seeing them exit the market in fear. Now, certainly, sell a little bit if you have to, get some money into your accounts, but do what you think is right. Hold on to Bitcoin. It's going to be in it for the long run. The New York Post calls it Tinker Toy currency, which is just great. It's hilarious. They say that long gone are the silk-suited, in-your-face wise guys waving around bottles of Dom Perignon and snorting coke off the bodies of prostitutes at parties. And they believe that Bitcoin is this Ponzi scheme. It's going to be very funny to see the New York Post proven wrong. The Washington Post, a far more recognized and reputable presentation, says that just Mt. Gox is dying. It's not a problem for Bitcoin. Bitcoin will continue to survive. BitcoinBaileys.org, a small group of organic farmers committed to fighting the infiltration of GMO and sharing the Bitcoin philosophy. They asked me to link to their website, and here it is, BitcoinBaileys.org. Another story that was on CoinDesk that they seem to have moved down is that investors are pumping $600,000 into Swedish Bitcoin exchange, Sefilo. And the Dogecoin founder turned down $500,000. Whoa. But this is a good sign. Venture capital continues to flow into Bitcoin. Regardless of the price going down temporarily, the value of the technology continues to be there. Certainly we don't know what the real price of a Bitcoin should be, but we do know that it's valuable and it's useful. Mt. Gox may be headed for bankruptcy. The article makes an excellent case comparing Mt. Gox to Full Tilt Poker and saying that the online poker websites had similar problems as Mt. Gox. As I'm sure you all recall, the government froze $5 million of Mt. Gox's money, putting them in a negative position. From here, they've probably trying to fight back from that, and this may have been enough to knock them off course and to put them where they are today, frozen Bitcoin withdrawals and dragging down the price. Of course, the only thing the media is interested about Bitcoin is the Silk Road. The exciting story of the Dread Pirate Roberts, who apparently single-handedly built this incredible exchange, worked with apparently people in BitPay, and apparently Bit Instant, and apparently a complicated scheme to sell drugs on the internet in a libertarian fantasy has, of course, delighted the media and is leading to a big book deal, a big movie deal, and we're all going to be watching the Silk Road on the silver screen before too long. BitPay, sorry for the previous mismention, BitPay unveils Bitcore, its new open source project for app developers. If you want to develop an app now, you can use BitPay as your back end. This is a huge step forward for Bitcoin accepting apps, and once again showing how Apple has completely fallen behind and lost their edge on this. They have no idea. The price of Bitcoin is actually starting to go up at 634 on Bitstamp with a nice green direction and a cup formation forming. Meanwhile, on Mt. Gox, it seems to have hit a bit of a floor at 272, the orange line continuing to trend downward and the blue line looking like a floor, but who knows. Litecoin has recovered slightly and seems to be flooring out around 15.38. This, of course, is all similar to the Wall Street stock market crash of 1929, where on October 29th, William C. Durant joined with members of the Rockefeller family to buy large quantities of stocks to demonstrate to the public their confidence in the market. Their efforts failed to stop the large decline in prices, but worked out pretty good for them. As we all recall, the chart on the Dow Jones crash was from about, looks like about a little above 4, it was in 370, 360 here, all the way down to about 200. So 160 point drop, about a 50% drop if you look at the quickly math, and back up to 300 in a few years. MadBitcoins is nominated for the Shorty Awards at shortyawards.com or the link at madbitcoins.com. We're promoting Bitcoin Portugal at bit-coin.pt. Watch this. We can even have Google translate it. What are you going to do, Google? Let's see it. Como é que Bitcoin funciona? They're translating still. Kanye is back with a Twitter tip bot and a YouTube tip bot under development. You could even tip someone a Z's bomb, which is apparently 666. Don't know why. We've invited Paige on the Bitcoin group. Last week it was a sausage party, but I thought it was more of a sausage festival. Andreas is willing to give up his seat on the Bitcoin group because we could have 2 women at the same time on the show. And Megan's in favor of that. The Jamaican bobsled team is set to launch, sponsored by Dogecoin. You can donate Bitcoins and other coins to MadBitcoins at madbitcoins.com or by using this QR code and your favorite Bitcoin software. BitcoinBuilder.com is apparently the place where you can sell your Mt. Gox coins. If you had too many coins on Mt. Gox and you would prefer to sell them to someone who's probably going to end up suing Mt. Gox to try to get their Bitcoins back, someone who's essentially collecting chips in the Mt. Gox system with the hopes that Mt. Gox actually has Bitcoins inside of that black box. What many fear is that if you open the black box of Mt. Gox, there may be no more cookies. There may be no more Bitcoin. But no one knows. We will find out. One of the crypto kings was hanging out at a mall in Florida, and he met someone who had heard of MadBitcoins. How about that? Small world. Meanwhile, on Twitter, let's see what's going on lately. Get some stuff up. Google crashes the first time and slows down the pace of my Hangout. Got a great tweet from Stacy Herbert, Stacy from the Max Kaiser report. People starting to understand that Maxcoin is not just another alt. Look inside the coin, and you will understand the universe to the max. That's just, that was funny.
We've got a great report from @GordyPLS. My morning bus has a roster organized against the school kids. Those with high data limits rotate. Who runs a hotspot so the others can browse? Kids are sharing internet on the bus. How clever. There's apparently a 14-year-old schoolgirl on the same morning bus that offers a service where she removes any shit your parents put on your phone for $5. Kids view parental controls as malware and have built a service economy around repairing infected phones. Incredibly clever and a great report from the field. Praise for Ada Lovelace, a woman who wrote the first computer program. Women literally invented computer programming. Learn more about Ada Lovelace on Wikipedia or in the book The Difference Engine by William Gibson and Bruce Sterling. Not the greatest book, but an interesting historical fantasy that, of course, is very popular in steampunk circles, I believe. Did you know Roger Ebert was born in the town of Urbana, Illinois, the same place as Dave Eggers, William Gibson, and David Foster Wallace? How about that? And, of course, I happen to have signatures of Gibson and Eggers. How about that? Zero Block polls Mt. Gox charts. Good for them. Another great move by Zero Block. The MadBitcoins donation button no longer blocked by Chromecast's pause button. I had a couple of complaints about this, and I fixed it. So now, if you're using Chromecast, and if you're not using Chromecast, you really should get one. They're like $35, very good deal. And Chromecast is a little nubby thing that plugs into your HD TV and allows you to watch YouTube on your TV. You can start the Chromecast videos from your iPhone, iPad, or Android phone simply by using the YouTube app. This is the way that I watch MadBitcoins on the TV, and I hope it'll be the way that you watch MadBitcoins on the TV. It doesn't work that well for live shows, but I think it works better after the live shows have been saved to YouTube. We've got a great tweet from Andreas Antonopoulos that explains how to get a vanity Bitcoin address. I'm going to be doing this soon myself. You generate the key on bitaddress.org, you store the key safely, and then you order an address at vanitypool.appspot.com. Link also available at the @MadBitcoins Twitter account. Great comic strip about how institutions appear. They appear very strong, but actually turn out to be weaker. Jim Henson's son passed away, John Henson. Disappointing loss. The Jamaican bobsled team prepares to launch. Arsenal defeats Liverpool. And a picture of Andreas licking a claw hammer. There you go, Bitcoin. Don't say I never ever showed you anything you didn't want to see. That's what you get for watching a live show. We had a couple of interesting tweets sent to samsungmobile.us. If they sent a Samsung Android phone to MadBitcoins, I'd certainly be willing to do a series of videos testing out Bitcoin apps and helping the people understand the difference between iPhones and Android phones at this moment because of Apple's terrible decision. Android phones have Bitcoin apps, iPhones don't. It's a disappointing position that they put them in. Several people agree, and they would love to see the reviews. They say, come on, give them a phone, Samsung. Give them a phone. There's a new coin in town. It's called dope coins. Pot coins are just for cooking. Meanwhile, pot coins have contacted me on Twitter and say that they are working on paper wallets for pot coins, and they're working on additional pot coin apps. Development is underway, always in Bitcoin. And ladies program too. Trying to get back. Here he is, our man in the snow, Mark Capellis, the man himself. Short sleeves, Frappuccino, in the snow.
It's hard to believe that these two men are even in the same climate or the same world. One of them is looking for his Bitcoin. The other one presumably has them. Who knows? The story continues. Ada Lovelace. And link loading. I think what crashed Google the first time is I had so many tabs open. So this time I went ahead and opened even more tabs. Mt. Gox CEO meme at memegenerator.net. Clueless Bitcoin trader gives Bitcoin to Mt. Gox. Bitcoin? Never heard of it. I love this one. Bitcoin enthusiast flies around the world to Bitcoin exchange. Sign asks for money. Sorry, I ate all your Bitcoins. Is this the line for Jenny Craig? New Scotty from Star Trek. There we go. Sorry. New Scotty from Star Trek confronts Mt. Gox CEO. And page 2. Surprisingly no Dogecoin mentions on meme generator, Mt. Gox CEO. Finally, the question that it was worth traveling all the way to Japan to get the answer to. Bro, do you even lift? And that's about it. We're going to go ahead and wrap up MadBitcoins Live. Mt. Gox bursts the tulip bubble with a .com boom. Don't forget to donate to MadBitcoins with a QR code here or at madbitcoins.com. It's going to say Mt. Gox, but you can't donate to MadBitcoins at Mt. Gox. Not anymore. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2013 at 12:57 a.m. in Chandigarh, India. Summertime is Mad Bitcoins time. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to climb, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 1,139, a high of 1,145, and a low of 1,063. Litecoin prices continued to climb as well, all the way to $35. This episode was sponsored by Let's Talk Bitcoin. Let's Talk Bitcoin, the premier Bitcoin podcast. Listen to in-depth interviews, helpful how-tos, and more at letstalkbitcoin.com. Bitcoin price could reach $98,500, say Wall Street analysts. The analysts believe that rising Bitcoin prices help build the network, thus entrenching its value. Based on this framework, we would postulate that current Bitcoin prices reflect a peak penetration of 1% of total potential demand in 10 years. 1%! It's not too late. Buy Bitcoin today. India wakes up to Bitcoin. A hair salon in Chandigarh is now accepting Bitcoin. What's surprising about this is that the salon is not in the tech-dominated Bangalore, but in the relatively pastoral north. This is the first business in India to accept Bitcoin and is the beginning of a whole lot more. As China awoke, so too will India. Is Europe's second largest Bitcoin exchange, BTC-E, having banking issues? I'm not here to spread any panic about BTC-E. It seems that the owners want to remain anonymous and have created somewhat bizarre banking procedures to keep this anonymity that may be complicating customer withdrawals into legacy currency. Bitcoin, Litecoin, and other cryptocurrency withdrawals are unaffected. Attention, Bitcoin beer fanatics. Department of Awesome Brewing needs you. Bit starting on Bitcoin Starter today. The Department of Awesome Brewing Company is the first company that I've heard of to adapt the idea of fundraising today based upon the future value of Bitcoin. They're only asking for 5 Bitcoins. I know what you're saying. 5 Bitcoins isn't enough to build a brewery, but wait. They're planning on holding the Bitcoins until the value reaches their required startup funds. Bitcoin will literally help build their business. I understand the agorist psychological experiment is also going to accept the same model for a non-profit, but to my knowledge, this is the first time the Bitcoin investment model has ever been tried for a full-scale business. Send a few bits to the Department of Awesome today and support independent brewing. Donate to the Department of Awesome on Bitcoin Starter. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. This episode was sponsored by Alpha Lion Technologies. Alpha Lion Technologies. We don't make the altcoins, we make the altcoins of the future. Learn more at alphaliontechnologies.com.
Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Saturday, September 13th, 2014 at 5:21 p.m. in Cincinnati, Ohio. Mad Bitcoins is great. Special thanks today to Bitcoin donors 0.001 and 0.000256. Today's episode is sponsored by mtdiv.com. Divvy up a bill between a group. People don't always have the right amount of cash on them to split a tab, but with mtdiv and Bitcoin, it's easy. Start with the bill collector's Bitcoin address and generate QR codes automatically at mtdiv.com. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices showed some signs of recovery, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 477, a high of 479 with a low of 470. Litecoin is at 540 a coin. Tim Draper. So now we're going to talk about Tim Draper. He, like other prominent Bitcoiner Brock Pierce, believes that Bitcoin is headed to $10,000 a coin. Remember that Draper is heavily invested in this sphere right now, and his son has invested in probably about 13 Bitcoin startups as well through Boost VC. Draper himself actually won, or bought, the government's famed Silk Road auction, and he purchased 30,000 Bitcoins in total. So he has a lot to lose if Bitcoin keeps going down, and if it keeps going down a lot. Draper himself said, quote, "I guess the markets aren't seeing what I am seeing. An entire economy is being rebuilt. I have a price target of $10,000 in 3 years. Even that may be pessimistic. 10,000 bucks a coin. Yowza." Bitcoin could pose a threat to financial stability of UK, warns the Bank of England. However, according to the bank, restrictions on the number of coins in circulation, the inherent volatility, and the prospect of higher transaction costs, which is viable, means that Bitcoin is unlikely to supplant the existing banking system. The bank argues the current centralized banking system, which stores and protects consumer funds through insurance, I'm assuming, will continue to dominate retail and business transactions, quote, over any foreseeable horizon. Furniture company Mobler Design now accepts Bitcoin. It's not just a furniture company. It's a fully operational, custom, internet-based design shop in South Africa that creates both custom furniture and office designs, and then sells the plans to the customers in exchange for Bitcoin. It is very impressive. But until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Is that how it is?
So then you have to read the last part.
Take a tip. Take a tip. Take a tip from me. Bradley's on the microphone, Ras MG. All the people in the dance will agree that we're well qualified to represent the LBC.
Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2014 at 1:42 p.m. in Miami, Florida. Bitcoins makes good things taste better. MadBitcoins subscriber index 2367. We've encountered a strange, new, energy-based life form. Negotiations were at a standstill. Communications seemed impossible. But then we discovered they accept Bitcoin. Vote Mad Bitcoins for the shorties. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices were steady in the 850 to 900 range, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 850, a high of 857, and a low of 843. Litecoin was at $21.33 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.005, 0.001235, 0.000424, and subscriber 0.1333. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Bitcoin now accepted at every 7-Eleven in Mexico. Slurpee time in Mexico. Brain freeze, anyone? While they're not taking Bitcoin directly, patrons in Mexico can now transfer Bitcoins to something called Padmobile Wallet, which apparently can be linked directly to Coinbase. And then boom, it's Slurpee time. Also accepted at Gandhi bookstores. Go, Mexico, go! 2014 is the year of Bitcoin merchant adoption, not just in the US, worldwide too. Chewbacca, Trojan, steals thousands of credit card details across the globe. Chewbacca, what a Wookiee. So far, Chewy has compromised more than 49,000 credit cards from 45 retailers in 11 countries over a 2-month span. Credit cards are an old-fashioned, insecure form of payment. Bitcoin is superior. Every day we see more examples in the media of credit card insecurity. From Target to Neiman Marcus to Michaels, and now with a virus named after a Wookiee from Kashyyyk, credit cards are on their way out. Bitcoin is on its way in. Wookiees are known to tear people's arms from their sockets when they lose. I suggest a new strategy. Let the Wookiee win. Bitcoin Ponzi concern sparks warning from Estonia Bank. Estonia has warned today that Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme, despite there being no Ponzi and no scheme. Bitcoin is a problematic scheme, said the head of the Estonian Central Bank's payment department. All risks are assumed by the user, who has no one to turn to for help. Ever lose $1 on the street? Ever get it back? I'd say cash is a problematic scheme where all the risks are assumed by the user, who has no one to turn to for help. Did you ever try reporting your missing bill to the government? They won't even take your call, even if you have the serial number. Cash is insecure. Cash is old-fashioned. Like the CD before it, cash is a physical item that can be lost, damaged, or stolen. Bitcoin is the future. Cash is the past. Chase Bank bans adding cash to accounts you don't own. Perhaps in a preemptive strike against clever local Bitcoin traders who are perhaps using Chase in an easy and safe way to add cash to their accounts while transferring Bitcoin to their customers. Banks are now removing features from their accounts to make it harder for people to buy and sell Bitcoin. Somebody is running scared, and it ain't Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the honey badger of money. It don't give a bit. Comic strip explains credit cards brilliantly. I can barely draw. Elsewhere. So, should we accept dollars? They have an odd system. They use a so-called credit card info string. Like a Bitcoin address? Like a Bitcoin address in a bizarro world. You know how in our normal world it's always the Bitcoin sender who initiates the payment? Naturally, it's the sender's money. In their bizarro world, the recipient initiates a withdrawal from the sender's credit card info string. That's absurd. But the sender must approve it first? The sender doesn't even know of the withdrawal until afterwards. Are they nuts? Why are there so many porn sites on this statement? What? No, I don't remember any. I'm sure you don't. Any recipient who knows a sender's credit card info can withdraw any amount from the sender's account. Are they nuts? Indeed, I can barely draw.com. Are they nuts? Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. It's Mad Bitcoins. It's the Mad Bitcoin Show. Good morning, Bitcoins. Today is Thursday, February 13th, 2014 at 2:10 p.m. in Trenton, New Jersey. Mad Bitcoins. It's the real thing. Mad Bitcoin subscriber index 2593. Philip K. Dick believed that he had received a message from a satellite that had been out of contact with humanity since the fall of Rome. The satellite was called Valis, Vast, Active, Living, Intelligent System. The aliens said they built the satellite to help humanity and that many more people would be receiving the message shortly. Only 5 days, 9 hours, 16 minutes, and 25 seconds remaining to nominate Mad Bitcoins for the Shorty Awards. Use your Twitter account and vote at shortyawards.com. Link also available at madbitcoins.com. Mad Bitcoins' top secret plan to win a Shorty continues. Please continue politely messaging the top 5 nominees, asking if they would be willing to take Bitcoin donations and offering them each $1 in Bitcoin if they do. Today's featured nominees are Will Shepard, at Shep689 on Twitter, and Matthew Lush, at Matthew Lush on Twitter. Links to all the nominees in the description. Try reaching out to them on Twitter as well. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to decline, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 600, a high of 653, and a low of 600. Litecoin was at $15.40 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.0069, 0.000000666, 0.004456, and 0.03. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. CNN, Bitcoin regulation coming this year. There are no Bitcoin exchanges in the state of New York, and if unelected Super Nintendo Losky has his way, there never will be. Bitfloor is closed, and BitInstant's founder is being investigated for his possible connection to the Silk Road. Losky says he wants New York to be a magnet for legitimate, well-regarded exchanges and other virtual currency firms. But I don't think he knows how magnets work. Their failure to understand Bitcoin and their laughable attempt to regulate has already made New York State the joke of the cryptocurrency world. Bitcoiners aren't stupid. They know one thing. They know which state not to start their companies in, the one that's trying to regulate what they don't understand. Speaking of states trying to regulate what they don't understand, New Jersey slaps MIT Bitcoin hackers with subpoena, and they're fighting back. The MIT students behind the Bitcoin background mining program Tidbit won the Most Innovative Award at a recent hackathon, and now these teenage hackers have received another award, a subpoena from the state of New Jersey. New Jersey obviously wants to follow its big brother New York by scaring away all innovation and crushing new ideas with an iron fist. The student hackers designed Tidbit as an alternative to web advertising. Instead of serving up an ad that no one clicks on and just makes your web page ugly, you could instead have your visitors mine Bitcoin while viewing your page. The longer they read your articles, the more they mine for you. Sure, it's very small amounts, but programs like this are truly innovative and should be rewarded, not punished. I hope that the hackers will wise up and move to California after they graduate. Attention smart people and other people with big brains in the Northeast. California is open to you. The West Coast has the sunshine and the girls all look so tan. If you want snow, you can drive to it. And in Silicon Valley, the only thing we care about is if your idea is a good one. Why waste your time with the old coast when you could live on the West Coast? Flights departing daily. Leave the past behind and join us in the future. California, you're welcome here. Why we accept Bitcoin. An excellent essay from Roger Wu, co-founder of the storytelling platform Cooperatize.com. No time to read the whole thing, but you should. For now, just a bulleted list. We accept Bitcoin because lower transaction costs, less risky than any other currency, security, publicity, the Bitcoin protocol itself. JP Morgan, Bitcoin is vastly inferior to traditional fiat currency. Adding in the subtitle, it would be onerous for any economy operating with it as legal tender. I think it would be onerous for any economy to continue operating with the US dollar. Have you ever looked at the purchasing power of the US dollar from 1900 until now? It's almost lost 95% of its value. If you held $1 in 1900 and tried to spend it today, it would be worth a nickel's worth of what it used to buy. And that's not onerous. We've got companies fixing interest rates, reselling bad mortgages as good ones, and running outright Madoff or Ponzi schemes, and all in the good old USD. But what this quote really reminds me of is that we've entered a new phase of the Gandhi quote. First, they ignore you. Then, they laugh at you. Then, they fight you. Then you win. They certainly aren't ignoring us or laughing anymore. Bitcoin at the wrong end of a gun. But that gun is unloaded, poorly maintained, and falling apart. I seriously doubt that it would fire, and if you did fire it, there's just as good a chance of it falling apart in your hands as it is blowing up right in your face. Bitcoin is the honey badger of money, and Bitcoin can dodge bullets. Yes, it's true. You can dodge bullets, and when you're ready, you won't even have to. Bitcoin is under siege. Now playing Under Siege, the 1992 thriller starring Steven Seagal, Tommy Lee Jones, and Gary Busey. A former SEAL turned Bitcoiner is the only person who can stop a gang of terrorists when they seize control of a U.S. Navy battleship. I don't want to spoil the ending for you, but I will. Despite all the obstacles that Bitcoin may face, Bitcoin prevails, because Bitcoin is the hero and the old system is the villain. Villains never win. Bitcoin prevails. Bitcoin believers aren't really bothered by widespread glitches. They have faith. And well they should. Bitcoin isn't like your old money. Bitcoin is software. Software has glitches and they can be fixed. Bitcoin will triumph. It will survive. Because like the CD and the MP3 before it, Bitcoin is better money. It's more useful. It's easier to send overseas. Its advantages far outweigh its disadvantages, and that's why this honey badger of money is going to the moon to stay. We're going to build colonies there, golf courses and hotels. The honey badger of money doesn't give a bit about the mainstream media and their mountain of clickbait FUD. We will prevail. Our energy is simply stronger than theirs. Our currency is simply better. Credit cards are pre-internet, pre-computer even. Cash is old-fashioned. It's time for a change. The system is not working. The change is Bitcoin, and it's here for everyone. Everyone in the world. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins Live. When there's just too much news to go pre-recorded, you've got to go live. Today is Wednesday, March 5th, 2014, the first day of the Texas Bitcoin Conference in Austin, Texas. You might know some of the speakers at the Texas Bitcoin Conference if you've been watching the Bitcoin Group at thebitcoingroup.com. The recent episode of the Bitcoin Group, number 19, featured more than 9 panelists, including 5 of the upcoming speakers at the Austin, Texas Bitcoin Conference, including Andreas Antonopoulos, Jason King from Sean's Outpost, Megan Lords from Bitcoin Not Bombs, Davi Barker also from Bitcoin Not Bombs. Can't find Davi right now. Davi Barker from Bitcoin Not Bombs and Christoph Atlas from Anonymous Bitcoin, all available on thebitcoingroup.com. We've also got a new feature today if you're watching at home. You can click through from madbitcoins.com to YouTube. Then you can click to the current live event that's going on right now. Now, for those of you who want to, it's going to have me quoting back to me, but if you'd like to be involved in the question and answers, it should, I didn't turn question and answers on, so you cannot be involved. So much for that. Anyway, it's the first day of the Texas Bitcoin Conference, and we're live on Mad Bitcoins, not in Texas. I was recently enjoying Chris Odom talking at the North American Bitcoin Conference in Miami. Mr. Odom talked about open transactions. Check this out. Check the link out on Twitter at MadBitcoins. Bitstamp is at $665 and appears to be falling at the current minute. We had a recent run up to 678 from 658, then a drop back down to 657, then some fighting out in the 670s to 665 range. Looking at a longer view, we're still a little down from the large 710 spike, which appeared to change the Bitcoin downtrend into an uptrend once again. Looking back to the longest chart that we've got, the 1-week chart, we can see there's still a large orange uptrend line, which continues to point up. In Bitcoin news today, Hong Kong opens its first Bitcoin shop in the world. And what I really think the top news of the day is, Cryptsy opens coin voting. Much like the MintPal exchange, the users can now vote for which coin they would like to see on Cryptsy. You can get 1 free vote per coin. They're also accepting paid votes, which have no limit on the number of votes that you can cash. You can buy votes with BTC or Cryptsy points. The current leader is Maza Coin, the coin of the Native American tribe, which has 7,269 votes. Red Coin is not far behind with 5,242 votes, with Flappy Coin coming in third at 2,375 votes. Also of note, Ultra Coin, Particle Coin, Potcoin, and even Ripple included on this list. Takei Coin, Magic Internet Money, also listed. Pretty much any coin you can think of, Saturn Coin, a lot of these other strange new coins, all available now on the Cryptsy coin voting system, available at cryptsy.com/coin votes. The Mad Bitcoin Show is supported by donors like you. We'd like to thank donors 0.01111, 0.001, 0.01, and 0.13 for supporting the Mad Bitcoin Show. Even a few bits helps. Today's top story: the Winklevoss twins buy Virgin Galactic tickets with Bitcoin. That's right, somebody's finally sending the Winklevoss into space, and it's not Mark from Facebook. It's much, much more. Congratulations to the Winklevi. I look forward to seeing their Instagram shots from outer space soon. KNC Miner finalizes design for world's first 20 nanometer Bitcoin ASIC miner. It sounds like a really incredible project from KNC Miner. The new chip cuts power consumption by 43%. Bitcoin miners are getting smaller, faster, and more energy efficient. Is Mt. Gox the pets.com of Bitcoin? Great article from CoinDesk by Daniel Caraway. History has a funny way of repeating itself, and he sees parallels in the pets.com story and the Mt. Gox story. Pets.com, as you all recall from the late 90s, was a very popular website with an incredible amount of VC capital and no plan on how to actually make money. The basic idea was to deliver dog food to your house, which sounds good on the face of it, but they tried to sell it with a large Super Bowl ad and other flashy advertising stores. It was unsuccessful and quickly went out of money, much like Mt. Gox, which is now apparently a word in the Urban Dictionary. Goxed, being effectively fooled and or trolled repeatedly, derived from the temporary closure of the Bitcoin exchange site Mt. Gox in June 2011 and the repeated delays in reopening for trading. Example: the Mt. Gox opening has been delayed another 24 hours. We've been goxed again. Japan may tax Bitcoin deals, stops banks and brokerages from handling the new digital currency. Once again, we're seeing continued overreaction from Japan about the Silk Road, about the Mt. Gox collapse. One thing is not the same as the other. Turning your country off for Bitcoin is not a good idea. Bitcoin bank Flexcoin shuts down after massive theft. Flexcoin, a site that I hadn't even heard of, has been hacked, and all the coins in its hot wallet, which was apparently 896 Bitcoins, more than $600,000, has been stolen. Their cold storage was ineffective. Sorry to hear this, Flexcoin, and sorry to hear this, Flexcoin users. Virtual currency to remain, but is Bitcoin the future? More fear, uncertainty, and doubt from MarketWatch. Bitcoin and the myth of tech utopia. The belief that every human problem can be solved with software forgets the human element inside all software. I'd completely disagree. I believe absolutely that every human problem can and will be solved with software. Just hold on, 50 years, 20 years, you'll think differently. Mt. Gox collapse spurs calls to regulate Bitcoin. Again, we shouldn't be regulating Bitcoin, we should be regulating Mt. Gox and the avenues on and off the network, because that's all that you really can regulate. You can't regulate Bitcoin. It simply won't allow it. Bitcoin is not controllable in that way. I think that's about it for today's show. This is the news. It would be great if you could donate a few bits. I hope that everyone's enjoying the Texas Bitcoin Conference. I look forward to new videos coming out of the conference soon, and watch us on Twitter. If I see any good videos, I will be retweeting them. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins Live. Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, March 3rd, 2014 at 11:37 p.m. in Omaha, Nebraska. MadBitcoins is it. MadBitcoins subscriber index 2891. To infinity and beyond. All systems are go. Begin down count. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to recover from the Mt. Gox closing, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 657, a high of 681, and a low of 655. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.147907111, 0.127, 0.001, and 0.007. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Britain preparing to end plans to tax Bitcoin. No questions were answered, nor was a statement produced by the Department of Treasury, but apparently England doesn't want to be the New York state of Bitcoin and has retracted their plan to tax Bitcoin and will no longer levy a 20% value-added tax or tax margins. Corporation tax and other taxes would still apply, but Britain is the backbone of the world's finance, and Britain is bullish about Bitcoin. Mt. Gox call center to answer Bitcoin queries. Hello, Mt. Gox. Where's my money? Please hold. Hello, Mt. Gox. Where's my effing money? Please hold. Hello, where's my effing money, you... Mt. Gox has announced a call center so that you can learn about an announcement regarding an application for commencement of a procedure of civil rehabilitation, which sounds like a translation of a polite Japanese phrase for maybe you'll get some of your money back, maybe not, as the vultures circle waiting to pick the bones of Magic the Gathering online exchange until they're clean. Could a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin help child pornographers evade the police? It's exhausting. I'm not even going to read this ridiculous article. All I have to do is ridicule its horrific headline. Could cash help child pornographers evade the police? Could the automobile help child pornographers evade police? Could the internet help child pornographers evade the police? Could any new innovation that you don't like help child pornographers evade the police? Yes. Yes, it could. But not because it's Bitcoin, and not because it's cash, and not because it's the automobile. It's because it's new, and you don't understand it. But you will. Just wait. You'll come around, and someday you'll be shopping at a convenience store, instantly using a currency you once said was only good for child porn. And you'll say to yourself, boy, was I wrong. Isn't that right, Mr. Telegraph FUD Writer? Isn't that what you'll say to yourself? Boy, were you wrong. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, December 30th, 2013 at 5:28 a.m. in Bora Bora. Mad Bitcoins, pure as sunlight. The Mad Bitcoin subscriber index is at 1683 and climbing. Here are today's Mad Bits. Over the break, Bitcoin prices fought their way back into the 800s, but now are down a bit, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 754, a high of 759, and a low of 743. Litecoin prices have been ranging upwards as well, with a high of $25 a coin and a last of $23.58. This episode of Mad Bitcoins has been sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donors LTC 2.75, BTC 0.02, 0.0007, 0.000386, and 0.1559999. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Check out Crypto Kings on YouTube, the new podcast from Johnny Bravo, longtime fan and supporter of Mad Bitcoins. Episode 1 is about trouble in Big China, the BTC-E troll box, and features an exclusive interview with Satoshi Nakamoto. Check it out on YouTube or in the link below. Get to know Bitcoin with a Bitcoin hat from gettoknowbitcoin.com. He's got black hats, white hats, and hats with a logo on the side so you can support Bitcoin with a more street look. Check him out at gettoknowbitcoin.com. Greeley, Colorado gas station is still the first gas station in America to accept Bitcoins. I covered this story during my live Christmas special, but it's 3 hours long, so you might not have seen it. So let me say it again. A gas station in Greeley, Colorado is the first gas station in America to accept Bitcoins. Gas stations are potentially Bitcoin's greatest ally against the credit cards, as there are no returns at gas stations, so they will love Bitcoin's no chargeback policy. Also, they can pay less in fees and get their money right away with Bitcoin. Gas stations will love Bitcoin. Gas stations will love Bitcoin. Gas stations will love Bitcoin. And we've got one accepting it right now. Check out the Cosmic Market at thecosmicmarket.com. Or if you're in the Greeley, Colorado area, stop by for a snow cone. It's only freezing cold there, so it should be the perfect weather for a snow cone. Bitcoin poker wins online after U.S. shuts down cash sites. Just like the Silk Road, the federal government tried to shut down online poker sites, an action that only led to the creation of more poker sites that now accept Bitcoin and will be harder to shut down. The internet continues to host a never-ending game of whack-a-mole that the Bureau plays with itself, but never seems to win. Bitcoin, a modern-day three-card Monty? Today's new FUD is from the New York Post. The Post, itself a joke of a tabloid newspaper, of course, starts off the article with a comparison to a rigged card game, and then goes on to expose how little they know about Bitcoin, comparing the mathematical brilliance of the blockchain to a droll game of Sudoku. They then spend a little time covering Bitcoin's mysterious creator, but no time is spent talking about the cabal that met secretly in 1910 on Jekyll Island. Senators, representatives from the Treasury Department, and the greatest financiers of the day planned the central banking system now known as the Federal Reserve without a single public meeting or even telling the public what they were doing. They passed the law on the day before Christmas Eve in 1913 when most of Congress had already gone home for the holidays. Not the least bit suspicious. Certainly not worth the time of the New York Post. The New York Times, however, Krugman, Bitcoin is evil. It's sad, really. I used to enjoy Krugman's work. Sure, he's an economist, so that means that he's wrong half the time, and if you had $1, you could hire a dozen of them to say the opposite. But he was okay. He was one of the economists who got it. Not so much anymore. Krugman comes out guns blazing with the classic Bitcoin has no value argument, an argument that only can be described as quaint, from a country that went off the gold standard in 1971 and whose last audit of all the gold in Fort Knox was in 1953 under the presidency of the late great Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of the last presidents of the United States, who warned us in 1961 that this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. And so, to Paul Krugman and also to sci-fi writer Charlie Strauss, who I also used to respect, I issue you the Bitcoin Challenge. Number 1. Sign up for a Coinbase or any other Bitcoin service and buy $10 worth of Bitcoin. Number 2. Send $1 to a friend via email or with their wallet address. Number 3. Send $1 to a charity like Sean's Outpost, which helps the homeless people in Florida. Number 4. Send $1 to a friend overseas. Number 5. Then get out a pen, envelopes, and stamps and do the same thing with cash. This challenge also goes for the members of the Senate Committee on Banking and the Homeland Security Committees who have recently held hearings on Bitcoin. Try using it before you try regulating it. Try using it before you try writing about it. You don't have to imagine what Bitcoin is and write about your imaginings. Bitcoin is real. It's the payment network of the future, right here in front of your eyes, and it works. Maybe you don't understand how it works. Maybe you don't understand the brilliance of Satoshi and the difficulty of the Byzantium generals problem. That doesn't change the fact that it works. Bitcoin is better than cash. MP3s are better than CDs. Email is better than mail. Resistance is futile. Join up or get out of the way, because Bitcoin is the honey badger of money and it's here to stay. You can write all the FUD articles you want, and when this is done, you'll be eating your words. This is a technological revolution, and it doesn't matter if you're too old to understand it. Bitcoin works. Cash is inferior. Now get out of the way. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to a Mad Bitcoins special report. This zany newsman is the Stephen Colbert of Bitcoin. With a goofy hat and goggles, Mad Bitcoins delivers cryptocurrency news in a daily 6-minute digest. By David Lum, Fastco Labs. The world of Bitcoin is growing, and traditional media can't make heads or tails of it. But Bitcoin's value continues to rise, and new cryptocurrencies join the fold every day. A community of enthusiasts, bloggers, podcasters, and YouTube channels have emerged to tell Bitcoin's story. And the Mad Hatter of Bitcoin wants to make your education as zany as possible. With a puffy top hat, bug-eyed goggles, and mesmerizing monotone, Thomas Hunt spouts the news from every corner of the Bitcoiniverse in a daily video digest. Like the stage persona of his hero, Stephen Colbert, Hunt's Mad Bitcoiner gives the news an appropriately weird edge. And like Colbert, Hunt believes the zany edge makes his viewers absorb more news in between laughs. In the nascent ecosystem of Bitcoin reporting, Hunt saw a lot of long coverage, but no bite-sized digest, and he found his niche. Lasting the length of 2 or 3 songs, each episode of Mad Bitcoins is less daunting than other cryptocurrency shows, like the hour-long Let's Talk Bitcoin podcast. While other shows debate the logistics and ethos of Bitcoin, Mad Bitcoins is content to deliver a bulleted list of cryptocurrency headlines. Hunt is no economist. He doesn't need to be. He takes his role as a silly newsman with more responsibility than reverence. After missing out on the spike last April that saw Bitcoin leap from $200 to $250 in a day, Hunt posted the first episode of Mad Bitcoins to clue people in on the Bitcoin game. And folks might keep missing out if they don't start paying attention. Bitcoins are currently hovering around $650. Hunt sees his regret for missing Bitcoin's early days mirrored in the public scramble for Bitcoin-inspired altcoins they hope will similarly spike in value. While he discusses his altcoin preferences and purchases on the show, Hunt refuses to endorse or tell his viewers to buy or sell. Bitcoin pundits who do recommend particular coins could be pumping and dumping, encouraging viewers to buy a certain altcoin so the pundit and friends could sell their stock at an artificial high. The smaller and newer the altcoin, the easier it is to pump, Hunt says, and with names like Litecoin, Mastercoin, and Coino, it's easy to mistake one coin for another. But even the flashy new coins with wildly uncertain futures have a leg over Bitcoin. While individual computer CPUs mined Bitcoins in the early days, dedicated industrial-scale farms of ASIC and FPGA processors now rule the Bitcoin mining game. Many altcoins, including the recently released Maxcoin by financial journalist Max Kaiser, have intentionally built their mining algorithms so ASIC and other script-based mining rigs can't mine them. This puts the power back in the hands of the lone miner, chugging along with his computer's CPU. All this uncertainty has perturbed traditional media. Hunt hopes to fill the gap for viewers who also take Bitcoin seriously. He started the Bitcoin Group, a weekly Friday videocast featuring Let's Talk Bitcoin's Adam B. Levine, technologist and entrepreneur Andreas Antonopoulos, Bitcoin Not Bombs MK Lords, and other enthusiasts for a roundtable Bitcoin talk. Even if he leaves behind his hat and goggles for Friday's serious discussion, Hunt maintains that his goofy Mad Bitcoin satire is one of the best ways to inform. Indeed, Pew Research has repeatedly found viewers of Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert to be the most informed. But like Stewart's famous retort on Crossfire, Hunt says that the whole Mad Hatter getup is designed to keep viewers from taking him too seriously and accepting his words as gospel. A way to get them thinking for themselves. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins Live. Bitcoin price drops after new Chinese bank rumors. We saw the rumors yesterday, and yet we did nothing. But now the rumors are public and spread all over the internet, causing the price of Bitcoin to fall to $522. Reaching a bottom spike of 505. We're looking at the 1 hour chart right now. As you can see, Bitcoin still seems to be on a bit of a downtrend looking at the 1 hour, pulling back out to the 12 hour. Still looks down. The 1 hour, the 1 day, we seem to be coming in for a landing until this recent Chinese news, which doesn't even seem to be true. And if we look back to this chart, we can see the good old days, which were only a few days, and back to the olden times. But here we are, right where these lines are about to meet, despite the current red candle going on, once again, because Chinese bank rumors. News that the Chinese government would penalize any bank transacting with Bitcoin exchanges after April 15th. Started to break around mid-morning China time on Thursday, March 27th. This time it was reported as fact by a number of news services. The Bitcoin price, already on a downward trend. Well, it dropped way lower than that, so this is an older article. But still, excellent work from CoinDesk, right on top of things. The Bitcoin price drops after new Chinese bank rumors. The price of Iceland's Aurora coin also falls 50% against Bitcoin after the airdrop. Every citizen in Iceland got 31.8 Aurora coins, but now it's unfortunate because they're worth half of what they used to be. This isn't that big of a surprise. No one knew what would happen when they released these coins, and the price going down when you release 50% of a pre-mined coin does seem a logical idea. Will the Icelanders continue using Aurora coin? Will its low price not spur them? Once again, they could just continue buying in. If you had done that with Doge early on, you'd be fine. Study. Mt. Gox may have lost just 386 bitcoins due to transaction malleability. Only 386, which sounds like a lot to you and me, but is nothing compared to the 850,000 bitcoins they claim to be missing. Once again, it appears that Mt. Gox may have been incredibly criminally negligent in their software, causing strange errors that lost incredible amounts of Bitcoin, whereas they only lost 386 Bitcoins due to the so-called bug in Bitcoin, transaction malleability. Speaking of Dogecoins, Andreas Antonopoulos asks the Dogecoin community, any Dogecoin conferences planned? I'd love to see a community event from this amazing community. As Andreas writes, I've been disappointed by some of the Bitcoin conferences this year, flooded with serious investors, big money, regulators, and more white men than a Mormon convention. I'd love to go to a more diverse, community-oriented event, and while I found some in Bitcoin, I'm wondering if it's time for a big Dogecoin conference/event. And then he introduces himself. But this could be a really interesting idea. DogeCon? DogeCoinCon? DogeCon. I hope they do it in San Francisco, then I could go. Bittylicious expands into Europe. Bittylicious has opened up 3 new payment methods, enabling European visitors to purchase Bitcoins and, shortly, other altcoins using bank transfers. Excellent work, Bittylicious. Just a small plug to our old sponsor, who we hope would sponsor us again. We'd also like to plug our old sponsor, Alpha Lion Technologies. Alpha Lion Technologies, your source for turnkey cryptocurrency and smart contract solutions. Check them out at alphaliontechnologies.com. And of course, let's talk Bitcoin. Let's talk Bitcoin at letstalkbitcoin.com. Now expanding into a network with new episodes on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. That's almost every day of the week. You could almost just say daily. Meanwhile, World Crypto Network is going live today at 12 noon Pacific Time, 3 o'clock in the East, with Midas Marnie on Bitcoin. Join Marnie Melrose and learn about how Bitcoin can save money for small businesses and how consumers can use Bitcoin instead of credit cards to prevent identity theft. Midas Marnie on World Crypto Network. If you haven't checked out World Crypto Network, you should check it out. We've had 3 live shows this week at 12 noon, and more to come. Subscribe at worldcryptonetwork.com or on YouTube. 802 subscribers already. And as always, this episode of MadBitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Your Bitcoin donations make this show possible. Even when the price is down, Bitcoin continues to work. Try it out now. Send a few Satoshis towards MadBitcoins. Even though the price is down, Bitcoin prevails. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins Live. We were going to start off the show with Mt. Gox and the price going down, but instead we've got a strange green line to cover. So let's start off with the basics. Bitcoin exchange prices plummet as investors brace for bankruptcy. Is Mt. Gox heading to bankruptcy? Meanwhile, in Bitcoin prices, we've got a strange green line ascending towards the ceiling on Bitstamp. This is the BTC-E price, which is currently still at 614, but the green line is headed up. Meanwhile, over at Mt. Gox, we've got large spikes going all the way up to 276 Gox price, and a large green candle inflating to 262. This is the biggest green we've seen in a long time. Zooming back out to the 4-hour chart, Gox is still descending like a ski slope. Bitstamp is having crosses. Fascinating. BTC-E, sorry. Bitstamp is just a little bit higher than BTC-E at around 635. So we're still very much in the 600s, but we're starting to see some strange crossing formations. There seems to be support at 600. Not for Gox, though. Bank of Thailand changes its mind on Bitcoin. Trading resumes almost instantly. As you all know, the Bank of Thailand said no to Bitcoin. Well, they've changed their mind. Welcome back, Thailand. I don't think you were ever gone, but welcome back. Is Mt. Gox insolvent? From the Bitcoin channel. If you look at the chart of Lehman Brothers, it looks a lot like the chart of Mt. Gox. Will Mt. Gox go all the way to zero? Will they go all the way down? Keep your eye on it. Meanwhile, bitlegal.net, wondering where Bitcoin is legal and illegal? It's currently only really illegal in Russia. The rest of the world is blue, which is unknown. Yellow is contentious, where Bitcoin is being contended in China and India. The first Bitcoin ATM arrives in New Mexico. Bitcoin ATMs are everywhere in the news today, and now they're operating in New Mexico. Apparently, New Mexico and another state that I forgot, South Carolina, don't have money service transmitter business rules. Therefore, you can just open up a Bitcoin ATM in New Mexico or South Carolina and run it almost instantly. It's surprising that this is the first business person to do so. And I look forward to more ATMs in New Mexico and South Carolina soon. eBay building digital wallet that stores multiple types of online digital currency. That's right, they want to hold on to PayPal. And they want PayPal to be, well, they want it to be Cryptsy. What if PayPal was like Cryptsy, but more like Coinbase? Would that be good for PayPal? It might help them survive. Israeli regulators issue joint warning on cryptocurrencies. That's right, time to update that map. And if you look, they already have the article up. Nice job, BitLegal, because it looks like trouble for Israel and Bitcoin. The warning falls in line with regulators across the globe. Digital currencies are not legal tender, nor are they issued or backed by a central bank, which means there's no legal requirement for anyone to accept or exchange them. Sounds like a wait-and-see attitude from Israel. No big action yet, but I'd definitely probably put them on the contentious chart. Dubai Pizzeria becomes the first merchant in the UAE to accept Bitcoin. Congratulations, Dubai, and welcome UAE, United Arab Emirates, to the map. They're almost the very first outlet for cryptocurrency in the entire Middle East, but there was a grilled meat eatery in Israel, which took the first place slot. Looks like a good pizza, far better than the pizza guys here. Bitcoin Foundation opens nomination for empty board of directors seat. And everybody wants it to be this guy, Andreas Antonopoulos for Bitcoin Foundation board. A seat for the people, a seat for Andreas. Ben Losky, friend or foe. An interesting article from CoinDesk which discusses Benjamin Losky, also known as Super Nintendo Losky, who apparently cracked up when he saw this meme, but he obviously didn't zoom in to read the buttons. Protect banks, kill Bitcoin, bad press, stop innovation. Super Nintendo Losky doesn't look like a very fun game. And of course, for those of you who don't know the history of this meme, Super Nintendo Losky comes from, and here goes my rights.
Hi, Super Nintendo Chalmers.
Meow. Super Nintendo Chalmers, said by the lovable Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons. That clip was used for illustrative purposes. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Ralph Wiggum, I'm a comic book. Hi, Super Nintendo Chalmers. And of course, shirts that said Super Nintendo Chalmers. Naked Bart on a roller skate. Ralph with a gun. I choose you. Choo choo. Super Nintendo Chalmers. Super Nintendo Chalmers shirts and onesies for babies. To Super Nintendo Losky and other regulators, you have an important job, and the world is watching. Last week I did two things: donated money, which I've never done before, and paid for online content, which I seldom do. It has just been too much effort adding credit card details, worrying about security, having to subscribe, getting added to unwanted mailing lists, etc., etc. But with Bitcoin, it is so simple to do either, and with no ongoing consequence. The analogy of online cash is apt in these cases. This encourages more online commerce by removing current barriers. More commerce means more spend, more innovation, more jobs, and well, you know the rest. The U.S. is the global leader of capitalist and free economy, and also of innovation. The world looks up to you and follows what you do. It is no coincidence that people from 150 countries watched your recent hearings, which no doubt included those from regular users to regulators such as yourself. You will set an example for the free world about how Bitcoin is treated, and therefore contribute to determining its future. The vast majority of us just want the increased convenience, such as being able to spend easily online, and the need to not bother changing cash when we travel abroad. The global Bitcoin community, both current and future, is counting on you to get this right. Ask the questions you want and take all the time you need. Even after this beautiful and impassioned speech by Jack_NZ, Super Nintendo Losky will proceed to issue bit licenses. Upvote for Super Nintendo. Passport Parking is the first to bring Bitcoin payments to parking meters. Parking meters, gas stations, Bitcoin. It's starting to happen. People understand the need for a system like Bitcoin, where you can pay electronically and yet remain pseudo-anonymous. Imagine a client for a powerful attorney going to a parking garage and paying with his credit card. Instantly, he can be tracked and located. Imagine that same client using Bitcoin on his smartphone. He could now park without being identified. Parking anonymously is just one of the many ways which Bitcoin, the new anonymous digital online cash, will be used in the real world to give people back the freedom of movement that they used to have. Meanwhile, nominations are closed for the Shorty Awards. Excellent job, voters. Great job. Thank you for your support of MadBitcoins' quest to win a Shorty. I think we did a fantastic job, and considering the fact that some of these guys have millions of subscribers, we made an excellent showing, and everyone who voted, I thank you. Everyone who retweeted it, I thank you. Good job nominating MadBitcoins for the Shorties. MadBitcoins was nominated 37 times for Video Blogger, with 4 nominations in the category Bitcoin, 1 nomination in the category Web Show, and 1 nomination in the category Activism. I believe that MadBitcoins will be sweeping the Bitcoin category as the only nominee in the field of Bitcoin. With 4 nominations, MadBitcoin is clearly the crowd favorite for Bitcoin. Meanwhile, looking at the top nominations, 2,246. Scrolling down to the second page, we see MadBitcoins at number 32. 32! Good job, Bitcoiners! We laid a beat down on Ashley Mardell. Look at her face. She can't even see straight after such a beatdown. And Lane Vids, we can barely see you from where we are. Look at us, number 32. Good job, Mad Bitcoiners. As for Solskio Skinnin, 38 nominations, ooh, we'll get you next time. And Leonard Katsune with 41, well played, sir. Well played. I want you to donate a few bits. Got some extra Satoshis lying around? Why not send them across the Bitcoin network to Mad Bitcoins using the QR code on the screen now. Breaking news. Bitcoin ATM launched in Boston today, according to Twitter. The Liberty Teller will give you Bitcoin in 30 seconds. It looks like a Lamazoo machine on a table. So maybe it would give you an entire ATM if you want to just carry it away. But otherwise, you can put in cash and get out Bitcoin. And that's exciting. I'd like to thank you for watching Mad Bitcoins Live. And if those of you are sad that it looks like Mad Bitcoins might not win a shorty, I'd just like to say Mad Bitcoins has already been awarded the Cardboard Shorty for video blogging Mad Bitcoins in the year 2013. You'll notice the similar tail design and the fantastic cardboard finish. Note that it has a stand. It also stands. And I'd just like to thank you, everyone, for nominating me for a shorty. We did the best we could. We talked about the Bitcoins. We continued live, even with a thing in our nose that makes us sound all nasally. It's not about me. It's about the Bitcoins. And when you think about it, it's one small step for man and one giant leap for Bitcoins. Thank you, Mad Bitcoins, Shorty, right here. They said we couldn't do it. They said we'd win one made of cardboard. We showed them. We showed them. Mad Bitcoins, Shorty, right here. Now let's eat some nacho cheese and watch the Oscars. Thanks for watching Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. And his Shorty Award. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Monday, March 31st, 2014 at 12:04 p.m. in Buffalo, New York. The Mad Bitcoins side of life. Mad Bitcoin subscriber index 3127. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to struggle after the China rumors, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 466, a high of 483, and a low of 442. Litecoin was at $13.05 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.010101. 0.001618003, 0.01184, 0.01, and Mad Bitcoin subscriber 0.1. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Did you know you can subscribe to Mad Bitcoins monthly, weekly, for any amount you'd like in Bitcoins at madbitcoins.com. It's through Coinbase subscriptions, and it's really neat. Mt. Gox used client money for operations and extravagances, staff alleges. Seriously, CoinDesk? Link bait much with the headline? Do you guys even have an editor? Putting the alleged part with a comma after the salacious bits. Treading the line right there. Bitcoin tabloid, here we come. Speaking of tabloid, what did Mt. Gox, i.e. Mark Karpellis, allegedly buy? Rent in a Tokyo high-rise that also housed offices for Hulu and Google. A robot. A 3D printer. And a souped-up racing version of the Honda Civic imported from Britain for Carpelli's personally, according to exclusive reports from Reuters. Sounds like Mark Karpeles was looking to conquer the world. Or star in his own animated television show. Cartoonists of the world, I call on thee. Why not make a flash animation of Mr. Karpeles in his souped-up Civic with his robot and his 3D printer in the back seat, racing away from his high-rise building in Tokyo, with Mount Fuji in the background, with a ridiculous Tom Cruise grin on his face. If you throw in a talking monkey, I think you could make a whole series out of this. Karpeles could be maniacal and Napoleonic. The monkey, named Swifter, a clever product tie-in, could be dim-witted and ill-mannered. A pinky in the brain for Bitcoin. What a wonderful show it will be. Too bad it was paid for by millions of dollars in lost Bitcoins. Walmart sues Visa for $5 billion in card swipe fees. Walmart stores this week sued Visa for $5 billion, accusing the credit and debit card network of excessively high card swipe fees, several months after the retailer opted out of a class action settlement. Maybe Walmart should accept Bitcoin. Oh wait, they kind of do if you use Gift. What a cool company, this GYFT.com. Advertising slots on MadBitcoins are still available. Gift, Coinbase, BitPay. Why not give back to the Bitcoin media community by sponsoring MadBitcoins? Anyway, Walmart should just accept Bitcoin directly and join the revolution. They could even launch a service similar to their prepaid Visa cards where you could convert cash into Bitcoins on a card that you could use at their store. It's right there. Walmart. Bitcoin, Walmart, Bitcoin, Walmart, Bitcoin. Whole coin, the world's first local government cryptocurrency. The UK is exploding with crypto activity as Feathercoin, inspirer of Doge, has now inspired yet another coin. Whole coin. The city of Hull has created and is mining their own coin to give out to the underprivileged of Hull. Not sure what they're going to do after that. I guess if local merchants started accepting Hull coin, they could buy things. If it was on an exchange, they could trade it for Bitcoins. Not sure what the plan is, but you can't get more local than a city-based coin. Tech-savvy Hyderabad youngsters take to Bitcoins for investment. The youth of India are discovering Bitcoin. They're starting to accept it for online work. The future of online collaboration is Bitcoin, and the youth of India are starting to wake up to this fact. India, China, Russia. Bitcoin continues to grow. Reno's Bitcoin ambassador. Without Jay Yerxa, there probably is no Reno Bitcoin scene. As Jay says, I view it as a responsibility for a true Bitcoin believer and early adopter. I don't expect everyone out there to go and spend the hours on the internet that I have, reading the white paper, trying to understand the math behind it. I think if it's going to take off, it's not just going to be the technology, but the people using it, helping other people. Jay continues to work a day job, but I think we can all see that in the near future, people like Jay will be consulting on Bitcoin full time, because this is what Bitcoin needs. As Jay says, my day job is cool, and all the jobs that I've had are really cool, but am I really making a difference in the world? That's the cool part of it, changing how we live our lives. In other news today, KarmaCoin comes to the aid of Girl Scouts who were scammed by counterfeit bills. Nice work, KarmaCoin community. And CoinX has recovered 50% of their coins with plans to pay back the rest in fees and have reopened at coinx.pw. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins. This is MadBitcoins, live from San Francisco. We're waiting for Jason King from Sean's Outpost to cross the finish line for his amazing Bitcoin run across America. It's happening shortly at the BitPay offices across the street from the San Francisco Giants ballpark.
Counting. Come on, people. All right, guys. See him? Yeah. Let's go,
Yeah, hey, let me call my wife real quick. He just ran all the way. Hey, yeah. Hey, everybody say hey guys, I love you all. 2 days, okay? I'm going to run back. Thanks, baby. I'll talk to you in a little while.
What's going to be your next plans, your next run, your next support for the homeless community?
You know, I don't know. I'm taking applications now, so if anybody's got some ridiculous stunt that they think that I should do, they should, submit your inquiries.
The real question is, Jason King, you just ran across the country. What are you going to do next?
I'm going to a Giants game!
How do you see the outcome? Are you happy with it? Are you satisfied?
It feels really surreal right now because it's like one of those things where you start and it seems like it's never going to be over, and it's over. So it hasn't really even, I don't think it's hit me yet.
You're still warm, you still run around.
Yeah, it's still
So you're not going to run 30 miles tomorrow?
You know, I might.
You might, just in case.
Just in case, I don't know.
So how many miles a day have you been doing?
It's like a drug, right? You got to back it off slowly. You just can't go cold turkey. Yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be bad. So yes, I averaged 31.7 miles for the course of the run.
Incredible, 31.7. I don't think I could do that in a month, let alone in a day.
50 kilometers exact. Nice. Yeah, it sounds so much better in metric, man. The run's over 5,000 kilometers, which just sounds way more cool than 3,000 miles,
I think the metric system better. Anyway, we lost that damn rover because of the metric system. They did a bad conversion, and it ended up underground because that's where they told it to go.
My name is Hard Left 121. This is the Bitcoin Across America bus. Jason has been in this bus since about the middle of January, running all the way across America. The sponsors that helped him buy this bus, you see the Sean's Outpost logo big, and CryptoKit. CryptoKit was a huge sponsor in making this happen, so all props to them. If we come around to the back of the bus, you'll see logos of the other companies that helped Jason make this happen for Sean's Outpost. Bitprint CA did this vinyl wrap, gift supported, Satoshi style, made all the t-shirts, Ethereum, BitPay, and of course CryptoKit. If we come around to the side here, I'll show you what the inside of the bus is like. It's a little bit of a mess right now because this is how we live. We didn't really clean it up much, but front of the bus, nice TV. We're able to kick out this couch. There's a fold-out couch here, which I sleep a lot of nights on. Jason's bedroom's back there that we're not going to show. This is the Bitcoin Across America bus. Welcome to the tour. There was a conference in Miami Beach. Jason started there, headed to Texas. I really started being with him in Texas, El Paso, Las Cruces, New Mexico, all through Arizona, and into California. He got to Santa Monica about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago and worked his way up to San Francisco now, and this is where the run ends. Not many people have asked me what it's like, but really the most surprising thing about it has been that he has not complained about a thing once. He runs 32 miles a day, and I've never heard him say that he was tired or that his feet hurt or that his muscles was sore ever once ever. And when I pick him up at the end of every day, he has like a runner's high. So he is just the happiest person. For like maybe 45 minutes, Jason is on like cloud 9, and so he, even when I pick him up at the end of the day after running a whole marathon, he's just completely normal. He's not like, give me food or give me water. He's just like, we'll talk about Bitcoin and go get him something to eat. So that's what it's like. Drop him off, pick him up, and stay in the RV.
The real question is, Jason King, you just ran across the country. What are you going to do next?
I don't know. I'm taking applications now, so if anybody's got some ridiculous stunt that they think that I should do, they should, submit your inquiries.
Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Friday, March 14th, 2014 at 1:43 a.m. in Hong Kong. Catch the wave for Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoin subscriber index 3029. Could Bitcoin prices hit 3,000? Mad Bitcoin subscriber index just did. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to range in the 630s, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 631, a high of 638, and a low of 626. Litecoin is at $16.56 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donors 0.005555556, 0.005, 0.002, and 0.10, a Mad Bitcoin subscription. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. Target staff ignored security alerts as hackers slurped 40 million customers' credit card details. Automated security program FireEye not only detected the malware, but it could have auto-nuked it. But Target's security professionals didn't trust their automated system, so they ignored the warnings. Now they're looking for new jobs, and hackers are looking at 40 million credit card numbers. Once again, credit cards are inherently unsafe and badly designed. If you know someone's credit card number, you can spend as much as you want on their account. This number should be kept private, but they print it on the front of every card. Madness. Mind your wallet. Why the underworld loves cash. Criminals are going wild with the ease at which cash can be traded without any third party, such as a bank, and plan to continue using it as a way of paying for services between themselves and funding their criminal activities. Drug sales, ransom, and even straight-up robbery can all be performed with and for cash. Cash made it much easier for them because they don't have to trust each other even less. Even complete strangers can cooperate. A cash security expert said, but while cash has its advantages, it's not a perfect tool for the bad guys. If they don't like cash, maybe they should look into Bitcoin. I hear it's like cyber cash. Hong Kong's first Bitcoin ATM goes live today. Lamassu beats Robocoin to the punch, and the new one-way Bitcoin machine will be located at Mr. Bing, a cafe franchise that specializes in Beijing crepes, or Jianbing. With such a public location just off Hong Kong's central mid-levels escalator, which I guess is a place, it should be a very popular Bitcoin ATM. Plans are already in place for 3 more Bitcoin ATMs in Hong Kong. Go, Bitcoin, go! Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Friday, January 31st, 2014 at 4:10 p.m. in London, England. Mad Bitcoins for people on the go. The Mad Bitcoin subscriber index is at 2315. If you thought everything was digital now, wait until you see 2315. Deep Star 6 just arrived in the Andromeda Galaxy. Human beings are finally getting out of here. Colonizing the Milky Way is so 200 years ago. Vote Mad Bitcoins for the shorties. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices remained in the $850 range, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of $846, a high of $852, and a low of $839. Litecoin was at $21.10 a coin. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is sponsored by viewers like you. Special thanks to donor 0.0022308, 0.007, Bitcoin, James Bitcoin, 0.001, good to see 001 checking in as well, and last but not least, 0.0012. Mad Bitcoins thanks you for your generous support. This episode is also sponsored by digitalbitcoin.org. The revolution will not be centralized. Need more information about Bitcoin price, Bitcoin mining, or just want to chat about your favorite altcoin? digitalbitcoin.org is the place for you. Check it out, digitalbitcoin.org. Visa CEO doesn't see Bitcoin as business threat. That's good, because Bitcoin doesn't see Visa as a threat either. Your fees are too high, your payouts are too slow, and no one likes you, credit cards. You've had a good run, 1950 to 2014, but you won't be missed. FinCEN declares Bitcoin miners, investors, aren't money transmitters. Seems like we already did this story a few months ago, but it must be official now. Makes sense, it's purely logical. Even reading the headline says it all. Miners are not money transmitters. They're miners. That's what they do. They mine. Mine Bitcoins. And altcoins, too. The United Nations of Bitcoin. The New York Bitcoin hearings were watched by more than 32,000 people across the globe in 117 countries. Less than half the viewers were in the United States. Maybe it really is, what's the word, to think that the state of New York has any business regulating Bitcoin, or that Bitcoin needs any regulation at all. Oh yes, hubris. I recall now. Hubris. That's what the state of New York has, and they have it in spades. Hubris. They always say, pride cometh before the fall. Bittylicious accepts Peercoin and WorldCoin. Sellers wanted. Bittylicious, the UK's favorite way to buy Bitcoins, Litecoins, and Feathercoins, is now selling Peercoin and WorldCoin too. Buy some today at bittylicious.com. Or if you've got extra coins and you'd like to sell, check them out as well. Bittylicious is a market for coins, but not a quarter in sight. Posapet.net now accepts Doggycoin. PoseAPet.net, the #1 app to create great pictures of your dog by using photographer-tested sounds to get your dog's attention and to create the cutest possible photo, is now accepting Doggycoin. Dogecoin, though some say Doggycoin, now this coin has really gone to the dogs. Help animal rescues by supporting PoseAPet.net with Dogecoin. Do it for the dogies. Don't forget to tune in today, live at 3 p.m. PST for the Bitcoin Group. The best minds, the sharpest Satoshis. The Bitcoin Group. Live today at the Bitcoin Group on Twitter or thebitcoingroup.com. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins.
I didn't want to give any of my money to a nation based on war. I wanted to be free, nothing holding me back from where I want to go. I thought about it, what was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money, don't give up your money, use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. I didn't want to waste any of my time working for the government. I wanted to be kind, open up my mind, just like an instrument. I thought about it, what was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money, don't give up your money, use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Ooh, what a little crypto can do. No longer a slave. I don't have to work until the grave. So many times I thought to myself that we didn't have a chance. Dr. Moto came along with more than a song, gave the labor back to man. I thought about it, what was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money, don't give up your money, use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay.
Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Wednesday, September 24th, 2014 at 6:45 p.m. in Istanbul, not Constantinople. Mad Bitcoins, because that's the kind of mom you are. This episode of Mad Bitcoins is brought to you by CoinHD.com. Do you like Bitcoins? Do you like watching YouTube videos? Then earn some free Bitcoins from CoinHD.com just for watching YouTube videos. And if you want your videos to be seen by real Bitcoin enthusiasts, just order some views at CoinHD.com. Special thanks to Bitcoin donors 0.002325558, 0.000123, 0.0071, and subscriber 0.1. Did you know you can sponsor the show or donate at MadBitcoins.com? Donations and ads make this show possible. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices are down slightly, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 427, a high of 436, and a low of 419. Litecoin is at $4.63 a coin. Butterfly Labs responds. In an angry letter calling the FTC's actions heavy-handed, Butterfly Labs stated that they are providing refunds, have shipped products, and were in the process of shipping products before they were shut down by the FTC. Butterfly Labs also claims that the FTC is on a crusade against Bitcoin companies and that Bitcoin is something they don't really understand. They plan to fight the FTC to the bloody end. Story developing. New York regulator Lawsky settles cases on his own terms. In a glowing article, Bloomberg celebrates the career of Super Nintendo Lawsky, who, much like Citizen Kane, works on the only terms anybody ever knows, his own. From his early days as captain of the high school basketball team to running marathons and triathlons, from his Spartan offices, la-ti-da, he negotiates with banks and causes their stock prices to fall. One can only hope he's placed his shorts before he picks up the phone. I wonder if he tried to call Bitcoin Incorporated on the phone. Too bad no one was home. With Spain and the UK relaxing their Bitcoin laws, the more Lawsky tightens his grip, the more Europe and other countries seem more attractive to Bitcoin companies. Because Bitcoin, much like the internet, is global. Software can work from anywhere. How are you going to regulate that, Super Nintendo? MIT students battle state's demand for their Bitcoin miners' source code. Remember the browser-based Bitcoin mining tool developed by MIT students at a hackathon in 2013? The government is still suing the students for the source code of their virtual miner. The code was developed overnight during a hackathon, and while Bitcoin mining by CPUs is long gone, the government is still after the code. The government continues to limp along like a zombie, dragging their worthless limbs behind them, speaking only one word: brains. Bitcoin core developer Mike Hearn. Openness is Bitcoin's biggest strength. Hearn also reminds us that the Bitcoin Foundation is funded by corporate donations, so we know what they want, and having other ways to pool money would probably be a good idea. Perhaps a People's Bitcoin Foundation? Or maybe Bitcoin Foundation Dark? First blockchain marriage will take place at Disney World Bitcoin Conference. BitNation, Coin Outlet, and Coins in the Kingdom unite to celebrate the first Bitcoin nuptials in just a few weeks in Disney World, Florida. The old ball and blockchain. I guess it's a nice day for a Bitcoin wedding. Yeah. Seems a little soon to me. I'm just trying to get a date. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. The taste of love is sweet when hearts like ours meet. I fell for you like a child. Oh, but the fire went wild. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to the Mad Bitcoins introductory video. This video explains how Mad Bitcoins became a YouTube TV show and serves as an introduction and welcome to you, new viewer. Welcome to the Mad Bitcoins channel. I believe in Bitcoin, and I'd like to share an old Archimedes quote that is very important to me. Give me a place to stand, and with a long enough lever, I will move the world. I deeply and genuinely feel that the world needs moving. I spend a lot of time looking for the right lever. I believe Bitcoin is it. Bitcoin is the lever with which we will move the world. I just wanted to be a part of this. I'm not rich. I'm not good at taking risks. I failed to invest in Bitcoin early, got burned by Facebook stock, didn't sell Apple when it's high, and I don't have a job right now. I used to have a job, solving technical problems for fancy corporate lawyers. I worked for them for 7 years before they gave me 7 days to clean out my desk because they had sold the law firm to a larger firm. And I suddenly went from indispensable to dispensable. So I had a little time off, and I'd do anything not to have to go back to a similar soul-crushing job. So I decided to create my own YouTube TV show. I'd always wanted to do a show like this. I was a big fan of The Daily Show, Colbert Report, Fucking News, Zay Frank, etc. I had the green screen and a camera, but things really started to take off when I ordered a clip-on microphone on the suggestion of Let's Talk Bitcoin's Adam Levine. It really helped improve my sound quality and brought my production values to a whole nother level. In case you're wondering, MadBitcoins is a one-man operation. So if you're wondering how many mouths I have to feed, the answer is 1. And it doesn't seem to matter how many different hats you wear. It doesn't change the number of mouths you have to feed. I wear hats like writer, costumer, performer, lighting specialist, recording engineer, editor, graphics developer, promotions, website development. That's 9 jobs. It would take an entire baseball team to do my job. And I'd imagine they could eat a whole horse. I'd settle for just a piece of that horse. I try to do a new show every Monday to Friday. On Saturdays, I try to do speeches or quotes from my favorite movies. In the incredibly short-term future, I may have to cut my schedule back to accommodate another soul-crushing job like the one I used to have, or worse. But until then, I'm a free man making mad bitcoins on his own in his living room. Thank you for watching, commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing, and donating. I couldn't do this without you, and I wouldn't want to do it without you. I believe the answer to the long-asked question, which currency will replace the dollar as the world's reserve currency, has been answered. The answer is Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the lever with which we will move the world. Bitcoin is the lever with which we will move the world. Bitcoin is the lever with which we will move the world. This has been Mad Bitcoins. Special introductory video. Mad Bitcoins? Mad Bitcoin. Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Thursday, September 18th, 2014 at 11:31 a.m. in Bermuda. You're always after my mad Bitcoins. It's 'cause they're magically delicious. Do you like Bitcoins? Do you like watching YouTube videos? Then earn some free Bitcoins from CoinHD.com just for watching YouTube videos. And if you want your videos seen by real Bitcoin enthusiasts, just order some views at CoinHD.com. Special thanks to CoinHD for promoting my Tatiana live video, The Bitcoin Song. Thanks to their support, it now has more than 70,000 views and 202 comments. Nice. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to trend downward, but may have found a floor, with CoinDesk BPI reporting a last of 431, a high of 454, and a low of 429. Litecoin is at $4.83 a coin. Bitcoin debit card to bring virtual currency to back pocket. Australia gets its first Bitcoin debit card. The swipe card is just the latest product from Australian Bitcoin exchange CoinJar. Sounds like a great one. Way to go, Australia. Will Bitcoin fall, then bounce? Financial chart watchers say that Bitcoin is oversold, that sellers are running out of Bitcoin to sell. We may have finally found the floor, as if it stays above 450, it should stay in the 460 to 470 range. Medicinal marijuana dispensary becomes Canada's first to accept Bitcoin. Mega Chill in Vancouver is Canada's first Bitcoin accepting dispensary. They say that the plan is going quite well, with many customers enjoying the experience of paying in Bitcoin, and at least one employee who prefers to be paid that way. They even have plans to accept Bitcoin when they expand into the building next door to build the Mega Ill Pizza Parlor. Way to go, Canada! Maybe you're not all ice hockey and ice fishing and ice. Maybe you're snow, too. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Some days it don't come easy. Some days it don't come hard. Some days it don't come at all, and these are the days that never end. Some nights you're breathing fire. Some nights you're carved in ice. Some nights you're like nothing I've ever seen before or will again. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. No, I won't do that. Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins, live from the Plug and Play Tech Center in Sunnyvale, California. We're about to witness the Bitcoin Beauties art show. Let's see what's going on inside.
Without much further ado, I'd like to pass it over to Sarah, Bitcoin Beauties.
A little background, my name is Sarah, and I got into Bitcoin in late 2011. I learned about Bitcoin, didn't understand what it was, owned a lot of Bitcoin, got hacked, and then realized that I had owned something that was valuable. So when I got hacked, I started researching what it was and how it worked, and it really played on to what my heart knew the world needed. And this journey over the last few years has been a very rough one. I'm sure all of you understand when you step into Bitcoin, there's a steep learning curve and then a lot of emotional roller coasters that go along with the daily rate and the daily drama and the new companies. It's been beautiful, but there's one thing that has always kept me going within the Bitcoin world, and that's these women. There's a lot of talk about finance, and there's a lot of talk about change in the world, but there's not a lot of showing the change in the world. So what we did tonight is pull together all the girls and brought their art and a little bit of themselves here. So what we're trying to do is show you a little bit of the beauty of Bitcoin. All of the artists here have accepted Bitcoin into their lives. They're open to tips. They're open to selling their art for Bitcoin. And they're all very interested in the way that Bitcoin can change the world. So let me introduce you guys to each one of the girls so you can mingle afterwards and feel like you already know them. Continue bringing women into this space. And the way to do that is allow them to earn by their passions. So this is what this is. This is a display of passion, and we hope you guys enjoy it.
Can you see both of us in the picture? Yeah. Okay, you have to check. I have to make sure here. Are you ready, Dolly? Good morning, Bitcoins. This is Mad Bitcoins, live from the Bitcoin Beauties art show with Sarah Blinko.
Hello, everyone.
So, Sarah, you started the Bitcoin Beauties art show. What did you start it for?
Well, Bitcoin Beauties has been a relatively long project, underground at first, but the art show is basically to show the beauty of Bitcoin. I've been in Bitcoin since 2011, and I think there's so much beauty in Bitcoin and what Bitcoin can do to change the world, and giving a little bit of a visual representation of that is my goal here.
And how many artists do you have here tonight?
We have over 10 women here and at least 9 artists, and the women that aren't artists are bakers, and they brought homemade cookies and we brought wine for everyone. So
you brought homemade cookies, wine, women, and art to a Bitcoin meetup. That's adventurous.
Yeah, we're switching the conversation about women. No longer can you say that women don't come to Bitcoin meetings. We're here. And where are you?
Well, they're at home on Twitter, and they can't believe this. They've already been looking at the vines, and they just don't believe it's happening. So, do you have anything else to say to the people that are home watching this? What should they do in their local towns to get more people into Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to do to get more people into Bitcoin is ask them what they're passionate about. I think it's very easy to connect with people if you know what they're passionate about, because Bitcoin can help that no matter what it is, whether it's art or health or gaming, no matter what it is, Bitcoin can make their life easier. And connect with us on Twitter. It's BTC Beauties. And take a look around. I think you guys can do that with the camera. Take a look around at the art and enjoy. I don't know if you can do the QR codes, but if you see this QR code, all the women accept tips for their art. So we'd love it.
So follow your passion and don't ask permission. That's what Satoshi Nakamoto would do.
There we go. Absolutely. Definitely don't ask for permission, and always follow your heart and your passions.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, oh yeah, wait there. Okay, so yeah, just general. We're here with Scott from the Plug and Play Tech Center. Scott, what's going on with Bitcoin at the Plug and Play Center?
All sorts of stuff. If you walk over to the cafeteria, you can see you can buy anything with Bitcoin. So lunch, coffee, whatever, you name it. Downstairs we have Bitcoin miners currently minting Bitcoin. So I also run Silicon Valley Bitcoin meetup here. So we're here every Tuesday at Plug and Play Tech Center in Sunnyvale, 6 to 8 p.m. And I also run the Plug and Play Bitcoin Initiative, so the accelerator program for startups. And we just had 4 come through, our first batch. So that was 37 coins, Holy Transaction, Purse.io, and PeerPal. So yeah, we're heavily vested in the space. We're pretty much all in.
Very cool. Do you have any Bitcoin ATMs around here?
Not here. We were going to get one, but there's actually one in Mountain View. So yeah, not yet. We're working on it though.
I would have brought mine, but it hasn't shipped yet. But I am getting a Skyhook ATM. It's very small, but
awesome.
And that's part of the problem. We're not sure how to secure it yet. We're going to need a steel box or some kind of nonsense.
Yeah,
so.
Our issue was the one, we had to make sure it was filed correctly with the state of California, and 2, we needed somebody to be able to handle the KYC ML stuff. So we couldn't tell if RoboCoin or Lamasa would be the way to go. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting.
And yours would be more of a permanent ATM. Mine was more of a demo unit, not a serious thing.
Absolutely. Many months ago, Eric Stromberg came by here, so one of the first ones that went live, I think it was down in New Mexico. So he demoed it here, and you can find one of the videos of one of the first actual live demonstrations of it.
It's really exciting, but the more you think about a Bitcoin ATM, the more complicated it gets with counterfeiting. I heard one of the cafe ones, they had a human Bitcoin ATM that was hanging around, having everyone cancel their transactions, offering them a lower price. So.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's part of the game, right? First movers right now.
Absolutely. People got to move their Bitcoins. So what do you have coming up in the future here? Anything planned?
Absolutely. So our next batch will be launching later this summer or early fall. So if you're a startup out there and you've got an idea, we'd love to take a look at you guys. So please contact me, Scott at plugandplaytechcenter.com. But yeah, we're here every Tuesday for the Silicon Valley Bitcoin meetup. So please come on down. We're in the heart of Silicon Valley.
And about how many people do you normally have at this meetup?
Typically it's about 50 to 75. It's a little bit slower tonight. There's also a meetup up in San Francisco at 20 Mission. In fact, our portfolio company, 37 Coins, is talking there tonight. So, yeah, but every Tuesday, usually we've had a few hundred in the past when Andreas Antonopoulos came through here and Roger in the past. So.
Very cool. So it's a little slower tonight, which is surprising, but you have girls, art, and wine. You'd think you'd be able to compete with the startup in San Francisco, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's right after the holiday weekend, so you can come here anytime and we'll talk Bitcoin. And yeah, definitely check out Bitcoin Beauties online. And yeah, thanks for coming.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties Art Show with Cherie, who's an artist and a dancer. Cherie, what brought you to Bitcoin?
My friend Sarah, who is the head of Bitcoin Beauties, and just the attraction of the freedom of not having a solid currency for one country. Like, I can use Bitcoin anywhere.
It's pretty amazing. Have you bought anything with Bitcoin yet?
Not yet. I'm actually really rather new to Bitcoin, but I do have a wallet, and I have, I don't have that much money, so I have a few 60, a few Bitcoins, but not enough to buy anything.
So are you selling your art today in Bitcoin?
Oh yeah. Yep, this is it. I'm selling everything for Bitcoin. I even have a few pieces that are specifically Bitcoin art pieces.
That's very cool. And how much are the pieces today?
Honestly, however much the person who wants them thinks it's worth. I mean, you know, if they're like, well, I don't know.
You know, 20, 40 bucks?
I don't. Some of these take a lot of work. I'd probably put like, you know, 60, a little bit. Some of them I'd go for like the little ones, you know, 40, or something like that. Around there.
And are you just selling them in person today, or are you selling them online as well?
I will eventually be selling it on the Bitcoin Beauties website, along with my footage of me dancing and other things like that.
And what kind of dancing do you do?
Oh, I do everything.
Very cool. I'm sure the internet will be interested in that. That's why I have to ask. They're at home. They're like, ask about the dancing. So.
Yeah. No, I've been dancing since I was a little bitty thing, and it's one of my favorite things to do besides making stuff.
So dancing, art, and Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Cherie.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties Art Show with Sierra. Sierra, what's going on with your art here today?
I brought some of my art that I have done in the past couple months, and actually some are even older. But yeah, I have some pieces.
So this piece right here, I just drew a fortune cookie that says, I have perfect timing always.
Yeah.
So what's going on with the fortune cookie project here?
You know, it's funny that you call it that because someone else called it the fortune cookie thing, but it's just a positive affirmation to take with you so everyone can take a piece of art with them. It's kind of my intention.
So they're all positive. There's none about like having terrible timing.
No, it's all positive. It's all like, it's kind of the thought of your mind can control your reality, and so if you have positive thoughts, you will have a beautiful reality.
Very cool. And how did you get into Bitcoin?
Through my friend Sarah. She introduced me to Bitcoin, and I'm really interested. I'm still very new. I just got a wallet recently, and so I'm like still learning a lot about it. But I like that it's a currency that's not taxed, and that it intrigues me. I'm still learning.
Very cool. And are you selling your art just here in person, or you sell it on a website as well?
I sell it in person, so either now or I do shows sometimes in coffee shops and things. So, yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you, Sierra, for talking to us today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're back at the Bitcoin Beauties Art Show with Star, who's made incredible photos of spider webs and even an actual spider web. Star, how do you capture these spider webs? Is it true that you're part spider?
This spider web was super awesome. The center of it actually looks like Spider-Man. And I don't know, I just saw it outside and I was like, that looks like Spider-Man, you know, like when you're a kid and you saw the cartoon and you saw his face and then his web around him, and I just watched it and I was like, okay, I gotta wait for the dew to go away and I gotta capture this without tearing it. And
so this was just a natural spider web in nature, like near your house or something?
yeah, just in the backyard and an apple tree.
So have you always been taking pictures of spider webs, or is this a recent thing?
I think this is a recent thing. I'm really in love with the internet and the web and the way we can all connect via the internet and networking. And I find that spider webs are incredibly strong. And the engineering is so intricate and it's so different and you never know what to expect, but it's something so fragile, yet at the same time it carries so much and it nourishes and it's a part of the cycle of life. So I find it fascinating.
I think that's a great computer science tie-in to say that the webs are like a networking web. And are you selling your art in Bitcoin today?
I sure am. Buy it now. I'm ready.
And are you going to list it on a web page as well, or just here at the local art meetups?
You know, my art is already listed on Facebook.
Very cool. And do you want to plug the Facebook site here?
It's under Star Photography.
Facebook Star Photography. Well, thank you very much, Star, for sharing your spider web.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're recording? Really? Okay.
Should I start?
Yeah, I'll start. This is MadBitcoins. We're here with Jenna, who's one of the Bitcoin beauties demonstrating her art tonight in Sunnyvale, California. Jenna, how's it going?
It's going wonderful. How are you?
I've been really good. So tell us a little bit about your art here. It looks like a lot of beach-related art and this ocean.
They're all named after goddesses. This one right here is Oye, and she is a goddess of strength, and she's my First, specifically, Bitcoin creation.
So you have the sun is a Bitcoin logo right here.
Yes, it is.
That's very cool. And how did you get into Bitcoin?
That would be Sarah Blinko. She has gotten all of us girls into Bitcoin, so.
So how does she do it? She gets you drunk late at night, tells you about this new internet currency, and you get really excited?
Yes, absolutely. No, what she actually talks about is her passion about Bitcoin. One of the reasons she's so passionate about it is because she believes it to be empowering for women around the world. She really had me when she started talking about women in cultures where they're not allowed to have a bank account, and this actually enables them to have some sort of resources where they might not necessarily able to otherwise. So I think I was hooked at that point.
In a lot of cultures, women can't even drive cars, they can't travel, and especially without money or a bank account, you can't travel. So it's a really exciting innovation for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the things I thought was really cool. Plus, you know, Bitcoin beauties, I got to be part of that.
So are you going to be part of the group that's traveling the world with Bitcoin beauties?
It's definitely looking that way, so keep posted.
Any ideas on where you want to start that trip, or anywhere that you'd like to see especially?
Oh, I would love to go to Greece. I've always wanted to see Athens.
Very cool. Going to Greece. Maybe you'll see Andreas Antonopoulos there. He's into Bitcoin. He's from Greece.
Oh, yeah? All right, Andreas, I'm coming after you, baby.
Very cool. Thank you very much, Jenna, for talking to us today. People don't like it if I don't wear my goggles.
Yeah, you have to wear the goggles.
It's part of the thing. And now Jenna is going to favor us with a poem.
From my poetry book called Blue Poppies. It's true. I can't keep my clothes on. They're right. I can't keep my legs together. One thing leads to another. It's so natural to be so natural with you. It makes me see how clothes were pointless in the Garden of Eden.
It's a good thing I'm wearing goggles because it covers up how badly I'm blushing. Thank you, Jenna.
You're very welcome.
Good morning, Bitcoins, and welcome to Mad Bitcoins Live Between Two Ferns. Our top story tonight, Mother Jones, the Senate CIA blow up, threatens a constitutional crisis. No way. U.S. Senate Intelligence Chief accuses CIA of spying on Senate. No, that can't be right. President Obama on Between Two Ferns. How Funny or Die made it happen. Yes, that's right. President Obama was on Zach Galifianakis' web show, Between Two Ferns. It's slightly funny, a little scripted, a little improv, and very real. The President of the United States was on a goofy web show. Meanwhile, in Bitcoin news, Nouriel Roubini, Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. Dr. Doom, a famous economist who hates everything and forecasted the 2008 financial crisis, like that was hard to spot, says that Bitcoin isn't a currency at all. Bitcoin is nothing but a base for criminal activities. That's for criminal activities. The number 4. Bitcoin is not a unit of account, and no goods or services is said in Bitcoin, nor will it ever. No goods or services. Ha 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 ha. But as we all know, Dr. Doom has fought Spider-Man on several occasions, and Spider-Man always wins. That's right, Dr. Doom. You're going to lose yet again. Hackers hit Mt. Gox Exchange's CEO, claim to publish evidence of fraud. That's right. Forbes is finally covering the story that we covered yesterday. They're covering both parts of it. The 716 megabyte file, which you can still download on the piratebay.org. Although it's suggested that you do not download it, it's said to contain malware and Trojans that may steal your wallet file. However, many people have analyzed the file, seeing that Mt. Gox had terrible code and that they had notes in their wallet saying that they might have 951,116 bitcoins, which, quote unquote, that fat fuck has been lying, as a note in the file reads. The Forbes article also contains an update saying that the file is now also, perhaps the Mt. Gox user identity database is up for sale. The post has been removed, but now there is an update. They're now selling the ability to remove yourself from the data dump before sales at the cost of 0.25 a quarter, 0.25 bitcoins per person. We have already sold and released 20% of the data to 2 buyers, so if you're a part of that, it's too late for you. Once again, great work, black hat hackers, buying and selling the Mt. Gox data. There's always a way for someone to profit. DC veterans Jim Harper and Amy Weiss joined Bitcoin Foundation. This actually sounds like pretty impressive news. Harper has been the Director of Information Policy Studies for the Libertarian Cato Institute for almost a decade. Weiss is a former White House Deputy Press Secretary. She currently runs strategic communication firm Weiss Public Affairs. Bitcoin will soon be recognized as one of the most important economic and social innovations of our times, said Weiss, adding that the Bitcoin protocol is poised to do for international commerce and financial services what the World Wide Web did for communications. Working with the Bitcoin Foundation during this exciting, informative time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So it sounds like they're appropriately reverent of Bitcoin as well. Cryptocurrencies are inevitable, says Google's Jared Cohen. That's right, inevitable, certain to happen, unavoidable. So frequently experienced that it is seen as completely predictable. A situation that is unavoidable. From the Latin in meaning not, evitare meaning avoid, evitalibus meaning avoidable, not avoidable. New York now accepting applications for digital currency exchanges. That's right, Super Nintendo Losky has filled out his plan for New York's BIT licenses. And if you want to be a cryptocurrency exchange in New York State, you can now apply with Benjamin Losky. Good luck. He currently has 0 applications. MountGoxRecovery.com seeks reparation from fallen exchange. If you've lost your money on Mt. Gox, you can sign up at MountGoxRecovery.com and perhaps get your money back through the bankruptcy fundings. Also, Mt. Gox's Chapter 15 bankruptcy won't stop U.S. class action, lawyer says. So the class action and the recovery action are continuing against Mt. Gox. Activist takes old school approach to Bitcoin promotion. This is a great story about Bitcoin Bigfoot, who's attempting to distribute more than 100,000 flyers to activists around the country to spread the word about Bitcoin on the grassroots. Great work, Bitcoin Bigfoot. Find out more at bitcoinbigfoot.com. You can even sign up to receive some flyers or donate to help Bitcoin Bigfoot print more flyers. You think you'd have a QR code right on the front where you could donate. Let's see, we've clicked the button. Ah, he's got a Bitcoin linchpin, and he's raised 16 Bitcoin. So here it is. 100,000 Bitcoin brochures by Bitcoin Bigfoot. Good job, BitcoinBigfoot.com. The new gold rush. Bitcoin ATMs are coming. That's right. Bitcoin, more and more Bitcoin ATMs are opening up everywhere, and people are starting to realize two-way ATMs are available in other countries. People can take their money out to pay their rent, put their money back in when they get paid, and vice versa. Bitcoin ATMs are the future of Bitcoin operating side by side with the legacy fiat currency. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins live between two ferns. Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins. Good morning, Bitcoins! This is a Mad Bitcoins special report. The Department of Homeland Security shuts down Dawala payments to and from Mt. Gox. The DHS issued a seizure warrant for the funds associated with Mt. Gox's Dawala account. The Department of Homeland Security appears to have shut down the ability to use Dawala. A Dawala representative confirmed the move to Beta Beat. Due to recent orders from the Department of Homeland Security, Dawala cannot complete the bank transfer to Mt. Gox. A representative to Dawala told Beta Beat that the company is not a party to this matter and encourages those with questions to reach out to Mt. Gox or the DHS. This has been a Mad Bitcoins special report. The price of Bitcoin is falling, perhaps due to the Dawala Mt. Gox news, but the price has hit 113, down from a high of 120. Will it fall more? Will this news cause panic in the Bitcoin market? We'll find out on Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins, Mad Bitcoins.
Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013 at 6:07 p.m. in Zurich, Switzerland. Mad Bitcoins, twice as much for a nickel. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices continue to rise with a last of 183, a high of 183, and a low of 175. Litecoin is down to $1.69. Really, all altcoins are down because they're usually measured against the value of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is exploding like crazy. After Silk Road closure, and with Baidu's blessing, Bitcoin breaks $200 again. The value of a single Bitcoin has broken the $200 mark for only the second time. The cost of a single Bitcoin hit a high of more than $205 earlier today on Magic the Gathering online exchange. Hunger for Bitcoin grows in Scandinavia as regulatory approach evolves. Bitcoin popularity is surging in Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. Oh my! Local Bitcoins is based in Finland. Payward, the company behind the US-based exchange Kraken, is also based in Denmark, and it's also the home of payment processing firm BIPs. The regulatory agencies of these countries seem to be willing to work with Bitcoins. This openness has allowed businesses to flourish. Go, Scandinavia, go! The word Bitcoin has been added to the leading Dutch dictionary as an official part of the language. Dictionaries, those old books with words in them that no one uses anymore, are starting to change their pages. They're starting to add a word, and that word is Bitcoin. The Dutch language, much like the French, has a managed institute of language and grammar, a central language authority. So this is kind of a big deal. Note the lack of a capital B, as legal tender is never capitalized in Dutch. Until next time, this has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins. Today's episode is sponsored by Alpha Lion Technologies. We're sending a very special Alpha Lion hello. Hello to Johan and Chris. Johan and Chris. These are the guys who put the alpha in the lion and the lion in the alpha. Hello from Alpha Lion Technologies. Hello! Good morning, Bitcoins! Today is Thursday, June 27th, 2013 at 6:41 p.m. in Cape Town, South Africa. I'm hoarding hyperinflation, and I'm coming in for a hard landing. Here are today's Mad Bits. Bitcoin prices are steady near the 100 mark, with a last of 102, a high of 104, and a low of 102, with a low volume of 9,898. Bitcoin black market competition heats up, with pro-marketing and millions at stake. An impressive advertisement from Silk Road competitor Atlantis has set the online drug sales world aflame. Just look at this professionalism and kinetic typography. They even call themselves a virtual black market. But unlike Silk Road, Atlantis is aggressively marketing itself on the public internet. Not only do they have this impressive video ad, they also have a Twitter account called Atlantis Market that has been aggressively tweeting at bloggers and Bitcoin advocates that Atlantis is the new, better, and cheaper alternative to Silk Road. That's funny. I didn't hear anything. They also claim to be launching a big social media campaign and have posted an ad on Reddit seeking an employee. Looking forward to that. Might even apply. Ha ha ha. But not everything is sunshine, rainbows, candy drops, and giant boxes of weed delivered straight to your doorstep for Bitcoins today. Because here at Mad Bitcoins, we are excited to announce the world's first seizure of Bitcoins by a governmental agency. A lot of you have predicted this, but who will it be? Will it be the IRS? Will it be the Department of Treasury? Perhaps the War Department? Or the Ministry of Silly Walks? Drum roll, please. And it is the DEA! The DEA has seized its first Bitcoins. Let's Talk Bitcoin, the popular podcast available at letstalkbitcoin.com, broke the story. The DEA, that's right, the Drug Enforcement Agency. I knew you all thought it was going to be the IRS or tax-related, but no, you were wrong. The DEA appears to be the first governmental agency to seize actual Bitcoins from an individual with this seizure. Exactly how was the Bitcoin seized? We're not sure. However, we do know that Mr. Hughes is asking for his Bitcoins back. If the DEA can just figure out how to send them to his wallet, which is also unknown. There is no indication that the Bitcoin protocol was compromised. No, sir, not today. Thank you kindly. Seizure is probably a word used to imply that the money was received in the process of a Silk Road sting operation, rather than actually seized from the Bitcoin user's wallet, said Andreas M. Antonopoulos, a security expert and Let's Talk Bitcoin contributor. The Fox Street Journal, a Rupert Murdoch-owned spectacular writes, more small businesses embrace Bitcoin. A slightly positive story about Bitcoin, balanced with a fair share of FUD. That's right, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You'll appreciate the novelty of paying for a bar of chocolate or a bag of rice with Bitcoins. Ha ha ha. You put the sticker up on the door, and at first, Just a few customers each week will ask you to use Bitcoin, but soon, at least one customer a day will buy items with Bitcoin. It sounds like a revolutionary new currency, but not revolutionary enough for Home Depot, who are proud to accept PayPal, but too bass-ackwards to accept Bitcoin. Of course, the president of the National Retail Foundation has bad things to say about Bitcoin, but he's bought and paid for, so of course he thinks that the suckers, sorry, credit card users, would have no motivation to use Bitcoin, because they love their frequent flyer miles so much. Like people wouldn't give up their frequent flyer miles to burn your system down or replace 3% fees for small businesses with 1% fees? Have you ever seen the ending to Fight Club? Like normal average consumers won't see the lower prices in Bitcoin and understand that not only are they getting a deal, but they're also helping small businesses by saving them a fortune in credit card fees. Once you go Bitcoin, you never go back. Get them set up with the wallet software on their phone and link them to their local coffee shop, and they will use Bitcoin every day and forget all about your shiny pieces of plastic. Cash is a pain, and credit costs money. Nobody wants to stand in line at your ATMs anymore. The future is here now. The future is Bitcoin. Okay, I talked too much. I'm going to do a fundraiser update in a second video. Today's shoutouts go to Liquid Storm, BTC Bible, Cebu Lights and Music, Jan Frankie, and Stephen Frost. I probably just butchered all your names. Thanks for commenting and spreading links to MadBitcoins. MadBitcoins, thanks you. Also, thanks to everyone who's been sending in small amounts, dollars, tens of dollars, even pennies, to my Bitcoin wallet address. I really do appreciate it. And remember that if 1,000 people donated $10, we'd have $10,000. And that would be a shit ton of dollars. This has been Mad Bitcoins. Mad Bitcoins? Mad Bitcoins. A shit ton of dollars. Is that a Clint Eastwood movie?
Their job. Virtual currency can be viewed as a technology that allows one individual to send money to another instantly, securely, and without a middleman. So at its core, what the technology really is it's a secure ledger. The idea of a currency is actually sort of an add-on, or it's not necessarily the raison d'etre for the technology. However, it's an integral part of the technology. So you might ask, well, if we can have a ledger that keeps track of addresses and who has what, why do we need the currency at all? And so part of the answer is, well, I can't literally beam a dollar from me to you. The currency is the way that you keep track of the ledger. It's the units of the ledger itself. So the currency is just a means to an end. That's the chits or the marks in the book that say who has what. Now, some newer protocols, like the Ripple protocol, actually allow multiple currencies to be accounted for in their ledger. Indeed, there's nothing stopping you from keeping track of dollar balances, airline miles, or another currency that you make up on these ledgers, and the Ripple protocol allows many such currencies.
Chris, are you seeing my screen share at all?
Native currency is sort of fundamentally different. The ledger might say that I have a United States dollar, but there has to be some financial institution or individual who maintains a balance sheet and promises to pay me that dollar if I ask for it. So the ledger can track my claim, but it can't enforce it. In contrast, if the Bitcoin ledger says I have a Bitcoin, the Ripple ledger says I have an XRP, the protocol itself specifies that I, as the owner of the address, can move it from me to someone else. So there's no third party, there's no counterparty risk involved with the native currency of the ledger. And that's what requires you to have this sort of third, this new currency, rather than just have everything be denominated in U.S. dollars. Of course, there's always a risk that something goes wrong with the protocol itself, but within the normal operation of the protocol, there's no counterparty risk. Of course, in today's world, the virtual currencies do have their own costs: the exchange rate risk from holding it, the fees and the on-ramps and the off-ramps, and of course, some of those fees will persist as long as you're operating in a regulated economy where the people who change local currency into virtual currency have to understand the identity of their customers and comply with regulations. So we don't expect those fees to go to zero. However, the fact that this secure ledger allows for very low cost and instantaneous movement of funds, lowers the fundamental costs of moving money, and thus should lead to lower fees in equilibrium, as well as in trade and competition. So in terms of the use cases of virtual currency, I hope we'll have a chance to expand in more detail on many of these, but let me just sort of give a high-level view. Within the US, you can think about what happened when PayPal came. We got new use cases that had been locked out or priced out by the existing financial systems. If you had a fundraiser for someone who was sick, who had cancer, if you wanted to raise money for, say, Leukemia Foundation, if you wanted to have a small business and accept funds, PayPal enabled new use cases of electronic commerce, and thus it led to increased economic growth and entrepreneurship. But there's still parts of the market that are unserved. It's still very difficult to make small payments, less than about $1. You don't see very much because the fees are so high, and it's also we expect to see more expansion in the U.S. for use cases like micropayments for online services or news articles. Within developing countries, many people don't have access to the financial sector at all, and so in principle, virtual currency can allow people to have access to international financial markets, allow for remittances, as well as payments within developing countries that are cheaper, and remittance fees are quite high as a percentage, and they're very important for many countries. In terms of U.S. consumers, we also could purchase services internationally. Imagine language lessons given over Skype that allow you to pay an individual without having all the money go to a middleman. Any kind of services that can be delivered electronically could also be paid for without the fees, which basically make it prohibitively expensive to do transactions under several $100s, and are still a large percentage even for moderate-sized transactions. Virtual currencies also are interesting within business scenario. Rather than accumulate potential trades throughout the day and clear them in the end to save fees, a multinational firm can send money to itself many times a day. So just in closing, the underlying technology of virtual currency unlocks a wide range of potential applications. Some of the possible applications I outlined, but I want to emphasize that we don't really know what the best use cases will be, and they probably haven't been invented yet. From an economics perspective, regulation should facilitate innovation and competition, as well as enable players in the industry to be able to accurately assess whether or not they're in compliance, and give those players the ability to operate within a specified legal and regulatory framework. It should also create incentives for the kind of innovation that will allow the benefits to be attained without sacrificing the most important goals of regulation. Good regulation will lead to the industry to develop in the United States and to develop, therefore, in directions that are consistent with regulatory goals. But regulations that make it difficult to know if you're in compliance or just difficult to comply with might lead the industry to go offshore and might change the direction, probably in directions that are not as well aligned with U.S. interests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn now to Professor Felton.
Thanks. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Ed Felton. I'm the Kahn Professor of Computer Science at Princeton University and the Director of Princeton Center for Information Technology Policy, and I served as the first Chief Technologist at the Federal Trade Commission. As we all know, money has been stored and transferred electronically for a long time, but virtual currencies are born digital, and so they offer potential advantages in security, efficiency, and new functionality. The new functionality part is especially exciting to computer scientists like me. We heard from the previous panel about some of the new types of secure financial mechanisms that may soon be feasible by integrating money and cryptography in a way that either eliminates or drastically reduces certain types of counterparty risk. The digital currencies of the year 2020 will be different. They will have more powerful functionalities than what we see today. But even in their current, relatively simpler form, virtual currencies like Bitcoin create new challenges for businesses, consumers, and for government. As we've heard over and over, Bitcoin is remarkably decentralized. There's no central issuer of the currency, and just as importantly, there's no authoritative rule maker who decides what is a valid transaction or what a valid block in the blockchain looks like. The system operates by consensus. And there are really three kinds of consensus that come into play. First, there's a consensus on which transactions have occurred, and therefore on who owns which coins. That's represented in the blockchain. Second, there's a consensus on what the rules are. which transactions could be valid, which blocks could be valid. And that consensus allows the consensus blockchain to grow and to record new transactions. And third, of course, there's a consensus that Bitcoins have value in the first place and therefore are worth owning. The genius in Bitcoin's design is that it yokes together these three types of consensus about the history, about the rules, and about value in a way that creates incentives that push participants toward joining and staying with the consensus that exists. So if there's a consensus that John Doe owns 72 Bitcoins, then there's an incentive for all the other participants to join that consensus and treat John Doe as the owner of 72 Bitcoins by following the consensus blockchain. If there's a consensus that some transaction violates the rules, then there's an incentive to join that consensus and treat that transaction as null and void. It pays to join and stick with the consensus, and so the consensus tends to be stable. And it's that trick of creating incentives to stick with the consensus which makes Bitcoin able to operate and maintain consensus even without a central issuer or central rule maker. Now, the decentralized and consensus-driven nature of Bitcoin has two major implications for government. First, there's an opportunity for government to help protect the mechanisms that maintain consensus, such as the Bitcoin blockchain. If consensus were to collapse, then Bitcoin can't operate, and that potentially causes great harm to the consumers and businesses that rely on the technology. And yet, the mechanisms that maintain stability of the blockchain are complex and subtle. They seem to work. And, but even after a lot of study, we don't fully understand their dynamics. For example, we don't know for sure what would happen if someone were to monopolize Bitcoin's mining mechanism. Government can help to deter attempts to manipulate or destabilize Bitcoin in ways like this. Second, the decentralized consensus nature of Bitcoin changes the options that government has available in terms of regulation. Bitcoin's not an organization, it's a consensus, and you can't call a consensus on the phone or have a meeting with it. No single actor has the power to change the rules of Bitcoin. So if you want the rules to change, the only way to achieve that change in practice is to create a consensus that the rules ought to be changed. This limits the power to regulate the rules or to set or control the rules of Bitcoin, not only the power of government, but the power of any single actor within the system, which is one of the reasons for its strength. But at the same time that it's difficult to change the rules, companies and people that use Bitcoin in harmful ways are already subject to prosecution, already subject to regulation, as we have seen. We're still very early in the development of virtual currencies. The technology offers great promise, and we can only start to imagine the opportunities that it will create. Everyone, I think, will benefit from a regulatory approach that works with the legitimate users and developers of the technology to foster innovation in this space while deterring or preventing harmful uses of the technologies. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor. And we'll turn it over to Professor Williams. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Williams, and for the last decade I've been a finance professor at Boston University, where I specialize in banking and capital markets and commodity trading risk. In 2010, I wrote a book called Uncontrolled Risk about the rise and fall of Lehman Brothers, in particular what caused that big real estate bubble. Prior to my academic career, I was a senior executive for a Boston-based commodity trading firm, and I also worked for the Federal Reserve Bank. I appreciate this opportunity to testify today, and for full disclosure, I have no direct or indirect financial interest in any virtual coin or Bitcoin sort of startup company. My discussion, I'm not going to focus on the promise of virtual currencies, as enough of that has already been discussed yesterday and also some this afternoon. But my focus is really to focus on the unaddressed risks associated with virtual currencies. Sound business and regulatory decisions can only be made when these risks and the benefits are measured against each other. In the last 5 years, the number of virtual currencies have exploded. Currently, over 75 currencies trade representing $11 billion of market value. Bitcoin itself is $10 billion. It is the leader. By proxy, the strength and weakness then of Bitcoin is the strength or weakness of virtual currencies. And if we look specifically at what's happened with the high-profile arrests this past week, we see that Bitcoin still has a long way to go before we can rely upon it to be a mainstream transaction or even an investment speculation. Bitcoin is a virtual currency in name only. Since inception, it has shown extreme annual price volatility, which has topped 150%. On many given days, Bitcoin can fluctuate by 20% or more, making it unfit as a transactional currency. Price instability, uncertain tax treatment, and concentration of ownership, including by some individuals who were here in the hearing yesterday, has morphed Bitcoin itself into a virtual high-risk speculative commodity. Dangerously for investors, Bitcoin is a hyper-asset bubble that has begun to deflate. Since 2013, the price has gone from $13 to a high of $1,200. China's decision not to recognize Bitcoin as a legitimate currency was the pin that started to pop the bubble. Today, it trades at $790. Bitcoin prices have been artificially inflated through a cartel ownership structure, extreme hoarding, questionable exchange practices, marketing hype, and greater opportunities for market manipulation. Since December highs, Bitcoin prices have fallen 30%. As investors gain greater awareness of how prices have been artificially inflated, Bitcoin prices will revert back to 2013 lows, even possibly falling to single digits by June of this year. Bitcoin also lacks consumer and investment protection, making it problematic for broader adoption. Untraceable money makes it harder to solve crimes. As prices have skyrocketed and economic incentives for fraud has increased, there's been a recent increase in the amount of stolen coins, reported over 220 million that have been stolen and still unrecovered. Reputational damage remains high. Is Bitcoin an innovative response to facilitate meaningful commerce or a designer currency for the criminally inclined? The recent indication, or at least the indictment, of the Vice Chairman of Bitcoin Foundation for money laundering exposes an ongoing credibility problem with regulators, law enforcement officials as well. Poor reputation also stunts capital inflow and industry prospects. Banks remain hesitant to open new accounts or provide funding to Bitcoin-related startups, not simply because there's lack of regulatory clarity, but due to perceived legal liabilities. The trust and integrity associated with the U.S. dollar as a transactional currency has been earned over centuries and supported by ongoing monetary, fiscal policy, soundness of central banking system, regulation, and of course enforcement. If Bitcoin in its current embryonic stage were to gain wider acceptance without appropriate regulatory controls and oversight, we could expect a proliferation of its misuse for unlawful purposes. Bitcoin as a fast and low-cost electronic platform system is highly innovative and provides much promise, but significant risks still need to be adequately addressed through regulation, better investor and consumer protection, and greater scrutiny as a high-risk speculative asset. In summary, I look forward to answering any questions related to concerns you may have about virtual currencies and in particular Bitcoin. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Williams. What we usually do is I'll ask a few general questions to the panel, maybe a few specific questions, and of course my colleagues up here will also ask you some questions as well. Obviously there's a diversity of views on the panel, which is great. That's what we want. So not to provoke an argument, but to provoke a little bit, I'd love to hear the reaction from Professor Ethy or Professor Felton to some of the strongly held views that Professor Williams has about the real dangers here. And look, to be fair, there are a lot of skeptics out there in the world. I can't tell you. There are many people who come up to us and say, it's great, Bitcoin is the future, but there are also many people who say, really? Bitcoin? we don't even know who invented it. It's someone whose name, it might be a group, no one knows, and there's no central bank behind it. And can we really have faith in this? And or are we making a mistake here? Is this just a lot of people putting their faith into something that once they realize what it really is, it'll come crashing down? Is there a bit bubble, I guess would be one way to ask it. How do you respond to those skeptics?
Sure. So I can begin. I guess let me start with maybe the volatility and the value of Bitcoin. So it is true that exchange rate volatility makes it harder to hold Bitcoin and if you're going to be using it often then you would, for small purchases, you would like to hold a little bit of it. And so therefore, as long as the volatility is high, it's going to be expensive for people to hold it in terms of risk. But actually, if you're going to use it as a transaction mechanism, you don't really need to hold it. And one of the things that the industry is evolving towards are ways to help people use it for transactions without holding the currency. So in the Bitcoin space, if you keep dollar value that's accessible to a Bitcoin exchange, when you decide to use it, you can at that moment buy Bitcoins, send them,